And a good Wednesday afternoon to you, 1 o'clock, and I see that tornado warning literally just popped up on the screen there for Sumter and Greene. So we're now going to stay on air with you for continuous coverage. We were planning on just a cut in, but it literally popped up as soon as we came live on TV. So we now have a tornado warning for Sumter and Greene County. Brianna Duncan also in the Weather Center. Brianna, you're going to get that information in just a moment, and when you do, let me know. So tell you what, let's go over to radar. I want to mention we've obviously got a high risk of severe weather today across all of central and west Alabama. So let's take you into the storm down to Sumter County. Again, this is our first tornado warning of the day for our part of central Alabama, one of likely many. And this tornadic storm is between Livingston and Forkland. That right there is the Tombigbee River. This is Sumter County. That's Greene County. Got Bolligy there, Sawyerville over in Hale County. This storm is moving off towards the northeast. In fact, it's just to the northwest of the city of Demopolis. So, again, a thunderstorm that could produce a tornado coming out of the Livingston area. In fact, you see the Tombigbee River runs right there. This could have crossed the Tombigbee to the north of Demopolis. You got Forkland that is directly in the path of this. That is Highway 43 that runs outside of Demopolis towards Forkland. You keep going towards the north of Utah outside of Forkland, and again, that potential tornado is there. And Brianna, do you have that information there from the National Weather Service on that tornado warning?
Yes, Richard. Right now, this tornado warning is for Greene and Sumter, of course, until 2 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Bluff Fort near Livingston, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour.
All right, so 25 miles an hour on that tornado warning. Thank you, Brianna, for that update. Again, that's a storm of concern. And let me pull it on the velocity display, and let's just look at this thing together. And again, yeah, there's your couplet right there on Highway 28, just on the east side of Livingston. All right, so this is moving northeast just like that. It will cross the Tombigbee, it's coming up on the Forkland area, and again, moving northeast pretty quickly. So let's do a track on this thing. Let me zoom out and show you who all is in this area concerned. And again, we'll do a path of that. And Brianna, what was the speed on that again with that tornado warning?
Speed moving northeast at 25 miles per hour, Richard.
Okay, so northeast at 25 miles an hour. So let's do a track on this thing. And I tell you what, we'll put on the reflectivity with this storm and show you where it is. So again, that's your storm right there, your potential tornado with that. This isn't the confirmed tornado, but again, it's radar indicated moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. And I would imagine these storms are going to pick up that forward speed later this evening as that low-level jet kicks in, that steering current kicks in and goes a bit faster. So let's move northeast to 25 miles an hour. And again, there's your communities of arrival time. So Old Bluffport there at 107. In fact, if you are in that area, you need to be in shelter now. We're looking at Tishabee right there. That is at 120. Brownstown, that is at 126. Forkland at 136. Right now, it's just after 1 o'clock. And you continue there into Hale County. If it continues northeast like that. And again, this is a storm that is capable of producing a tornado. It's not a confirmed tornado now, but I'll tell you this, with the environment, especially later this afternoon, conducive of these long track violent tornadoes that could be on the ground for quite some time. So again, this is our first tornado warning in our coverage area. We may see, and we will likely see, quite a few more warnings extended after that. So again, let me clear this off and show you what we got here. We got a dangerous thunderstorm that's just northwest of Demopolis. In fact, if you were out on Highway 28, this potential tornado has crossed now Highway 28 just outside of Livingston. This is to the east of the University of West Alabama in Livingston. So again, that does not include campus. This is going to be just to the east of you, and it's moving northeast to 25. There's Utah. If you follow Highway 60 out of the Greensboro area, you go up to Akron, Havana Junction. Again, all this is moving generally off towards the northeast. So for Greensboro to Havana, that's where we're going to be concerned about as this does continue on.
Hey, Richard.
Go ahead.
We have a report from Sumter County Fire Department and Rescue has reported 20 to 30 trees have blown down and minor structural damage near Highway 17 and Walker Road.
So we got some trees down and minor structural damage there. So this could be a tornado down. We're not sure if that's straight line wind damage or tornado-related damage, but we may have one down in Sumter County. So again, Brianna mentioning that, the report of some damage down there now. There are some more intense storms back in East Mississippi, far west Alabama, and ML and Geiger. These are not, for the moment, classified as tornadic. I do want to mention this, that we are also on Facebook Live and on WVUA23.com. You click the Watch Now option. If you go over to the WVUA23 Facebook page, you can watch our coverage there as well. Let me take you out to Wide View just for a moment, and also in just a moment we're going to go over to Chelsea Aaron, who has some video, some flooding issues we got going on as well. So again, we got several supercell thunderstorms across Alabama, one in Autauga County, just south of Chilton County. There's one in Jefferson County, one in northeast Tuscaloosa County, one in Fayette County. These are showing sign of rotation, these three here, but these are not classified now as tornadic. That could change. We have one tornado warning in our coverage area, and that's on the Sumter and Greene County line crossing the Tombigbee River. We got Chelsea Aaron in the studio with us as well. And Chelsea, you've got some actual video of some flooding happening.
Yeah, we do have some flooding happening. This is going to be with that associated storm in Jefferson County near Bessemer. This flooding is occurring in Hueytown and Concord. This is near my neck of the woods, and so if we can go ahead and pull up the weather iPad, I'm going to show you some of this flooding that we're seeing. This is on Hill Avenue and Chapman Street. And again, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties, but let me go ahead and reconnect that so you'll see that. But when we have these storms, usually in this area, they're going to be rain wrapped. That's why we always say don't try to see the storm, because likely all you're going to see is rain. This is where we get those dangerous situations. But again, here's some of that flooding that we're seeing. Lots of flooding issues as it's going almost over the bridge there in Concord and Hueytown. Again, these are some other issues associated with these storms. Again, all modes of severe weather are going to be possible. We also had some radar indicated hail that was in Lamar County associated with that storm as well, about a quarter size of an inch. So make sure you're staying safe out there. Again, don't try to see the storm likely, as it's going to be rain wrapped and you're not going to be able to see it. Richard?
Yeah, Chelsea, again, that's one thing we're going to watch is these storms that are out there now are rain wrapped. So where you do see these tornado warnings, you may not be able to actually see the tornado itself. We do know back in East Mississippi, just south of Meridian, there's a tornado warning down there in Lauderdale and Clark County, Mississippi. And again, those, if that does continue, that could be issued for Choctaw and Sumter as well. We got two dangerous thunderstorms, one in Fayette County, one in southwest Walker County. These are not at the moment tornadic, but again, these could rotate at any time and produce a tornado. So if you are watching us on Facebook Live, just want to kind of do a reset real quick and show you everybody out there who is dealing with what. So let's go back into that storm, and that's the one of concern where we do have an active tornado warning that is coming up on the Tombigbee River now, about to move into southwest Greene County. In fact, if you are in Forkland, we want you in a safe place now. So again, if you are in a mobile home, if you are not in a site-built structure, we want you to find shelter outside of a mobile home. Understand, mobile homes can only withstand a tornado maybe as strong as an EF1. If this is a stronger tornado, you wouldn't stand a chance in a mobile home. So we want you to seek shelter in a site-built structure or storm shelter as soon as you can. But again, this storm has that fish hook feature back here. We got that suspicious spot that is crossing the Tombigbee River now. This is Greene County, and that's the Black Warrior River, the interchange with the Tombigbee River in Demopolis. Again, this could cross the Tombigbee, and then the Black Warrior. Next up would be Sawyerville if this tornadic circulation does continue to track northeast. So let's look at the velocity with this and look at the wind speed inside this potential tornado. And still got that couplet back there, so this is where we could have a tornado down. This is below the Interstate 2059 corridor, so again, for Epps and Livingston, this is all to your east and to your south, so this does not include the Interstate 2059 corridor. It will be south to you. But again, Tishby right there. There's Belmont. If you are on the north side of Belmont, closer to the Tombigbee, that's where we are concerned about. Here's a new update. Again, still got the couplet down there where that potential tornado could be down with this storm. And I will say this, as wind shear increases over the next few hours, we'll likely see these storms become more intense and likely see these storms produce more of a risk of tornadoes, a larger long track type of tornadoes. So again, this is going to change over the next several hours. We'll begin to see the environment conducive of producing more tornadic thunderstorms. So while we just got one out there now, there could be many more before this thing is all said and done. Again, there's Utah there. You got Forkland. Looks like this circulation is going to be moving northeast towards Highway 43. Again, if you are in Forkland, if you are north of Demopolis, that's where we're talking about that possibility of a tornado's down. So let me put on the warning. Let's just show you this together. And again, here's your polygon. Now keep in mind your tornadic circulation sitting about right there on the Tom Bigby. There's Tishaby right there, Braggville. It's moving northeast just like that. So in the next 20 minutes or so, we're talking about Highway 43 is going to be under the gun, especially in the Forkland area for that potential tornado that could be down with this storm. So again, this is one of many storms we will continue to deal with across Alabama. And I tell you what, let's show you this real quick. I want to mention that we do have a high risk of severe weather across all of west and central Alabama. This goes through tonight. So we're going to go through about 2 a.m. for West Alabama, this risk of tornadic thunderstorms. And these risks like this are rare. We don't see high risk very often. And again, this is basically telling us everybody's in a threat across Alabama. In fact, even in East Alabama, Gadsden, Anniston, Rockford, there's also that threat for severe weather. There's a moderate risk there, which is quite substantial. And again, here's the watch warning map. I want to show you this. We got a tornado watch for all of West Alabama and most of central Alabama. That goes until 7 o'clock tonight. We will likely see that extended as the environment continues to be capable of producing tornadoes, but this is a PDS tornado watch, which means particularly dangerous situation. These are rare. They don't happen often, but when we see these grab our attention because storms like that could drop a tornado and could drop a violent tornado. So again, West Alabama, Central Alabama, tornado watch goes until 7 o'clock as we are going to continue to deal with this. I want to show you this. This is from Bryant-Denny and Tuscaloosa. Now we're looking north, and again, we don't have any active severe weather here in the Tuscaloosa area for the moment, but again, we just wanted to show you that, as we do have very warm conditions out there, 73 now in the Tuscaloosa area. So we got that unstable environment that is conducive of producing tornadic storms out there. We got a Brianna Duncan in the Weather Center, and Brianna, one thing we're watching is for reports from anything. Are you seeing anything over there?
Right now, Richard, no other reports other than those 20 to 30 trees that have been blown down and that minor structural damage near Highway 17 and Walker Road for Sumter County. Other than that, outside of our viewing area, the radar indicated for Autauga has been extended to 145. But other than that, for our area, Sumter County, just watch out for those trees. If you are in this area in that warning, there could be significant damage. So if you are in a tornado warning storm today, take cover as soon as you can, and you will get those updates from us, from the National Weather Service. Have multiple ways of getting those reports, and it looks like, let's see, got something else for Greene and Sumter. Tornado warning continues for Greene and Sumter till 2 p.m. Confirmed tornado located near Bluffport or near Livingston, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. That is a confirmed tornado located near Bluffport.
All right, Chelsea, you've actually got a picture of that tornado. Tell you what, if we can take the weather iPad, Chelsea, go ahead. What you got?
Yeah, we do have a report that we have a tornado on the ground on Highway 28. Now, this is going to be east of Livingston, as Richard was talking about earlier. Again, this tornado is on the ground and is moving towards Epps. There's a picture right there. You can see the funnel coming down from the cloud all the way touching the ground. So this is a tornado on the ground confirmed. Make sure you are in your safe place. Make sure you're away from all doors and windows. This is the time to take cover now, Richard.
Chelsea, that looks like a large tornado there. The structure of this thing is quite impressive. In fact, just leave it up just for a moment, Marcus. And what we're looking at is the tornado down right there. This is on the east side of Livingston, and a very large looking tornado. This is the edge of the wall cloud. This whole thing here is your wall cloud with this tornado. So again, that thing is down in Sumter County, moving across the Tombigbee River as we speak. So a very dangerous situation for a confirmed tornado. And I know it's hard to see what's down below these trees, but based off the distance, we're able to see see this thing. That looks like a fairly large tornado that is down. And again, that's a confirmed tornado. Let's go back over to radar and show you that. That's the cell we're talking about. We do have a tornado warning, by the way, for Tonga County. Got to watch that for southern Chilton County. But again, we have a confirmed tornado down in Sumter County. And I do want to mention also we got a tornado warning in Choctaw County that could be coming from Morengo in the next 20 or 30 minutes. So let's go down to this storm that is crossing the Tombigbee River right now. So we have a confirmed tornado down just below Bolagie. It is now to the east of Livingston. So again, that's the Tombigbee. The city of Forkland, if you are in Forkland, you need to be in shelter now. This thing's going to cross Highway 43 in a matter of about 10 to 15 minutes. So again, a dangerous situation for a confirmed tornado down on top of the Tombigbee River, just now to the north of Old Bluffport. All right, so again, there's Livingston, there's the University of West Alabama campus. You are okay there. This is all to your east. Let's look at the velocity with this and just kind of watch this together and just see what this thing looks like, because there's no doubt there's a tornado down. Just want to see what the couplet looks like. And understand, we're sampling the rotation from several thousand feet up. So there's your couplet. And again, if you look at the velocity signature, it doesn't look incredibly impressive, but we know there's a tornado below that. But again, we're sampling winds that are several thousand feet up, so we may not be able to see the actual tornado down there based off of the velocity. Again, this is a storm of concern here. We do have that confirmation of a tornado that is moving into Greene County as we speak. And again, that's Highway 43. This thing's going to come into the Forkland area in a matter of moments. So let me zoom out just a bit. I want to do a track on this. And I tell you what, Brianna in the Weather Center, Brianna, is there anything new on this storm down here in Greene County?
Right now, Richard, there is not anything particular new in Greene County, just looking at those potentially dangerous winds, knocking down trees, structural damage. But I will say, I'm taking a look at our Facebook Live, and we've had a few people mention sirens going off in Tuscaloosa. I'm not sure what that is all about, but we have not gotten anything for Tuscaloosa yet, but just for that tornado warning in Greene and Sumter County, where a confirmed tornado located near Bluffport, and that is moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So just watching those winds, even if you're not directly in a tornado warning, we still have that risk for damaging winds in your area. So just make sure you have a safe place and you have a plan, Richard.
Yeah, this thing's clearly moving northeast, basically just on the south side of Interstate 59. And again, we're tripping now meso from our computer algorithm here, showing where there's that mesocyclone. So we're beginning to sample that rotating wind with this storm. And I'll tell you what, let's look at the information on this just to for curiosity to see what this thing is showing. But again, we know there's a tornado down, or at least there was within the past 5 minutes or so. Tornado impact is really low with this, believe it or not. It's only at a 1.1, but again, we saw the picture, the evidence of the tornado there. We know there's one down, and again, the National Weather Service confirming this being a tornado down on the ground. So let me clear that off, and let's do a track on this thing. Again, it's moving northeast at 30 miles per hour now, so let's do a track. So there it is there. So let me do a cone on this and just show you who's going to be in the path of this potential tornado. So there it is there, moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So there you go. Again, so if you are in Braggville right now, you need to be in shelter. You've only got about 10 minutes or less. If you are in Sawyerville, we're looking at about a 158, so coming up on the 2 o'clock hour. If you are in Akron, we're looking at 206 for that potential tornado. If it does continue, that's when it's going to be in your area. So again, a heads up for Akron at 206, Sawyerville at 158, Braggville 124. So this thing's moving northeast just like that. It's going to cross Greene County and move into western Hale County. So again, if you are in Sawyerville, we want you in a safe place now. So again, that means out of a mobile home, find a site-built structure or a storm shelter, something that can protect you. Put a bike helmet on, something that will protect your head from flying debris. And again, that's what we're dealing with that particular storm. As Brianna mentioned, there were some tornado sirens going off in the Tuscaloosa area. There are no current tornado issues in the city of Tuscaloosa or in Tuscaloosa County, so I'm not sure what that's all about. But again, there's no tornado here in the Tuscaloosa area. Let me go over to the wide view just for a moment there. And again, we got showers and thunderstorms in Tuscaloosa on the west side of town, but there's just nothing there to indicate a tornado.
And
Go ahead,
Richard,
Chelsea.
we do have a tornado warning that has been issued for Chilton County. That was going to be from the storm that was previously in Autauga County. As we're watching it continue to move northeast, this is going to be, this tornado was located over Billingsley, 14 miles south of Clanton. And again, it's moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So, Richard, we're continuing to track that rotation as it continues to track northeastward.
All right, so now we've got 2 tornado warnings in our area. And I tell you what, let's put on the watch warning map and just show you that together, who has warnings, who doesn't. Again, we've got a tornado warning, by the way, for Choctaw County, so heads up from Morengo. We need to watch that carefully, but now we've got a tornado warning for southern Greene County and southern portions of Chilton County. And then the yellow, that is a tornado watch that goes until 7 o'clock tonight. That's a PDS tornado watch, a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. Those are rare. And again, we've got a rare high risk across Alabama. And I'll say this, it's about 1:20 now. We've been looking at model data with this event, or high resolution model data, and understand this is just the beginning where shear is just starting to ramp up a little bit. By the time we go into 4, 5, 6 o'clock, I think shear is going to dramatically increase across Alabama, and we will begin to see more of a tornado threat, even ramp up more than it is now. So again, this is just the tip of the iceberg. We got a long evening to go and a long night, and we'll continue to bring that information. I do want to remind you, if you're watching us on television, you can also watch us on Facebook Live. Search for that WVUA 23 Facebook page. We'll be on there as well. So, all right, let's go into the storm at Chilton County because we do have a tornado warning now for that. And Chelsea, Aaron, was that a confirmed tornado, or is that a possible tornado? Did you see that in the text?
This was going to be a possible tornado that we saw earlier from the tornado down in Autauga County, but again, it's not confirmed at this time. But we are seeing really tight rotation there as we have that couplet that is wrapping up on base velocity, Richard.
All right, let's pull up the velocity. Of course, this is your reflectivity, so you see that hook echo feature. There is Billingsley right there on the Autauga-Chilton County line. If you're in Clanton, this is going to be clearly to your south. But again, this is eventually going to cross Highway 31 and Interstate 65. So we'll begin to see that move northeast and cross the interstate and the highway. There's the Marlboro area. That is right on the county line. So again, the Chilton-Autauga County line, that's where this potential tornado could be. And I tell you what, let's look at the velocity with this and just kind of see what we got. In terms of rotation, there it is right there on the south side of Billingsley. Not as impressive as it was a little bit earlier. Now, at one point, this thing had a confirmed tornado near Selma. That was in Dallas County. And again, right now, we're seeing that evidence of rotation. It's just crossed U.S. Highway 82. Again, there's Maplesville right there. This is clearly to your southeast. And if you're in Clanton, I think this is going to be a tornadic storm that stays just to your south. So let's put on the warning and show you a path on this thing. So again, there's your polygon. So you got Verbena there. That's on Highway 31 in southeast Chilton County, where that potential tornado could be. So again, that's it right there. Clanton, you're not technically in the polygon.
Richard,
but again,
and we just got a confirmed tornado located over Billingsley, where we just were looking at. So
this is now a confirmed tornado. And I tell you what, Chelsea, Aaron, what was the speed on that tornado warning?
It's moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
All right, so same speed on that. Let's do a track on this thing. We need to show everybody that's going to be in the path of this thing, as we do have a confirmed tornado very close to Billingsley, right about there. And again, this thing is moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So let's do a track on this, move it out to about 30. So again, right now, if you are in Billingsley, it's time to be in shelter. You need to be in your safe place. Should have been 10 minutes ago. If you're in Verbena, we're looking at a 153. And again, if this continues, this would go into Coosa County, places like Richville and Walona right there. We're looking at 215 to 218. So again, those communities, you need to be in shelter now. Now, this isn't a sparsely populated part of Chilton County, but we know people live there. We know you may live there. So if you are in a mobile home, out of that now, this storm is moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Find that site-built structure that can protect you from flying debris. Understand a mobile home can only withstand a weak tornado at best. if there's a tornado stronger than the EF1, science and data has proved that most mobile homes cannot withstand winds that strong. So again, out of that, please get out of a mobile home, find a site-built structure or storm shelter as soon as you can, and we'll get you through this. So, all right, so we got the tornado warning there. Let me clear this off, and let's go back to the home view, because we got another tornadic storm that is in Greene County. And this thing is to the west of Forkland. Now, technically, there's no tornado warning yet for Hale County.
And Richard, I actually do have a video of that tornado there, that rotating supercell that is going to be moving near Forkland. If we want to go ahead and take the weather iPad, this was taken by a storm chaser there. Again, this is the tornado warned storm that is headed toward Forkland. And I mean, you can see it there. I mean, it is rather large. Again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Make sure you are taking cover now if you live anywhere near these areas in Greene County.
Yeah, that's obviously sped up there, but you can see that whole wall cloud just rotating there. So that's certainly impressive. That whole structure is just spinning there. And again, that's that tornadic storm that's now into Greene County. Let's go over to radar and show you that storm there. Again, that's your tornado warning. We've also got the tornado warning in Choctaw County. Need to carefully watch that. And then in southeast Chilton County, that's where we have that potential, that's actually a confirmed tornado that's down as well. So again, in Chilton County, we got a confirmed tornado in southeast Chilton County, and we got a confirmed tornado in southern Greene County now. So let's go over to radar and show you what is happening with those storms. We'll take on Birmingham's radar. And again, I do want to mention this now. We need to watch this. And I'll tell you what, Brianna in the Weather Center, if you want to pop on the Mobile chat room with the National Weather Service, I'd really like to see what they're saying about Choctaw County, to see what's coming up on our friends in Morengo and southern Sumter. That'd kind of give us an idea of what's happening down there. So just let me know when you get that. So let's go into the storm that's in Greene County that's just west of Forkland now. Again, a dangerous thunderstorm. By the way, it's raining in Tuscaloosa. That's not a severe storm right now. It's one, we'll watch, but there's nothing severe for the moment in Tuscaloosa. Here's that dangerous thunderstorm that's just below Bowlagee. And again, this is a supercell type of storm. It certainly looks like it's going to stay on the north side of Forkland in terms of the main threat of a tornado there. Looks like it's going to stay just on the north side of there up Highway 43. But I'll say this, if you're in Utah or Sawyerville, let's carefully watch this. Technically, Utah's not in the polygon. You see the edge of the polygon on the Black Quarry River there. Again, that's just to the south of Utah. But again, this thing could easily move into town. So let's watch it carefully.
Yes, Richard. Right now, looking at the Mobile chat, all I can see right now, at 1:12, they issued that tornado warning for Choctaw until 2 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 6 miles west of Toxie, 16 miles southeast of Butler, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. And just got an update right as I was talking saying not much change in rotation near Needham and Choctaw County. Looking up higher, storm, so now is that factor. They will maintain that tornado warning for the time as it moves towards Butler, and then they're also going to be watching another cell in southeast Jones County that will eventually move into Wayne County. So right now, watching Choctaw County until 2 p.m. That's when that tornado warning was issued for a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, and that is moving northeast 40 miles per hour.
All right, so again, that's the storm we need to carefully watch. Thank you, Brianna, for that update. Again, this is a radar loop. Just wanted to show you what's happening out there. We got these individual supercell type of storms that have developed across West Alabama, back at East Mississippi, and each one of these have that possibility of producing a tornado, and every one of these are moving northeast, so we got certainly a long ride to go before this event ends. And by the way, the back edge of all this stuff is back in Arkansas and western Louisiana. So again, we got to wait on the cold front to make it to Alabama before this risk will come to an end. So let's go over to radar and want to show you this. Again, we got 2 tornado warnings in our coverage area, and I do want to mention this. We got some rain and thunderstorms just on the north side of Tuscaloosa. These are not severe, but it is something we'll watch. We got a high risk of severe weather across all of West Alabama, all of central Alabama, and we got 2 tornado warnings, one for Greene County, one for southern Chilton County. And again, I tell you what, Chelsea, is there any update on that warning in Greene County? Are they mentioning extending that in Hale County?
As of right now, there is no There is no mention of extending it into Hill County at this time, as they're just continuing for Greene until 2 p.m., Richard.
All right, so we got another 30 minutes on that tornado warning in Greene County. So far, they haven't extended that into Hill County. We'll let you know if they do that. So let's go over to radar. Let me pull that on and show you what we got for this particular thunderstorm. And again, this one's in Greene County, so let's look at that and just kind of watch it together and see what this thing is doing. But if you are in, I'll say this, if you're in Morengo County, let's watch that storm coming out of Chilton. So again, there's Utah right there. If you are in Utah, I would consider going ahead and going to that safe place, as we do have that potential for a tornado that could still be there, and that's going to be lifting off towards the northeast like that. So again, there's the Tom Bibby's already crossed that. You got the Black Warrior River right there. So let's put on the velocity. Let's just kind of watch this thing and see how it looks, and that'll give us a good indication whether the National Weather Service may consider extending that. And I will say this, the couplet is not overly impressive right now, just north of Bragville. This does still have a potential to produce a tornado. That may be why the National Weather Service has held off so far in issuing Hill County under a tornado warning. So again, if you are in Utah or Sawyerville, let's carefully watch this. This is a storm that could still drop a tornado. We had a confirmed tornado just east of Livingston on Highway 28. Just earlier. That was about 25 minutes ago. It crossed the Tom Bibby River. But again, there's still that evidence. There's still something there, some broad rotation that's there. So if you're on 43 on the north side of Utah, let's treat this as in there's still a tornado with that. Based off the environment, that would certainly be our least course of regret. And tell you what, let's take our wide view here, just take a wide perspective. We're going to go into that storm that is coming into Chilton out of northern Otago County. And this storm here is a confirmed tornado, or at least it was about 5 minutes ago. Let's look at the velocity. Yeah, there's still that tight evidence of rotation just on the east side of Billingsley now. So again, there's Mulberry there. That's Verbena. That's Highway 31 that runs down into Otago County. Again, Clanton, I think you're okay, but if you're on the south side of Clanton, we need you to be in shelter now for that potential for a tornado that could be down with that. And again, that's lifting northeast. And I tell you what, let's look at the correlation coefficient with that and just see maybe something there. Chelsea, Aaron, or the National Weather Service mentioning anything about a debris signature with that storm? There may be something right there.
They're not mentioning, and I'm over here looking at radar scope as well, and I'm not really seeing anything necessarily significant other than what you're seeing as well. But again, National Weather Service is not saying much other than the previously storm that we were monitoring in more southern Otago County. So not many updates as of right now, Richard.
Okay, yes, so far, again, we're watching that. There may be a weak correlation coefficient dropout. This is basically our debris tracker, what we can see with the debris. Let's put on the hazard display and just kind of see what this thing's showing. Again, no doubt there's a hook echo feature. You can clearly see that right on the Chilton Otago County line there. So if you are in Verbena, I would certainly consider being a safe place. We're indicating large hail potential out of this hail core here that is in southern Chilton County, just below Clanton. So again, maybe 4 or 5 miles south of Clanton, we got some large hail falling with this particular storm. So let's watch that carefully. We'll put on the tell you what, let's put on the velocity again. Let's just watch this together. And there's no doubt there's evidence of rotation right there. You see that couplet. Let's look at the information on that and just kind of see how strong our winds are. Now, keep in mind that we are sampling winds a couple thousand feet off the ground, so it may not be a true indication of what's happening down at the ground level. But let's just see what we got here. Again, we're looking at gate-to-gate shear about 87 miles an hour. Again, that's could be a tornado down with that, so we're seeing some fairly strong indications of rotating wind right there. So again, gate-to-gate shear about 87 miles an hour. I don't think this is going to be a large tornado, but again, there could be a tornado down. And understand, even a weak tornado is dangerous. Even if it is an EF0 or EF1, that's a dangerous tornado, especially if you're in a mobile home or if you have tall trees around your house or if you're in a car. So anybody on Interstate 65 from Clanton down to the south, I would pull over and let this thing pass on by. It's going to take a little time, a good 10, 15 minutes before it gets to Verbena. But again, let's just let this storm pass on by, and then you can resume your travel on I-65. So again, that's a storm of concern there. Let me take this off. And again, it's still there. It's right on the county line. So this is Autauga County down here. That's Interstate 65. This is Chilton County. There's Clanton. You go up to Maplesville. That's back here. You go up to Jemison and Thorsby. Again, all these areas are okay. We're talking about south of you for that potential for a tornado that could be down with this storm. So again, that's southern Chilton County. Let's go back over to a wide view and show you everybody out there. And I do want to mention this too. We're also on Facebook Live on WVUA 23. So if you lose power and you can't watch us on TV, or you have rain fade, if your TV signal goes out, you can always tune us in on Facebook Live. Search for that WVUA 23 Facebook page. So, all right, let's go into Greene County. Let's look what's going on down there. Again, we still have a tornado warning, but I'll say this storm has really shown signs of weakening in terms of rotation. Again, there's no extension of this tornado warning into Hale County yet, and based off the rotation, there's not a whole lot there. Still got some evidence of weak rotation there just on the south side of Bology. That's coming up on Highway 43, should pass just below Utah. But again, the rotation is really weakened in the past 10 minutes or so. This thing had a confirmed tornado down in Sumter County, just on the east side of Livingston. We saw the video of that, saw the pictures of that. Looked like a fairly significant tornado at one point. But again, this thing has shown signs of weakening just a bit. So we're going to watch it carefully. We're not going to let our guard down yet. We still have a tornado warning there for that storm. Again, that's it right there. Still have that suspicious area, that hook feature back here just on the northeast side of Braggville. We do still want you in a safe place if you're in Greene County in this tornado warning polygon, mainly below Utah and mainly north of Forkland. So if you're in Forkland, just on the north side on Highway 43, we are concerned about you. We want you to be in a safe place. We don't want you driving on 43 between Forkland and Utah. So just pull over, just wait a little bit, let the storm pass on by. There's more storms to the southwest. Those could create a problem later, but again, that's what we're looking at right there. We also got Brianna Duncan in the Weather Center as well, and Brianna, just want to kind of talk about this whole thing. What are you seeing in terms of other storms or reports out there?
You know, right now, Richard, we're really not seeing anything other than those tornado watches being for most of our counties. And then also, I do want to point out that Jennifer Herbert is also in here with us, and she has just shown me where, you know, how I mentioned before, people in Tuscaloosa were hearing those sirens, but that was actually a mistake on behalf of Tuscaloosa County EMA, as they wanted to prepare people in case anything came from Greene County. However, right now in Tuscaloosa, you are safe for right now. Just keep watching us for any updates, and we will get those to you. Just make sure you do have a plan to stay safe. But as of right now, nothing to be concerned about in Tuscaloosa. But as for storm updates, tornado watch for St. Clair, you know, we have tornado watch for all of our area. Still for Greene County until 2 p.m. And then looking into Mobile, you can see that, or not that y'all can see, but just want to let you guys know that that tornado warning for Choctaw is still until 2 p.m. as well, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. And we do have some trees down in Autauga as well. But for right now, not many updates. Looks like I just got one from Dallas County. Let's see, several trees and power lines blown down along Highway 83, Highway 84, Highway 528, and Highway 26. At least one structure is damaged, and they are looking at a possible tornado there. Richard?
Yeah, Chelsea Aaron's also got some video from the storm that's across 82. That was in southern Chilton County. Chelsea, what you got?
Yeah, here's a neat but also very dangerous video as we're seeing that tornado cross. This was done by a trained storm spotter, so make sure you are in a safe place. If you are not trained, you should not be outside trying to track these storms. Again, we have another picture that was taken of this storm in Autauga County. Again, this was a photo from Spinks Megginson. This was from that tornado warning that's in effect for northern Autauga and southern Chilton County, and then far northwestern Elmore counties in central Alabama. So, I mean, you can see it is prominent. This tornado is rather large.
That's a huge tornado. That thing is massive. That's again, that one, we'll go back over to radar. That one is going into Chilton County. So I tell you what, let's go back to that storm. Again, that was looked like a large tornado at one point. But again, we've got a mess of storms on the radar. So I've got a tornado warning that is down in Greene County. That will most likely be set to expire unless rotation will increase again. But right now we've got a tornadic storm that is going into southern Chilton County right now. And let's take a look at that thing that's moved out of Autauga County. The video and the picture you saw was in northern Autauga County when this thing moved right by the Billingsley area. Again, that tornadic circulation is now south of Clanton and coming up on Verbena. That's in southeast Chilton County up on Highway 31. And again, this is that classic hook feature supercell storm that could easily be producing a tornado now. So let's look at this thing together. So again, there's Verbena right there. That's the Coosa River. So let's look at that thing. Very tight couplet, or very tight indication of rotation in terms of what we're looking at with the reflectivity. So there's no doubt this thing is rotating. Let's look at the velocity with this and just kind of watch it together and see what we've got. And yeah, still the tight evidence of rotation right on the Chilton and Autauga County line. This will continue northeast. Eventually, this is going to cross the Coosa River and move into Coosa County. So just heads up for places like Rockford. We may need you in a safe place in a matter of about 30 minutes or so if this does indeed continue tracking northeast at 30 miles per hour. So again, there's Clanton. If you are in downtown Clanton, you're okay. This is all going to be to your south. Basically crossing Interstate 65 in a matter of about 10 minutes or so. And again, a heads up for Verbena, you need to be in a safe place now for that potential for a tornado that could be down with that storm. So let me do a track on this thing. And again, it's moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Let's show you where it's going to be going. Again, the next 30 minutes to an hour. Let's move northeast and just show you. It's moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So it's going to take it into Rockford within an hour. So there's the community times of arrival. So right now it's 1:40 on this Wednesday, and these are the computer estimate times of arrival. But understand, we don't want you to wait till that time to do something. You need to do something now. Just know that's about the time the tornado will be near you. So again, Verbena in about 10 minutes. Willona right there, that's at 2:13. Richville at 2:18. Pentonville at 2:28. And then Rockford at 2:30. So again, in about 45, 50 minutes, this thing's going to be in the Rockford area as it continues to track northeast just like that. So again, these are the communities in the path of this thing, the potential tornado. It's going to cross the Coosa River again on the Chilton and Coosa County line. And so I know a lot of folks out here have camp houses on campgrounds. If you are over there on the Coosa River in this tornado path, we're talking about the Chilton-Coosa County line, really the southern part of Chilton and Coosa County. That's what we're talking about for that potential. There could be a tornado still down. We know this thing did produce a tornado for a while, and we do have the confirmation of some damage, so this thing could still be down as it does track northeast. Let's look at the tell you what, let's look at the hazard on this thing and just kind of see this together. And still reporting large hail, still showing that indication of large hail with that. But again, no doubt there's that hook echo feature, which this still could have a tornado down. That feature down there certainly looks suspicious coming up on Verbena. So if you are in Verbena, we need you in a safe place right now. So the potential for a tornado could still be there. Let's put on the Birmingham Radar. And again, what you're looking at, this is the reflectivity. We're looking at the actual raindrops inside this thunderstorm, so where the rain and the hail is falling. And again, you got all this rain right here, and this is that backside, that fish hook feature, which could have a tornado down with that. So again, if you're in Clanton, you're okay, but if you're in Verbena, we need you in a safe place now. Here's a new update, and I'll tell you what, Brianna, that area back there on the southwestern part of the storm does look suspicious.
Right, Richard. As of right now, not seeing much of updates on that particular storm. I do want to mention we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Pickens and Tuscaloosa County with winds potentially up to 60 miles per hour right now, keeping that tornado warning until 2 for Greene County. And then looking for some updates and damage reports, we have that trees down. There are trees down in Sumter County, Road 21 at Valley Road, and there is a mobile home with the roof removed. So definitely dangerous situation there. But as of right now, tornado warning confirmed in Greene, and we do have that severe thunderstorm warning in Tuscaloosa and Pickens County until 2:30 p.m. Richard.
And just piggybacking off of you, Brianna, I've been tracking that storm that we've been tracking throughout Greene County, and I have some positive news as far as that storm goes. It's looking like the cell is really weakening as that warning is being trimmed back. So I do not think this warning is going to be extended any longer. And I mean, it's really good news as we're seeing that couple weekend, that rotation is continuing to get broader throughout the Greene County storm, Richard.
All right, Chelsea, so again, this is a look at our watch warning map, and you see what all the deal is across the area. We got, again, the tornado warning that is going to expire in the next 15 minutes in Greene County unless the rotation begins to ramp back up. The National Weather Service not going to extend that in Hale County. Again, we got the confirmed tornado that's moving to southern Chilton County, and then we got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Pickens County and western Tuscaloosa County. Storm we are watching. Here's a look from Brian Denny, and this is in Tuscaloosa. And again, there's no active weather currently in the Tuscaloosa area. We're looking north from the stadium. Temperature 73 now at Tuscaloosa, and wind out of the south at 5. So again, we got a warm air continuing to be pumped into central Alabama. We got that risk of severe weather that continues across the area. That tornado watch is in effect until at least 7 p.m. Looks like they actually extended that off towards the east. In fact, Brianna, are you seeing anything new on that, on extension of that tornado watch?
I have not, Richard, at least not right now. We just have, our area for tornado watch, but still watching from messages from the National Weather Service. Just got this. Actually, the National Weather Service has canceled the tornado warning right now for Autauga and Elmore, which is great news. But as of right now, the extension of the tornado watches haven't gotten much update on that. But we do have that good news that tornado warning for Autauga and Elmore County has been canceled.
All right, so let's, I'll tell you what, let's take a look at that storm that's in Chilton County. Again, that's one we're carefully watching. This is a look at our convective risk. Again, we maintain that high risk of severe weather. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Pickens and western Tuscaloosa County. We do have a tornado warning in Choctaw County. And then we got a tornado warning that's currently in Chilton County. And I tell you what, before we go over to the storm in Chilton County, let's look at the storm in Pickens County. This is again a severe thunderstorm here. And it looks like damaging winds and large hail is going to be a concern. Got a hail core there just below Carrollton. So again, this is going to cross Highway 82 with that potential for damaging straight line winds. Now there's no indication of a tornado with that, but again, this is a storm that is showing sign of producing very strong winds coming up on Highway 82 right there. So if you are also on Highway 86, that's coming out of Carrollton, this is going to cross basically that intersection where you can veer off or you can turn off on Highway 86 between between Gordo and the Tuscaloosa County line. So that storm there has this concern as well. Chelsea, also the storm you're watching is over in Chilton County, and I believe you got that on the radar scope.
Yeah, we're seeing it really wrap up, and we actually just got word from the National Weather Service that there is a confirmed tornado, and it's located over Robina. This is going to be 7 miles southeast of Clanton, and it's going to be moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So you need to get in your safe place now. Make sure you are in the lowest interior room of a structure. Make sure you're away from all doors and windows if possible. Bathrooms are a great place. Closets are great places. But again, this is the time to get in your safe place, as there is a confirmed tornado located over Verbena at this time, as we've been tracking this all the way from Autauga County all the way moving into Chilton County. Richard.
Yeah, Chelsea, it's interesting. No, this thing has been on the ground on and off since near the Selma area when we first saw the storm ramp up. So, I mean, this thing's been there for quite some time, at least on the ground occasionally. The storm you're looking at Pickens County, that's going to be a large hail core coming up on the Gordo area, and then a cola, and you could have some damaging straight line winds with that particular storm. That is a severe thunderstorm warning for you. That's not currently a tornado warning. That is a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, we have a very dangerous storm that is in Verbena now, confirmed tornado down, as Chelsea mentioned. That is right over Verbena, just southeast of Clanton. Again, that's Highway 31, that's Interstate 65. There's Verbena. Looks like this tornado is going to be just on the north side of the city there. So again, if you were in the Cooper area, that's where we're looking at for that potential tornado that we can confirm now there's a tornado with that moving northeast, about to cross Interstate 65, about to cross Highway 31, and then it's going to cross the Coosa River. That's the outlines of the Coosa River. That's the county line there of Chilton here, Coosa County there, and most likely if this continues, the Weather Service may consider issuing a tornado warning for Coosa County, which hasn't happened yet, but again, they may consider doing that. So let's look at the velocity with this thing. And yeah, there it is. You got your couplet right there basically on the interstate as we speak. So if you are south of Clanton on Interstate 65, I would pull over at Clanton. Don't go any further south for another 10 minutes, and then you can resume travel. Just pull over on exit in Clanton, let this tornado pass by. It's right on top of Cooper now on the north side of Verbena. That is Highway 31 that runs from Clanton. You can take Highway 31 right into Verbena and then cross into Otaga County. Again, that's where this thing is. It's basically crossing both the interstate and Highway 31, and the next stop will be the Coosa River right there, and then this is going to move into Coosa County near the Dollar area in Lyle. You're going to be under the gun for this potential or this confirmed tornado with that. Let's look at the debris signature with that and see what we got. And again, it's kind of noisy there. It's hard to see, but again, we know there's something there. Based off the reports we've gotten as well. Let's look at again, the velocity signature with that, and there's no doubt there's that area rotation, that couplet we're monitoring there in southeast Chilton County. But if you are below Clanton, now if you're north of Clanton, you're fine. If you're south of Clanton, that's where we're concerned about this tornado that's confirmed down right there crossing Highway 31 and Interstate 65. Tell you what, let's do a path on this thing. It's moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So I'm going to zoom out just a bit so you can see where this thing's heading now. Again, there's your couplet. There's your confirmed tornado there basically on the interstate as we speak in Chilton County. Let's do a path on this thing and show you what we got. Again, there it is there, moving northeast at 30. All right, so again, Cooper right now, you need to be sheltered now in Cooper on the Interstate 65 and Highway 31. All right, so there's some of your other communities of arrival there. You continue down the road into Coosa County. Again, this is going to cross the river, Rockford 235, Nicksburg right there at 246. So again, there's the Coosa. Once it crosses that, we'll likely see that tornado warning extended into central and western half of Coosa County. Basically, we haven't seen that yet, but that will likely happen as this does continue. All right, so let me show you everybody out there and tell you what, while we've got velocity on, let's look at that storm down in Greene County. The National Weather Service has allowed that tornado warning to expire, but let's just look at that together. Make sure there's no sign of a couplet there, no sign of additional rotation. And there's still some weak rotation basically at Utah on the south side of town that has just crossed Highway 43. So again, there's Akron there. You got Sawyerville down there. That's Highway 69, Havana Junction, Moundville, Greensboro. Again, there's still some broad evidence of rotation. In fact, I want to check with Chelsea Aaron. Chelsea, is there anything on this storm in terms of they're watching that rotation?
Currently, Richard, no. We are seeing some rotation there, but again, it's really just not tight enough for them to go ahead and initialize that extension for that warning there as we're monitoring it in Greene County. But I also want to take a note of the rotation that we're seeing in Pickens County as we have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Pickens and Tuscaloosa until 2:30. Now, what's important to note about this rotation here, as Richard was mentioning earlier, this is going to be a left-moving storm, right? So this is where we're going to be seeing hail associated with this, up to an inch or an inch and a half. So make sure you are staying indoors and taking those necessary precautions, as with this storm, with the rotation that we're looking at, it's looking like we are having hail, and this is going to be headed into Gordo. Reform, you look like you're going to be okay. Carrollton, you're going to be okay, but we are seeing this left moving storm, so that's going to be indicative of hail that is going to be moving towards the Gordo community. Richard.
Yeah, so again, that's a storm of concern too as well. We're looking at the velocity down here that's coming up on the coming up on the Black Warrior River. Tom Bigby's back here. This is over Utah. There's still some weak evidence of rotation, so we do need to carefully watch this.
Hey,
this thing.
Richard.
Go ahead.
We have a tornado warning issued for Greene, Hale, Morengo, and Sumter until 3 p.m. and a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Jefferson, near Demopolis, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So once again, that is Greene, Hale, Morengo, and Sumter counties. You are in a tornado warning until 3 p.m., moving northeast at 35 miles per hour, Richard.
All right, so that's another storm. That's not the same one we're looking at. We're watching that area of rotation, but let's go back out and show you that other storm that Brianna is mentioning. Yeah, there it is right there. So let's go down into that. It looks like another storm that's kind of spun up trying to catch us by surprise down there. So let's look at this thing where this potential tornado is. And again, this thing is very close to Highway 80 and the Highway 28 intersection right there where 28 joins Highway 80 right over the Saltwell area. So let's look at the warning with that and look at the polygon together.
Just want to
Go
note,
ahead.
Richard, they already expired the warning for Greene, but not Hale, Morengo, and Sumter.
Okay, yeah, that's for that other storm there. The storm we were just looking at over Utah, that one has weakened enough for the Weather Service to allow that warning to expire. But again, we got a possibility of a tornado down over the Saltwell area on Highway 80 now. This is coming up on Demopolis. Now, if you are in Linden, you're fine with this particular storm, but I see that other red polygon down there in Choctaw County. Let me zoom out just a bit and show you who all is in this potential tornado path. And again, we've got the old tornado warning polygon that's just below Utah. That one's going to be allowed to expire. There's another tornadic storm down around Butler that's going to be coming up on Linden and Myrtlewood if this thing holds together. So heads up for you. But again, we've got a possible tornado over Saltwell that's out on Highway 80, an area hit by a tornado just a couple of years ago, if you remember that. That is going to be coming right up on downtown Demopolis. So if you are in Demopolis, we need you in a safe place. If you are basically at Forkland, Point South to Old Spring Hill, that's where we're talking about for that potential tornado. This is going to come up more towards the Greensboro area. So again, that's another storm of concern. And I tell you what, Brianna, remind me, what was the speed on that thing?
Yes, Richard. Right now, that tornado warning is northeast at 35 miles per hour.
Okay, so just a little bit faster compared to the other storms. So let's do a track on this thing. Again, this is going to be over Saltwell right now. You got to be out of a mobile home, find that site-built structure or storm shelter now. This is where this tornadic storm is heading. So let's do a path on this thing and show you who's going to be dealing with that. So again, there it is over Saltwell, moving northeast at, as Brianna mentioned, at 35 miles per hour. And again, these are the community times of arrival, but understand, please keep in mind, this is when the tornado will be on top of you. So this doesn't mean wait till, if you're in Bird Eye, wait till 2:20 to do something. You need to be in the shelter now. If you're in the warning, you need to be in shelter now. But if it continues, Greensboro would be at 2:43. So again, Demopolis at 2:10, Saltwell right now, Alfalfa right there, that's 2:17, Bird Eye at 2:20. Castmore, we're looking at 2:28. And again, these are just computer algorithm trying to give us hey, this is what time it's going to be where you are. I want you to stay place now. But again, if it's 2:30 and you're in Demopolis, you're going to be fine. So again, wait until after this time before you do something. But I'll let you know if you're in Demopolis. I'll let you know when this storm passes off to your northeast. So again, let's clear this off. And again, you see the polygon there includes Greensboro to the Black Warrior River to basically areas on the south side of Forkland on Highway 43. That's Highway 69 that runs out of Morengo County. We got also a Highway 25 that interchanges into Greensboro that meets up right there on the south side of town. And then you got the split up there. So again, that's where we're looking at. This potential tornado could be down with this particular storm. So I tell you what, let's take this off. And let's look at the velocity signature with this thing. And again, there it is. This thing's coming right up on Demopolis. So if you are in Demopolis, we need you in shelter now. This is basically riding Highway 80 into town, moving northeast like that. If we are lucky, it will miss downtown. But again, it's going to be a close call. Hey, I'll tell you what, guys, have y'all seen this storm in Utah? Look at the rotation up here. This thing is ramping up.
It definitely looks like it's recycling again. I mean, I feel like since we started our severe coverage, we're seeing these storms continue to recycle, lift up, and continue to touch back down with their rotation, Richard.
Yeah, and the thing is, the shear is still relatively light. We're just now getting in that core wind shear, so likely we're going to see these storms ramp up even more. But I'll say this, if you are in Akron, I would consider going to a safe place. We may see a tornado warning issued for you shortly, and that will continue northeast towards Savannah Junction and Moundville if that does continue. But again, the area rotation on Highway 80 over Saltwell is coming towards Demopolis. Go ahead, Brianna.
Hey, Richard. We have a issued tornado warning again for Morengo County until 3 p.m. and a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Pennington, 14 miles southwest of Linden, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. And then another storm capable of producing a tornado is southwest of Butler. But for right now, taking a look at this tornado warning that is for Morengo County until 3 p.m. And again, that's moving northeast at 45 miles per hour, Richard.
So we got a slew of tornado warnings now for our southwestern counties. We've actually got 2 tornado warnings in Morengo County, one for the central part of the county, one for the northern part of the county. I do want to mention there was a confirmed tornado that was down over Verbena. That's moving northeast, about to cross the Coosa River into Coosa County, and that'll be coming up on Rockford. But again, we got 2 tornadoes now down in another. All right, we've got a brand new tornado warning now. The storm Chelsea, we were just talking about coming out of Utah, a possible tornado. So I tell you what, I'll go over to radar, and if you guys want to give me an update on that, let's do that.
Yeah, it looks like, Richard, we have a tornado warning for Greene and hail until 2:45. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado located near Utah, just as you're saying, also moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. And that's for Greene and Hale County until 2:45 p.m., moving northeast at 30 miles per hour, Richard.
Yeah, and we've actually got what we call a donut hole, a beware region. This is a bounded weak echo region where there could be a tornado down with that underneath that. And again, that's coming up on Akron, Havana Junction, Moundville. We want you in a safe place now. We got what could be a tornado down developing this. And I'll say this storm has really ramped up in the past 5 to 10 minutes. This is a classic supercell structure, this storm. And if this continues northeast, it will approach Moundville within the next 30 minutes. So again, we want you in a safe place now with that particular storm. Let's go down to the south. We got another tornadic storm that's coming up on downtown Demopolis. So again, if you are in downtown Demopolis, safe place now. This will come up on Greensboro within the next 30 minutes. So again, we got another possible tornado that's basically over Saltwell, moving up Highway 80 into Demopolis. That's the Tombigbee River right there. The Tombigbee runs to Demopolis, and that's the interchange, the confluence of the Tombigbee and Black Warrior River on the north side of Demopolis. There's a lot of camp houses out here. We need you out of a mobile home. I know most of these camp houses are trailers and mobile homes, so you got to get out of that now, as we do have a potential for a tornado down that's coming up on you fast. All right, let's go down to the south. We got another tornado that's down near Pennington. There it is there. That's coming up on Myrtlewood as we speak. So if you're in Myrtlewood, if you're up Highway 69 into Linden, you got to be in a safe place now. We have a potential tornado that could be down coming up on Myrtlewood as we speak. And again, basically this is going to follow Highway 69 into Linden. This is coming out of Choctaw County. You got Lavaca down there, Pennington right there. This is close to the paper mill now, just outside of Myrtlewood. So again, we've got a potential tornado with that. All right, so let's go over to Chilton County quickly. I want to show you that. And I tell you what, Chelsea, Aaron, is there anything new on this Chilton County storm?
Richard, there is nothing new on the Chilton County storm. I still notice that it does have rather a tight couplet. It's breaking up a bit, so I'm not sure if they will extend that. But as far as the Morengo County storms go, we are still looking at those 2 circulations that could be possible there in Morengo. There's one in Choctaw, and then the other is a bit farther north. Again, we're constantly seeing these rotational couplets just pop up everywhere and continue to recycle. But as far as the Chilton County one goes, it looks like it's breaking up just a bit.
We just got a brand new tornado warning for that. And go ahead, Chelsea.
Yes, that tornado warning is for Chilton County and Coosa County until 3 p.m. A tornado producing storm is located near Mitchell Lake. This is going to be 7 miles east of Clanton, again moving northeast at 25 miles per hour.
All right, so we've got several potential tornadoes that could be down. Again, this is a brand new, and as Chelsea and I have been talking about, these storms have been cyclical. They seem to kind of be weakening, and then as soon as you say something, it ramps right back up. So, again, this is a supercell storm that could be producing a tornado. Wigufka.
And we just actually got confirmed from a storm spotter, this is Brett Adair, that a large tornado is doing damage there in Clanton.
Just southeast of Clanton.
Yes,
so this
yes.
is a large tornado down with that storm. So, and I tell you what, if you see any pictures, video, if you'll share those with us and we'll put those on air. We got multiple tornadic storms now over West Alabama, one tornadic storm in Central Alabama. We got a severe thunderstorm warning. I want to mention that for northwest Tuscaloosa County and eastern Pickens County. That is for a large hail potential that's just passed through Gordo. Let's go down to the south, and I tell you what, let's look at this storm first. That is crossing the Black Warrior River. This is basically at Akron now. Again, a potential tornado that could be down. We're seeing that beware bounded weak echo region where there's a potential for a tornado there, basically on the river as we speak. And let's look at the velocity signature with that and just kind of see how this thing looks. And yeah, there it is, likely a tornado that could be down over the Black Warrior River. There's Knoxville. Moundville sits right there. If you drive 69 down to Moundville, Highway 69 at 60 split off at Havana Junction. Again, it looks like this thing may pass just a tad north of the Havana Junction, but it's going to be a close call. If you're there, I want you safe. If you were in Moundville, I want you in a safe place now. Here's a new couplet. Again, it looks more impressive. Right here, this crossing the Black Warrior River. So we may very well have a tornado down with that storm. And I tell you what, based off the environment, let's treat every one of these storms like we have one down and is confirmed. Even if it's not confirmed, I don't care. Let's treat it like there's one down. So again, there's a lot of camp houses here that are mobile homes on the Black Warrior River. You got to get out of those mobile homes now. If you are in Akron, downtown Akron, I want you in a safe place. If you're in Havana, safe place now. If you are in Moundville, safe place now. And I tell you what, if this continues, we're going to look for South Tuscaloosa County to be under the gun for that potential tornado with that. Let's go down to the south. I know we got a lot going on at the same time. I'm trying to work all these storms best I can. Again, if you are watching us on Facebook Live, I do want to mention that we are on there as well. And I tell you what, we're kind of out of our range here for the Morengo County storms, but I can tell you now we got a possible tornado down near Pennington, moving over Myrtlewood, coming up on Linden and Pinhook and Jefferson and Providence. We want you in a safe place in Linden. If you are along Highway 69, Rembert Hill Road, if you are in downtown Linden, if you are all the way up to Jefferson Country Store, Providence Baptist Church, if you're in these areas, we want you in a safe. But here's a new scan, a tight couplet now down around Myrtlewood. So we likely have a tornado that could be down with this storm that is literally on top of Myrtlewood as we speak. And let's look at, I'll tell you what, let's look at the information on this. And again, this is just one of many tornadic storms we've got ongoing right now. Gate-to-gate shear, 95 miles an hour, so we've got almost 100 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear. But understand, when we're sampling air thousands of feet up, so there could be stronger winds at the ground. It may be weaker at the ground. We just don't know. But we want to treat it based off the environment we're in today, as this has the potential to be a larger tornado. So let's take that off. And again, that's it right on top of Myrtlewood. That's Highway 114 that runs past the paper mill, that runs into Myrtlewood, that joins Highway 69. Highway 69 goes down there and then runs up to the city of Linden. And then runs up through Providence into Hale County. Let's tell you what, I want to take on the reflectivity. I think we're going to get a better view of this thing if we look at Birmingham reflectivity. Again, there's your possible tornado that could be on the ground near Myrtlewood. That's moving northeast. We want you in a safe place now. If you're in Jefferson, Linden, all the way down to Rembert Hill Road, that's Rembert Hill Road that runs into Highway 69. If you are in these areas, safe place now, out of a mobile home, find a site-built structure, and we'll get you through this thing. Now, to tell you what, we've got Brianna Duncan also in the Weather Center. And Brianna, anything new coming out?
Right now, Richard, nothing. We do have other meteorologists noticing this rotation, but as of right now, no new warnings. But I do want to mention, even though we're not necessarily in this area right now, Pickens County does have reports of hail up to baseball size, baseball and golf ball size of hail in Gordo, and this has been relayed through social media pictures and also from the National Weather Service. Just want to direct you on that. Want to make sure I'm getting everything in here. And then so far, that is it. But like I said, we're not the only ones looking at that rotation right now. So watching closely for these updates. But as I said, the biggest thing right now that I'm noticing is Pickens County, and in Gordo specifically, there is baseball and golf ball size hail being noticed there. So just keep in mind for that, Richard.
All right, so let me just take you out a wide view. I know a lot of folks are watching in different parts of Alabama trying to figure out what's happening where you are, and I promise we're trying the best we can to tell everybody what's happening where you are, but if I'm not talking about your area, then that means you're most likely okay for now. I'm trying to focus mostly on where there's dangerous weather in terms of tornadoes occurring now. We do have that severe thunderstorm warning with up to baseball-sized hail that's occurring in eastern Pickens County, moving into northwest Tuscaloosa County. We got a possible tornado coming into northwestern Hale County, another possible tornado over downtown Demopolis, and then another possible tornado over Myrtlewood, another possible tornado down in Butler, another confirmed tornado that's in Verbena moving into Chilton County, or moving into Coosa County from Chilton County. So again, we got a lot of activity happening at the same time, so we're trying to work all these as best we can. Hey, it does look like they allowed that severe thunderstorm warning to expire for northwest Tuscaloosa and eastern Pickens. I do want to mention this. This is why there's a high risk. We've got a lot going on at the same time, multiple tornadoes that could be down, and let's just take a look at some of these best we can. Again, first off, let's go into Coosa County, and I heard a new update, Chelsea.
That was going to be a tornado warning issued for Morengo County till about 3:15 p.m. I will say
that's another one.
Right. The couplet, though, still in Utah moving into Akron is still quite impressive, I will say, as it's moving northeastward towards Moundville.
All right, so let's count these, okay? We got one tornado in just northeast Utah coming up on Akron. We got another tornado over Demopolis. We got another tornado coming up on Linden from Myrtlewood. We got another tornado coming up on Dixon's Mills from northern Clark County. We got another tornado coming out of Butler that's going to be coming up on Myrtlewood and Linden. We have another tornado that's coming across the Chilton and Coosa County line, crossing the Coosa River. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tornadoes that could be down all at the same time across our coverage area. So if you are in a tornado warning, seek shelter, stay there till I tell you you're okay. And I do want to mention this, if the storm passes by, there could be another one behind it. For example, this one coming out of Butler, it's going to cross the exact same path as the one that's over Myrtlewood. So again, these areas, everybody, if you're anywhere in Morengo County, be in a safe place now. Anybody in the entire county, in Morengo County, there's multiple tornadoes coming up on you now. We want you in a safe place. There's just multiple areas of rotation down here. So again, let's go to the Coosa River and start you off there. We got a confirmed tornado down that's crossing the river. That's right over the Dollar area. All right, so this is, if you keep going towards the northeast right there, you go into Rockford, but again, you got Dollar and Lyle. There's Quincy right there. Your potential tornado has now crossed the Coosa River, and it's totally into Coosa County. It's out of Chilton County. There's Clanton right there. As Chelsea mentioned, we got a storm spotter, Brett Adair, that is watching the storm. He saw that large confirmed tornado down right on top of Dollar. And let's put on the velocity display and just look at this thing together. And yeah, it's not as impressive as it was just a minute ago, but I'll say this, stay sheltered in Dollar all the way to Weguffka. If you are in Weguffka, Rockford, or Dollar in Chilton County, safe place now, out of a mobile home. All right, let's go to the northwest. We got a lot more to talk about. I'll tell you what, let's take you into the storm that's coming out of the Akron area. And I will say this, Weather Service may require a tornado warning for South Tuscaloosa County based off this couplet that's still there. It's on the north side of Akron, and I will say with confidence, I think it's going to stay north of the interchange there, 60 and 69, the Havana Junction. It's going to be a close call, but I think it's going to be just a hair to your north. But if you are in Moundville or Duncanville, we want you to go ahead and go to that safe place now. It's the potential tornadoes moving northeast like that. And again, this is a problem storm as it continues to rotate. Let's go down to Demopolis. Again, we got a dangerous thunderstorm that could be producing a tornado right over town. Let's put on the reflectivity out of, tell you what, let's take Birmingham. And again, your possible tornado is going to be basically on the north side of Demopolis at the confluence of the Tombigbee and Blanco Warrior River. Again, there's a lot of folks out there. This is going to be close to the steam plant on the north side of Demopolis. If you are in Forkland, you're okay. This is going to be south of Forkland. Again, that's that potential tornado that could be down with that. Let me mention this, that we are also streaming on Facebook Live, so if you lose power or if you have rain fade on your satellite, you can pull out your phone, your smartphone if you have one, and you can watch us on Facebook Live, and we'll continue to show you these storms. So let's go down here to Linden. Again, there's another possible tornado coming up on downtown Linden as we speak. There's another tornado coming out of Choctaw County, coming up on Pennington, and that will also move into Myrtlewood and Linden. So again, everybody from Demopolis all the way to Dixon's Mills, safe place now, lowest floor of your home, any walls between you and the outside is possible. Again, we got multiple tornadoes down here that could be down. We want to treat it like that based off the environment. Each one of these could be down. So again, if you're in Linden, we want you in a safe place now. There's another tornadic storm that's back here southwest of Butler. Look at that. That's a new tornadic storm coming up on Needham there, just north of Gilberttown. That's in Choctaw County. Coming up on Butler, that will come up on Pennington, then Myrtlewood and Linden. Another tornadic storm that's basically on the Clark County, Morengo County line, a potential tornado just northwest of Thomasville. That's Highway 43 that runs out of Thomasville. You go up to Pine Hill over here in Wilcox County. Again, that's where we're talking about for this potential other tornado that's coming up on Dixon's Mills and Sweetwater. So again, anybody in Morengo County, we want you in a safe place now. Let me go over to the watch warning map, and I'll tell you while we do that, I want to go over to Brianna. And Brianna, anything new
Yes, Richard.
coming out? Go ahead.
Yes, Richard. Just right now, we do have the tornado warning being extended for Greene and Hale counties until 2:45 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Akron, 11 miles northeast of Utah, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Again, this is a tornado warning that is radar indicated for Greene and Hale counties until 2:45. And looks like we just got another one. Tornado warning for Jefferson and Walker until 3:15. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado near Gorgas Steam Plant, 13 miles southwest of Dora, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So we have tornado warnings for Greene, Hale, Morengo, and Jefferson and Walker right now, Richard. So a busy map for sure. If you're in those areas, make sure to take cover now.
Yeah, hey, just for real quick, I want to go over to Chelsea Aaron. Chelsea, you got video from Demopolis on the weather iPad. If we can take that.
Yeah, we actually do have a picture. This was from the tornado warned storm, and it is the tornado right down there in Demopolis. If you can see it, I mean, again, rather large. All the pictures that we've been getting, they look like rather significant tornadoes there. Make sure you're in your safe place if you are in Demopolis. We continue to track several areas of rotation, and there you have it. It is confirmed. We have that picture of it. We've been getting several pictures of the tornadoes that have been occurring across central Alabama today, Richard.
Yeah, and just speaking with some folks from Morengo County, goodness, that thing, if that's we don't know if it's down below that building, but I'll tell you this, that is a very large, low wall cloud, so this could potentially be another larger tornado down. Let's go over to radar. We got so much to talk about. Again, in Morengo County, multiple tornado warnings now in effect. I want to take you out to Wide View. As Brianna mentioned, we got a brand new tornado warning that has been issued, and this is for another storm that is over northern Jefferson County. So this is what we got: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe a 7th tornado warning down there. So we've got 6 or 7 different storms producing tornadoes right now. And did I see something change here? Maybe I didn't. If you guys see any warning, let me know.
We do have the tornado warning for Chilton was canceled, Richard, but then we are continuing that tornado warning for Coosa County for that severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Dollar, southwest of Weguffka, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. And then, of course, that newer one in Jefferson County and Walker County as well.
All right, so let's talk about this storm. Thank you, Brianna. Let's show you this storm here. This over the old Gorgas steam plant. This is close to Miller steam plant as well. Again, there's Graysville there, Flat Top. We've got Short Creek. All right, Robbins Crossroads. This is the Jefferson and Walker County line. You got Cordova up here. This tornado is going to be south of Cordova. There's a toad vine that's going to be on the north side of Toad Vine and northeast of Little Shoal. As again, there's a potential tornado down with that. Tell you what, let's look at the velocity and let's just see what we got on this storm, and then I want to do a track on this thing. Let's look at the velocity. There we go. And let's pull this up on the screen. And yeah, there it is. Your potential tornado is right on the river, on the Warrior River. Again, this is Walker County. You got Dora, and Summerton's close to that. And I tell you what, let's check our Summerton camera. I'm going to walk over here in the Weather Center just for a moment. And we've got a camera that is in southeast Walker County, and we are going to watch that carefully because this tornadic storm is going to be coming up on Summerton. And I tell you what, Brianna, that's hanging out at the Weather Center too, I'm going to let you keep an eye on that too, as there is a potential for a tornado that could be coming up on Summerton and Dora as we speak. And again, so we've got multiple storms here that all could be producing tornadoes. And this is why there's a high-risk day. This is a day that we have been talking about that potential. Hey, look, before you lose power where you are, I do want to remind you that you can check us out on Facebook and Twitter, and also you can watch us live on Facebook Live. And I think you got something, Brianna. Go ahead.
Right now, our latest update is this tornado warning is canceled for Morengo and Sumter. However, that tornado warning is going to be continued for Greene and Hale until 3 p.m., and that is located near Arcola, near Demopolis, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. So that is our newest tornado warning from the National Weather Service, like I said, for Greene and Hale County. And also just looking at our live feed on Facebook, we have someone, saying that it's looking pretty rough in Linden right now, and that Dixon's Mill siren is going off. So definitely a lot of people being affected right now. If you are in one of these warned polygons, know where you're at on your map, know where we're talking about, and get in your safe place now, because there are multiple warned storms going on right now. So you're going to want to know what's going on, Richard.
Yeah, I want to show you this too. This is a high risk of severe weather across our coverage area. Everybody's in a risk, and again, this is why, because of what's happening. The atmosphere is conducive for tornadic storms. I want to show you this from Bryant Denny of Tuscaloosa. Currently, there's not a tornado threat for the city of Tuscaloosa. That could change at any time. This is our camera in Summerton. We're going to be watching very carefully, and again, we see those dark cloud bases off in the distance. And I tell you what, we will certainly be keeping an eye on that potential tornado that could be down. That's on the Walker and Jefferson County line. So again, let's watch that very, very carefully. That's coming in. Goodness, you guys seen the rotation southwest of Tuscaloosa? Chelsea or Brianna, go ahead.
I've just been seeing updates, sorry Chelsea, on Twitter, but I also wanted to mention just right now that tornado warning for Morengo County is until 3 p.m. They're still, harping on this, and this is over Linden.
Got Tuscaloosa County.
Yes,
go
Tuscaloosa
ahead.
County tornado warning. A tornado producing storm located near Knoxville, 13 miles northeast of Utah, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour, and this is again for Tuscaloosa County.
Yeah, this rotation is really ramped up. This coming in Tuscaloosa County. I'll tell you what, let's take our watch warning map just for a moment. Again, there's Tuscaloosa County, a potential tornado down. And I think you got something, Chelsea. Go ahead.
Yeah, that storm that we're tracking on the Walker County, Jefferson County line, I mean, it is ramping up as well. Just a couple minutes earlier, I had some scans on correlation coefficient. This is our tornado debris ball where we see we see debris being lofted into the air. And I mean, it was really impressive there. And that is heading straight towards West Jefferson. Again, this is right in my neck of the woods, Richard.
Yeah, so if you are in Graysville, and hopefully your family's safe, Chelsea there. So again, this is on the Jefferson and Walker County line. What could be a tornado down with that. Again, a very strong indication of a tornado that's down. There's Sylvian Springs. That's Highway 269 that runs down to Birmingham. Again, there could be a tornado down with that. Seek shelter now if you're in Wagera right there. If you are in Yorkwood, there's Vulcan. Again, if you are anywhere up here, you need to be in a safe place on the Jefferson and Walker County line for the potential of a tornado down with that. And again, there's high confidence there's a tornado down with that storm. And I tell you what, Brianna, if you want to keep a very close eye on that camera behind you in Summerton, we may get a view of this tornado in a matter of 10 minutes or so. Let's go down to Tuscaloosa County. We've got the city of Tuscaloosa that is actually in this tornado warning polygon. This thing is clearly wrapped up, very tight rotation. It's coming up on downtown Moundville. This is moving northeast just like that. So if you are in Maxwell Loop Road, Taylorville, or downtown Tuscaloosa, University of Alabama campus going to be under the gun for this potential tornado. This thing's moving more north-northeast rather than east-northeast like it was. So we're seeing things change. The atmosphere is changing up just a bit. The steering currents are changing some. So these storms originally are moving more east-northeast. Now they're moving more northeast. So again, if you are in Tuscaloosa, Taylorville down towards Maxwell, I would even say if you're in Duncanville, let's be in a safe place for a potential tornado that could be down basically on the east side of Knoxville and the Black Warrior River. Let's go down to the south. We got another tornado that's down here coming out of Demopolis. So this thing was confirmed. And let me see what radar site we were out of. I'll tell you what I want to take. Let's take Columbus. That's going to be a noisy view. Let's take Birmingham. And again, that possible tornado is basically over Arcola, coming up on the Black Warrior River. But if you're in Greensboro, you need to be in a safe place now. And I will say this storm down here in Linden means business, as there's that potential for a tornado that could be there with that. So again, if you hear those alerts in the background, we're getting some alerts from the University of Alabama, their alerting system, basically telling us there's a tornado warning for us, and we know that. So again, we've got a dangerous storm that could be producing a tornado that is in Morengo County as well. In fact, there's multiple tornadic storms down there in southwest Alabama. Just checking a couple things quickly behind the scenes. Violent circulation coming up on South Tuscaloosa County. If you're in Moundville, you need to be in a safe place now. There's also a dangerous circulation that's right over downtown Linden. The potential for a tornado could be down.
And Richard,
Chelsea?
we have that confirmed tornado located over Mountville. This is going to be moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
All right, so let's go up to Moundville. Again, if you are anywhere in Morengo County, especially Linden, Providence, in the second circulation coming up on Dixon's Mills and Sweetwater and Octagon and Thomaston, we got potentially 3 tornadoes down there. Let's go to the north. And all right, just for a second, let me reset everything because I know people are watching from all over Alabama. Let me show you what's happening. A tornadic storm over the Jefferson and Walker County line coming up on Summerton. There's a tornadic storm northwest of the city of Rockford. There are 2 tornadoes in Morengo County, one near Dixon's Mills, one on top of downtown Linden. They both could be on the ground. We got a tornadic storm that's on the north side of Demopolis. We got another tornadic storm that is confirmed on the ground. This is in Moundville. So if you're in Moundville, safe place right now. This is an urgent situation for Moundville. I know there's a lot going on, so just bear with us. We're trying our best to get through all these storms. There's so much happening at the same time, and this is why there's a high risk. Go ahead.
We also have confirmed tornado on the ground in Jefferson County. This is going to be running on Highway 269, again, where Jefferson County and Walker County is meeting.
Okay. I tell you what, Brianna, we got the Summerton camera behind you. Watch that close. And again, if we see any indication of a tornado on there, maybe a rain wrap, but we're going to watch that camera very close. We got a confirmed tornado that's on the ground on Highway 269. If you are in Graysville, Robbins Crossroads, safe place now, out of a mobile home, out of a car. If you are driving on Highway 269, we want you out of a car now. We have a potential, in fact, we have a confirmed tornado down with this storm right over Maxine now. That's over the Warrior River. That's Interstate 22. All right, so this is going to continue moving northeast like that. So again, Vulcan, Wyatt, we want you all in a safe place. Basically, if you're on the Jefferson and Walker County line, we have a tornado there right now that is confirmed. And Chelsea, Aaron, is the tornado confirmed west of Moundville. That one's confirmed too, right?
Yes, sir. That one is also confirmed.
Okay, so let's go down to that storm. Another confirmed tornado that's coming up on downtown Moundville. Here it is there, very tight area rotation, a classic hook echo feature there that's coming up on the Black Warrior River, basically riding the Black Warrior River to the northeast. I will say this, if you are at the Havana Junction and point south, with this storm, you're okay. It's just on the north side of you, but it's about to cross Highway 69, basically run parallel to the Highway 69 corridor all the way to the south end of Tuscaloosa. So again, we got another tornado down with that. Well, let's put on the velocity and show you what we got. with this storm. And let's see, I'm going to pull that up. Very, very tight evidence of rotation right there. Tight couplet, a dangerous situation for a tornado that is confirmed down coming up on Moundville. If you are in Moundville, shelter now, okay? We have a confirmed tornado down. We see the indication on radar. And let's look at the couplet with this 107 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear. Okay, so again, we got a strong indication of a tornado down, 107 mile an hour shear right there. That is rotating winds of over 100 miles per hour. So we know there's a tornado down coming up on Moundville. All right, so if you're in downtown Moundville, especially close to the river, you have got to be in a safe place right now. And this is moving generally off towards the northeast. So if you are all the way up to Chilton in Maxville Loop Road, we want you in a safe place out of a mobile home, site-built structure right now. So let's go down to the south. Again, we have multiple tornado warnings now. And let me zoom out.
And Richard, I was just going to tell you, I'm noticing a tight couplet that is starting to form and wrap up. This is going to be headed near Alexander City. I believe this is the Coosa County warned storm.
Yeah, that's the one just north of Rockford. I see that too. Go ahead. And I'm just behind the scenes here. I'm getting some reports. Trees down in Verbena. No damage over in Clanton yet are reported from that. So again, we've got multiple storms producing potentially tornadoes out there. And again, I'm just kind of checking a couple things behind the scenes here. I do want to mention that we are also on Facebook Live. So if you lose power, you can watch us there. And look, and let me just say this. I'm sorry I can't answer everybody's question on Facebook Live. I know there's a lot of questions. It's just impossible for us to answer right now. But I can promise if there's a threat for you, we will talk about it. Again, there's a tornado there in just northwest of Rockford. There's a tornado near Moundville. Look at the circulation near Linden. This thing's really wrapped up down there. And that's the storm we're watching carefully. Let me zoom into that. That is, again, click the wrong button there. Let me go into Morengo County and show you. We've actually got two different tornadic storms now that's in Morengo County. There's one that's basically on top of Dixon's Mills. There's one that's now on the east side of Linden. Basically, if you were in Providence or Thomaston, potential tornado, another tornado down there, Sweetwater. That could be down, and both of these are moving northeast at about 40 to 45 miles per hour, so a tight circulation on Highway 10 in Sweetwater and a tight circulation over Linden right now for a potential tornado that could be down. And based off of what we have seen so far, I would go ahead and say most likely there's one down with that. Let's go over, tell you what, let's take the storm that's over in Coosa County. Because we have another tornadic storm there, and this thing is really wrapped up to the northwest of Rockford. This is coming up on Weguffka right now. So again, we got a tornadic storm coming up on Weguffka. That is in northwestern Coosa County. This is going to move into Clay County. You got Lineville there. There's Goodwater, Sylacauga. Very tight circulation coming up on Weguffka as we speak. And again, this is another dangerous storm that has the potential to produce tornado. In fact, I believe, I know there's a lot of storms at the same time. Chelsea Aaron, is that one confirmed as well in Coosa County?
Richard, that one has not been confirmed. The only ones that have been confirmed as of this time are the ones that we were tracking in Moundville and the ones that we were tracking over near West Jefferson towards Dora.
Okay. Hey, I tell you what, the one over here in West Jefferson, I will say this, the rotation is not as impressive as it was about 5 minutes ago. But again, if you are in Dora or Summerton or Vulcan, let's stay in a safe place. Also, Graysville looks like it's crossed Highway 269 now on the Warrior River. That is, again, a potential tornado that could still be down. Let's treat it like it's still down. Let's go down to the southwest, another tornadic storm that's in southern Tuscaloosa County, basically on the Tuscaloosa. Look at the circulation now on the north side of Moundville, and this thing is moving northeast like this. So again, this is going to take this may take the December 16th, 2000 tornado path right here. So again, if you're on the north side of Moundville, we got a confirmed tornado down. Let's look at the information on that. Let's just see how tight our couplet is in terms of the winds, and still over 100 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear with this. So we're still sampling strong rotating wind, basically just off the ground. So again, this is another confirmed tornado that's down. That is on the north side of Moundville. Let me clear that off and show you the, tell you what, let's do a path on this thing. And before we do that, all right, let's put on hazard and just see what we got. Again, we got the mesocyclone. Obviously, we know there's a tornado down. We got reports of a tornado down. It's basically at or just north of downtown Moundville. That's Highway 69 there. And again, that runs from Maxwell Loop to Taylorville and downtown Tuscaloosa. Actually, Tuscaloosa is in the tornado warning polygon. And I tell you what, Brianna, any information coming out from these storms?
Richard, not right now, just noting that that is on the ground in Moundville. The sources that I'm looking at are kind of glitching a little bit. However, like I said, we have seen stuff on the ground in Moundville potentially moving our way into Tuscaloosa, but for right now, no updates that I can see, but we are keeping track. And I'm also watching the Summerton cam like a hawk. So if we can see anything going on, we will be able to see it and try to pull that up for y'all at home, Richard.
And Richard, we just got new information about that tornado warning.
Got TBS down here.
Yes, in Tecumseh. We're extending that tornado warning for Clay, Coosa, and Talladega County until 3:15 as a tornado-producing storm is located over Weguffka, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. But again, regarding the Tuscaloosa storm, not any information yet for that, but we did see the extension of that Coosa storm, the warning downstream.
Yeah, and we just got a TBS pop-up on our computer here that's on the north side of Moundville. Tornado impact 6.4, that's very high. And we know there's a tornado down with that, so even though it's a 6, it's not a 10, it doesn't matter. We know a tornado's down with that. And again, it's moving northeast. Our computer's showing about 39 miles per hour. And again, that is going to continue basically towards the Tuscaloosa area if this does indeed continue northeast like that. Let me clear this off, and I tell you what, I'm going to put on our velocity and show you that. So again, a dangerous tornadic storm that is basically still on the Black Warrior River, very close to the Black Warrior River, just north of downtown Moundville now, and this thing is moving northeast just like that. So if you're in Taylorville, close to Shelton State or Hillcrest, back towards Cottondale, and even as far east as Coaling, we want you to be in a safe place because there's a tornado down with this storm that's moving northeast like that. I think this will stay south of downtown Tuscaloosa, but it's going to be a close call. So again, anybody in Tuscaloosa down to Shelton, down to Maxwell, basically Highway 69, shelter now out of mobile homes. We've been saying we need you in a safe place now. Let's zoom out and take a wide view real quick for everybody out there. Again, we got a confirmed tornado in southern Tuscaloosa County now, moving northeast like that. Let me go out to a wide view, show everybody out there. And again, we got another dangerous storm that's over Dixon's Mills and another over Linden. Two potential tornadoes.
I have another confirmed tornado located over Wayne in Morengo County.
Yes.
All right, go ahead, Brianna.
Yes, also for the Tuscaloosa tornado warning, a confirmed tornado is located over Moundville, like we've been talking, 12 miles south of Tuscaloosa. This is moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So this is confirmed in Moundville as well as over Wayne, just like Chelsea just mentioned, 12 miles south of Linden.
Yeah, so we got at least 3 tornadoes down. One there near Dixon's Mills and Wayne, just south of Calvary. We got a tornado that's down on the north side of Moundville. We got a tornado that's down that's just northwest of Rockford over Weguffka. We had a tornado down that's near Summerton, but we haven't had any updates on that as of yet. So let me put on the watch warning map and show you every watch warning out there because I know there is a lot happening. All right, so again, we got 2 tornadoes, actually 3 tornadoes in Morengo County, one near Nanophilia. There's one near Linden. There's one that is confirmed near Dixon's Mills there, moving northeast towards the Thomaston area. That will include Hugo. All right. New tornado warning down here in northern Clark County. That could come into Morengo too. Got a tornado that's down that's on the Walker-Jefferson County line. Another tornado down that is on the Coosa, Talladega, Clay County line where those counties all intersect there. We got a confirmed tornado down that's in South Tuscaloosa County. Basically, if you are at or north of Moundville all the way to downtown Tuscaloosa, we got a tornado down there. So let's take you into, I'm going to put on the reflectivity.
Richard,
Go
we
ahead.
have some spotter reports that are spotting a extremely large tornado between Sweetwater and Miller in Morengo County. There's extremely strong rotations with this tornado that these
grief.
storm spotters are seeing.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, we can see the beware, the bounded weak echo region. This is just below Octagon, so we have a large, likely a violent tornado on the ground here that's just below Linden. I will say this, the Linden tornado is now to the northeast. It's coming upon Fonsdale and Dayton right now. We do have another potential tornado that's down here that's just below half acre that's moving northeast like that. Most likely this tornado will kind of win the atmosphere battle. It'll grab the energy, and this confirmed tornado that's on the north side of Dixon's Mills is coming up on Thomaston. Consul, if you are in Hugo, you need to be in a safe place now. We have a large, potentially violent tornado on the ground in central Morengo County, just below Linden. This is basically, if you are at Calvary Baptist Church in Point South, that's where this thing is. Do not drive on 43 below Linden. This is a large, violent tornado on the ground crossing Highway 43. There's another tornado down here that's coming out of Clark County that's going to move into Dixon's Mills as well. So again, we got multiple tornadoes here and down to the south. Let me pan you off towards the north. Again, if you're in Thomaston, Hugo, Dayton, even up to Fonsdale and Uniontown, safe place now out of a mobile home. We got confirmed tornadoes down here. Linden, we are currently in a break between tornadoes, but another one's coming from the southwest below Myrtlewood. That one is below half acre coming out of Sweetwater. This one's moving gently towards the northeast as well. The storm that is north of Demopolis, it looks like it has weakened some, but again, basically Sawyerville to Greensboro, we are carefully watching that storm. There could be another tornado trying to develop. We have a confirmed tornado down that is basically on Highway 69 on the south side of Tuscaloosa. This thing is moving northeast very quickly.
Hey, Richard, just wanted to let you know we do have some info coming in from the National Weather Service per fire radar. Moundville has a lot of trees down and structural damage, and we are getting reports of responding to some injuries there now. And again, that's Moundville, getting some reports of some trees down as well as structural damage. And we do have people responding to potential injuries in that area. So this is really no joke. This is, you know, the rotation is strong in Moundville and moving into southern Tuscaloosa County and moving towards Tuscaloosa. So if you are in those areas, go ahead and take shelter now before it gets there, Richard.
Yeah, and here it is. This is the tornadic storm, a confirmed tornado that's down basically now northeast of Moundville on Highway 69. So this is a very dangerous situation of a tornado that is confirmed down. Let's put on the debris signature and just look at this together and see what we've got. There it is right there. Okay. There's a tornado that's northeast of Moundville. That's in Tuscaloosa County. It's moving northeast. I would say if you are really from Hillcrest down to Duncanville, back to Cottondale and Holt and Coaling, that's going to be our main core of this potential tornado that's moving northeast. Again, a very dangerous situation. A tornado's down that's just below the city of Tuscaloosa. It's across Highway 69. We got structural damage. We also have confirmed injuries as well. Look at the circulation of this thing. Goodness, this thing is a violent tornado circulation here that is just coming up on the south end of Tuscaloosa. And this thing means business. So if you are from Shelton State, Point South on 69, shelter, be in a shelter now.
And Richard, going back to that tornado that we were tracking with that storm on the Jefferson and Walker County line. This was in West Jefferson. We do still have a confirmed tornado was located over Quinton, as we're seeing these storms really just recycle and cycle back down. They're lifting and they're going back to the ground. So right now we have that confirmed tornado located over Quinton or near Dora. These are in the same areas. This is quite a rural town, and this is moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
All right, so again, we got a confirmed tornado down here just below Englewood. That's Highway 69. As Chelsea mentioned, another tornado on the Jefferson and Walker County line there. This thing looks mean. This looks like a violent tornado that's down. We know there is, that's it there. Go ahead.
Hey, I have two things. tornado warning from Morengo County, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Dayton, 8 miles northeast of Linden, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Confirmed tornado also located southeast of Miller, but also want to share a tornado warning considerable for Tuscaloosa County. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Shelton State Community College, 9 miles south of Tuscaloosa, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So if you are in Tuscaloosa, you need to take shelter now. This is right now near Shelton State Community College again, and 9 miles south of Tuscaloosa. This is moving northeast at 30 miles per hour, and this is a large, extremely dangerous situation. You want to take cover now. And as well as Tuscaloosa, we're also, like I said, we have a confirmed tornado located southeast of Miller as well, Richard.
All right, so we got multiple tornadic storms out there across Alabama. Multiple tornadoes confirmed on the ground. Really dangerous situation for south of Morengo County, east Morengo County, a violent tornado down. We've also got a very dangerous situation for a tornado that is down in Tuscaloosa County, just below the city of Tuscaloosa. This is just south of Shelton State Community College, but again, it's going to be coming up on Hillcrest area. And I will say this is going to be very similar to the December 16, 2000 tornado path, maybe a couple of miles to the southeast of that path. So again, a very, very dangerous situation. If you are in Taylorville back towards Cottondale, Peterson, Brookwood, we need you to get in that safe place, again, out of a mobile home into a site-built structure or storm shelter that could potentially save your life from this tornado that is down, and we know it's there. Let me put on the warning and just show you what it looks like, the polygon. And again, there it is. It includes the city of Tuscaloosa. We're going to see an extension of this most likely in the next 5 minutes or so as this does continue moving northeast. So as soon as that happens, we'll see it pop up on the screen here. And Brianna, again, remind me, what was the speed on that tornado?
Yes, sir. Looking at the tornado in Tuscaloosa County, looking at moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
Look at the debris signature on this thing. This is clearly a large and extremely dangerous tornado down that is basically between Highway 82 and Highway 69. So let's take you into that storm. This is clearly going to be south of downtown Tuscaloosa. Again, there is Interstate 20. This large, dangerous tornado is going to be basically from Maxville back towards areas north of Duncanville. This is going to be very close to that December 16, 2000 tornado path that Bear Creek Mobile Home Park was hit. Again, we lost 11 lives that day from that tornado. This is going to be very close to that path. So again, if you are basically from Shelton State east towards Highway 82, this thing is moving off towards the northeast at about a 35 to 40 miles per hour. So a very dangerous storm, a confirmed tornado that's down. And just looking at information kind of behind the scenes here so far. Yeah, this thing is incredibly wrapped up. So again, this is a dangerous tornadic storm that's moving northeast. I can tell you this, it will stay south of downtown Tuscaloosa, but no doubt that the debris signature on this thing is incredible. There's no doubt there's a tornado down with that particular storm that is, again, just south of downtown Tuscaloosa. Large, dangerous tornado, but I can tell you with confidence it's going to stay south of downtown. Here is a new update, and again, you see how this debris signature kind of moved to the northeast just a bit. Again, this is Highway 82, and again, this is going to be just south of the Coca-Cola plant there. This is going to be coming up on Cottondale. So again, if you're in Cottondale, you need to be in a safe place for this violent tornado that's down. It's moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. And I tell you what, let's put on the velocity. We need to do a path on this thing because we know it's one down. And goodness, look at the rotation with that thing. One of the most impressive rotations we've seen in a long time down here below Inglewood. So again, this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado down. Sitting right here below the city of Tuscaloosa, and this is moving northeast. And I tell you what we're seeing here, we're actually seeing radar aliasing or range folding.
Hey, Richard.
Go ahead.
So just continuing on to that Tuscaloosa warning, a confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado was located over Shelton State Community College, 7 miles south of Tuscaloosa, and that is moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So this has been confirmed, located over Shelton State, confirmed large and extremely dangerous. So just if you are in this area, if you are in Tuscaloosa, if you're close to Shelton State, quite frankly, it's too late for you if you're close to Shelton State. You need to be in your safe area now. If you are in Tuscaloosa, downtown Tuscaloosa, the city in general, you need to be in your safe place right now.
Yeah, this is a violent tornado. We don't want to mess with this thing, Brianna. This is as serious as it gets. Again, there's Englewood right there. The tornado is going to be mainly on the south side of Chilton, but again, there's a Maxwell Loop Road back here. And again, if you are on Highway 82, I would say close to Bear Creek Mobile Home Park. This is going to be a very dangerous situation for a tornado that's going to be down, that is moving off towards the northeast at 35 to 40 miles an hour. If you're in Cottondale, I need you in a shelter now. All right, this is as serious as it gets for a dangerous tornado that's down. It's an emergency situation for a tornado down in Tuscaloosa County. That's basically just south of downtown. I will say this, if you are at McFarland Mall and points north, I think you're going to be okay. The old McFarland Mall location and points north, I think you're going to be okay with this tornado. But clearly, this is a very dangerous signature that is indicating the potentially for a very large tornado that's going to be down with that particular storm. So again, we're sampling strong winds with that, and we've had reports of very dangerous a lot of damage being produced by this actual tornado. So again, it's now to the east of Shelton State and continues to move generally off towards the northeast at 35 miles an hour. And again, this is another dangerous tornadic storm that we continue to watch right there. So let me do a path on this thing. I want to zoom out just a bit. And while I do, Brianna, you got an update? Go ahead.
Yes, right now we have a canceled tornado warning for Walker County, but we are continuing the tornado warning for Jefferson County until 3:15. A confirmed tornado located near Cardiff, please correct me if I'm wrong in that city name, near Sumter, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour, as well as an aerial flood advisory for Blount, Jefferson, Walker, Pickens, Sumter, and Tuscaloosa. But for right now, our concern is that tornado warning for Jefferson County at confirmed tornado located near Sumter, moving northeast at 30 miles per 30 miles per hour.
Well, hang on. We got a video from Bryant Denny. Let's see. And again, Steve DiOrio is up there on top of the stadium and getting some video. And again, he's looking back towards that tornado. And again, it's going to be hard to see. Most likely it's going to be rain wrapped from where we are. But we've also got some video from Chelsea Aaron. Go ahead, Chelsea. What you got on the iPad?
I also do have some video. This was taken back. Let me just go ahead and get us connected here. This was taken back in Alliance. This is going to be close to the Warrior River from the storm that we're tracking near Summerton, that confirmed tornado. This was just a few minutes ago, so as you can see, this wall cloud hasn't yet reached the ground. It's trying to reach the ground, but it's still, we see a lot of that rotation there as it's over the Warrior River, Richard.
Yeah, and again, there could be a tornado down below that bank. We just can't see that. We know this thing's got a tornado down right now. Let's go over to radar, and this is going to be a path of this thing. We'll take that. And again, here's the track of it. If you're in Fleetwood at 3:10, that's the community times of arrival. Brookwood at 3:17, that'll be about the same time. If you are in, I'll tell you what, if you're in Cottondale, I'd be in a safe place now. We got Johns that's going to be in Jefferson County. This holds together at about 3:42 for this confirmed tornado that's down on the ground just on the southeast side of the city of Tuscaloosa. So again, a very dangerous situation for a tornado that is confirmed down right there, about to cross Highway 82 and moving northeast very quickly. So again, if you're in East Tuscaloosa County, if you are south of downtown Tuscaloosa, we have a confirmed tornado down with that storm. And again, just checking things kind of behind the scenes here. Reports, a lot of folks are seeing this large and extremely dangerous tornado that's basically coming up on Bear Creek Road. I mean, this thing's about to cross Bear Creek Road very close to Bear Creek Mobile Home Park. So again, this thing is passed close to Chilton and continues moving northeast like that. This is the December 16th, 2000 tornado path. If you're in that path, if you were in the December 16th, 2000 tornado path, this tornado is basically in the same spot, and it's a large and dangerous tornado. Brianna, go ahead, or Chelsea, go ahead.
Richard, I actually have some video now coming in from that Moundville tornado. This was taken a couple minutes ago and posted from a viewer, so I mean, you can see it. It is large. It is extremely dangerous. Make sure you are in your safe place. Do not play around with this thing. Make sure you are taking cover now as we've been tracking it all the way throughout Tuscaloosa County.
All right, so again, we still have a large and very dangerous tornado confirmed on the ground. That's going to be coming up on Skyland Boulevard in Cottondale. This is coming up on Interstate 59. Again, this thing is moving northeast. Again, it started about right there. If you progress that out, it's going to move right over Cottondale, and it's going to be basically coaling points west towards Cottondale. Very dangerous situation. Tornado confirmed on the ground. It has passed east of Chilton State Community College. Again, it's basically over Bear Creek Mobile Home Park, Bear Creek Road now, about to cross Highway 82. And this thing is moving off towards the northeast. Let me zoom into this thing just a bit. And again, you can see some of the areas we're talking about. Again, this is just still an incredible circulation here. There's Taylorville. There is Skyland Boulevard that makes the curve up to Cottondale. You got the Interstate 59 that runs over to Vance and Mercedes plant. Again, this is going to be basically just to the east of the old McFarland Mall location. So if you are at, I would say if you're at Skyland Baptist Church and points east to Cottondale, this large, dangerous tornado is coming up on you now. And again, this is as serious as it gets, an emergency situation for a confirmed tornado down, basically on the exact same path of the December 16, 2000 tornado. And if you remember, we had 11 that were killed that day from that violent tornado. That was an F4 tornado when that happened. Again, so we still have debris here that's being lofted. That's to the southeast of Tuscaloosa. We'll pull up the velocity display and look at that. And again, still a very tight evidence of rotation, very tight evidence of tornado still down with this, coming northeast, crossing Highway 82, close to a Bear Creek trailer park. Again, there's downtown Tuscaloosa. This is clearly going to be south and east of downtown Tuscaloosa. This is not going to include the University of Alabama campus in Tuscaloosa. This is going to be to your southeast. And look, I want to remind you, in case you lose power, we are also on Facebook Live. Search for the WVUA 23 Facebook page. We're on there as well, so you can watch us on that. And we continue to watch this very dangerous situation for Tuscaloosa County. We've got other tornadoes out there across Alabama. In fact, tell you what, go ahead, Brianna, if you have any information on these storms, if you want to pass that along. I'm just checking something behind the scenes here.
Right now, nothing new, just that there has been aerial flood advisories for Blount, Jefferson, and Walker, Fayette, Lamar, Marion, and Winston, and a flash flood warning for Jefferson County as well. And like I said, I'm watching this Summerton cam. Things are looking pretty dark in Summerton, but still watching that to see if we can catch anything for you guys at home. But for right now, just that aerial flood advisory, and have gotten note that the Tuscaloosa circulation appears to be weakening slightly, like it's likely that it's cycling, but still just keeping an eye on that. That is no joke, and if you are in that area, you do need to take cover now on Skyland Boulevard, anywhere in that area of Tuscaloosa. But like I said, nothing particularly new on that tornado warning, Richard.
I want to mention this too. We got a live view both from Bryant-Denny and from Summerton, and again, we're watching very carefully off of the distance those cloud bases. You're looking at the backside of that tornadic thunderstorm that's over the Walker and Jefferson County line, and again, that's something we continue to watch. We can't see anything down there in terms of a tornado, but again, it may be a rain wrap, may be hard to see. Let's go back over to radar. I think we got a brand new tornado warning too, or we'll take our graphics full and show you that. Again, there's your tornado warning, brand new tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County. We've also got a tornado warning now for southern Perry County in northeast Morengo County, a new tornado warning in Choctaw County. We still got the tornado warning North Coosa County, southeast Talladega County, and southwest Clay County. So again, let's take a look at all of these and show you what we got. Here's radar, and we got multiple tornadoes that are out there now. And let's look at all these one at a time. And let's start with the one over the Jefferson and Walker County line. This is basically now just to the east of Summerton. And I will say this tornadic storm has really weakened in the past 10 to 15 minutes. So again, this is to the north of Graysville. The National Weather Service has it continued a tornado warning further northeast of that. But again, that storm has shown signs of weakening just a bit. So that's good news. Let's go down to Tuscaloosa County, where we do have a confirmed tornado down. That is basically over the southeastern side of the city of Tuscaloosa. It has now crossed Highway 82, basically coming up on Cottondale. If you're on Cottondale on a Skyland Boulevard or the Interstate 2059 area, that's where this confirmed tornado is now. Again, coming right up on Cottondale. Okay. Tell you what, Chelsea Aaron also in the studio with us. Chelsea, we're watching the storm in Tuscaloosa County. What you got?
We're watching the storm in Tuscaloosa County, definitely, and we're still seeing some significant signs of rotation there. As we have looked, we're seeing that there's a surface boundary that's likely stretching from Boonville, Mississippi to Haleyville into Coleman and into Anniston. Now, the temperatures at Jasper have increased about 7 degrees in the last hour, so we're seeing that push, right? The instability is increasing as the environment, the parcel is warming more than the environment, right? And that's where we get that initial lift. But we are seeing a lot of tight rotation there, still within that Tuscaloosa storm. Another storm that we're looking at is the storm in Coosa County. We're seeing tight rotation there again. The other storm that we were monitoring within the western Jefferson County line there, it has weakened a bit, but that's the two closest ones that we're looking at, Richard.
Hey, I also mentioned we spoke with Russell Whedon down in Hale County, and he mentioned that there is quite a bit of damage now, some road blockages in downtown Moundville. A tornado had passed through there and knocked a lot of trees down. We got a report of some mobile homes blown over, actually a mobile home blocking a road. The train tracks through Moundville are blocked by falling trees and debris. Again, that is in Moundville, and that is this particular storm here that's moving northeast, coming up on Cottondale. So again, we got a very dangerous tornadic storm that is heading for Cottondale right now, moving northeast. Again, this will come up on Fleetwood, Brookwood, that's Highway 216 corridor. I think this will stay just south of the Holt Lake area. Holt Lock and Dam sits right there. I think this is going to stay just south of Holt Lock and Dam. But again, it's going to be a close call. If you're basically from Holt Lake down to Fleetwood, Brookwood on Highway 216, we got a dangerous tornadic storm coming your way right now. So we want you to do something about it. A very tight signature of a hook echo. This is basically on the same path of the December 16, 2000 tornado in terms of the path of this thing. We know it touched down. We know it's done considerable damage. So again, that's that storm right there. Let's show other storms out there. Again, we got another 2 tornadic storms that's in Morengo County, and looks like 2 more coming from Morengo County. So we got one that's near Sweetwater, one that's near Uniontown, and these are all tracking off towards the northeast. So again, we got individual supercell thunderstorms down here that have these their own rotation signature associated with that. And again, if you are in Perry County, I would say from Hamburg to Marion down to the south, down Highway 5, I would treat this as a tornado could be down and could be on the ground with that particular storm. So again, there's Highway 5 right there. There's Hamburg. There's the city of Marion. You got Bradford. Again, there's the Cahaba River over there. So you are looking at a dangerous tornadic storm over Uniontown, moving northeast just like that, basically approaching downtown Marion, if not just a hair to your south. We've also got another tornadic storm that was at one point confirmed. This thing is very close to Thomaston, coming up on Consul in East Morengo County, basically where the split of Highway 28 and Highway 66 split apart there. You go into Wilcox County down to Camden on Highway 28. 66 goes to Safford. Again, another tornadic storm there. So let's go down to the south and show you the other one. There's another tornadic storm that is over Dixon's Mills, if not just a hair north of town. This one is crossing southern Morengo County. That's Highway 25 just below Thomaston. Again, we got a tornado down with that. There's another tornado in Choctaw County, another one in northern Clark County. Both of those will also pass through Morengo County. Let me take you out to Wide View, and let's go into the storm that's over the Talladega and Clay County line. Again, at one point, this was a confirmed tornado down with this particular storm. Not as impressive. The National Weather Service may consider allowing this tornado warning to expire. And again, there's a brand new update on that. This is just to the east of the Sylacauga area. Still some evidence of rotation in terms of reflectivity. But again, this tornadic storm is south of Sycamore, south of 21. That's moving off towards the northeast. So again, if you are in far eastern Talladega County, we have that potential tornado that could be down with that particular storm that's moving northeast towards the Clay County. If you are in Ashland or Lineville, let's keep an eye on this. But for the moment, it looks like this storm is beginning to weaken just a bit. Okay, tell you what, let's go to Chelsea Barton real quick. Chelsea, what you got?
Hey, Richard, I just got off the phone with Hill County EMA Director Russell Warden, who told me every call they've gotten is from the Moundville area. Fortunately, he said they have not had any injury calls, no reported injuries there at this time. He did say there is a mobile home completely blocking Meat Slide Road there in Moundville. Also, there are several other roads blocked because of trees and debris in the road. Downtown Moundville, the train tracks there, if you're familiar with downtown Moundville, are completely blocked. Those are impassable right now, as well as Highway 69 by the red light there in Moundville, impassable. He also said that some homes there in downtown Moundville have suffered structural damage and roof damage. Again, no reports of injuries at this time in Moundville, but lots of damage down that way. A trailer completely blocking, mobile home blocking Mink Slide Road. Russell Warden, the Hill County EMA Director, also asked that folks not get in their vehicles or on foot and try to go view this damage. They need you guys to still stay in your safe spots. Check on your people if you have relatives or loved ones, friends down there in Moundville, in the Moundville area, or into northern Tuscaloosa County. But again, no injuries there. He was headed to to assess some of the damage there in downtown Moundville and then into southern Tuscaloosa County, north of Moundville. So talked with him. Everyone he said he knows is safe there right now. No injuries reported at this time, but we're going to keep a close eye on that and hopefully head down that way to assess things ourselves when it's safe.
All right, thank you, Chelsea Barton, for that update. Again, that's down in Hill County. Sounds like some troubling news coming out of the Moundville area. We do have, again, a dangerous situation for East Tuscaloosa County. Let's go into that storm. Again, this thing is now to the east of the city of Tuscaloosa, and that's a storm that has been producing quite a bit of damage as well that came out of the Moundville area. So let's show you that. And I tell you what, let me pull up the zoom here. And again, we've got several tornado warnings in our coverage area, but the main area of concern now is for several different tornadic storms that are producing damage. We've had confirmation of a tornado's down. In fact, this tornado now that passed over the Chilton State area and Bear Creek Road is now over Cottondale, just to the east of the city of Coaling and Vance, or to the west of Coaling rather, in Vance. Again, this is coming up on Fleetwood and Brookwood, basically Highway 216. You're going to be under the gun for this potential tornado that could still be down. So again, that's it right there. Let's look at the debris signature and see if we still have anything down. And fortunately, we've lost our debris signature with this, so that's fantastic. Hopefully that will continue, but I'll tell you this now, I wouldn't guarantee it. These storms have been cyclical. They've pulsed up and pulsed down just a bit. Still very tight evidence of rotation, basically on top of Cottondale. Here's a new update. You see that's Skyland, Highway 11. Basically, it runs to Coaling and Vance out towards the Mercedes plant. This tornadic circulation is coming up on Fleetwood and Brookwood. So if you're on Highway 216, that's where this tornado is going to be heading. Basically off to the northeast at 35 to 40 miles an hour. Eventually, this is coming up on Abernant on Highway 216. So again, we've got another, this tornadic circulation continues to move like that. If you are on the University of Alabama campus or downtown Tuscaloosa, there is no longer a threat for this particular storm. However, there are other storms out there we need to carefully monitor for the potential for new tornado formation. And I will say this, just the environment we have today is capable of producing tornadoes that could be down for a while. And so far, I'm checking things out kind of behind the scenes here, see what we got in other spots. So again, this is for Tuscaloosa County, the tornadic storm that's now to the east of town, right over Cottondale, and the potential is there for a tornado. Let me put on the reflectivity. And this thing is certainly wrapped up. There's no doubt this thing is impressive. It could still have a tornado down. We have seen the debris signature go away with that. But I will say this, there's another storm back here over Foster's that has our interest. We're going to watch that carefully to see if there's any additional sign of rotation with that storm. But again, there's no tornado warning for that one yet. But again, that is something we're going to carefully watch. And I'll tell you what, we've got a view, and I believe this is from Brian Denny, pointing down to the south Okay, this is from the west side of Bryant-Denny Stadium pointing towards the south. And again, what you're looking at is some of the cloud bases off in the distance. Again, we have that other storm we're carefully monitoring for any sign of tornado development. And again, so far so good. We don't see that. Again, there's not a tornado warning for this other storm coming out of Foster's, but I will say this, we are going to carefully watch that storm. Again, there's been some weak sign of rotation with that, and the National Weather Service may consider a tornado warning. And if that does indeed happen, that would be coming right towards UA campus. And again, so just carefully monitoring things behind the scenes here, but I don't see any strong evidence of rotation with that particular storm. We got a Brianna Duncan here in the Weather Center with us too. And Brianna, what you got?
Hey, just wanted to give y'all some updates. Richard, from downtown Moundville. Some businesses have been damaged, roof damage to a number of houses in the city, both sides of Tuscaloosa and Hale County line. No injuries reported right now by the Hale County EMA, but right now, just taking a look at that, that was a serious situation that we had in Moundville, and they're seeing the damage from that already, and roof damage to a number of houses, like I said, but as well as saying no damage reports so far from West Jefferson County, but that is so far. This is still being looked into, and as soon as we find out, we will get that information to you, Richard.
All right, thank you, Brianna. Again, we got another storm back here we're watching carefully that's basically on the west side of Foster's. This one's moving northeast as well. And again, there's no tornado warning for that storm right now, but it's just something we're going to carefully keep an eye on. We've got, let me zoom out just a bit. We've got a couple other storms we're watching very carefully. We got one down in Choctaw County near Butler that's coming up on Morengo County. We got one that's very close to Thomasville that's going to be coming up on Dixon's Mills in South Morengo County. We got another tornadic thunderstorm over Uniontown. We have the one that's over Jefferson County as well. So let's take you into that storm where we do have the potential for a tornado with that. I'll tell you what, let me hit the zoom there. And again, there's just a lot happening at the same time, so we're trying to show everybody out there. Again, if we're not focusing on your area, most likely there's not a threat to you at the moment. But again, that could change. So let's take you into the Jefferson County storm. This one is going to be for basically the Kimberly and Morris and Warrior area of North Jefferson County. We'll put on the velocity display. Let's just look at this together and see what we got. And again, there's some sign of rotation there. It's not overly impressive, but the National Weather Service wanting to be cautious, which is understanding based off of what we've had so far today. But again, that will be coming up on Locust Fork and Aniana. If this does hold together, this tornadic circulation will pass Interstate 65 and Highway 31, basically coming up on Locust Fork and Aniana within the next 10 to 20 minutes. Let's go down to the south. I want to show you the one that's in Tuscaloosa County. And again, this is for East Tuscaloosa County. This thing is very wrapped up circulation. And I will say this again, here's that other circulation back here to the southwest, north of Foster's. That one bears watching. That one could require tornado warning for downtown Tuscaloosa if this thing does continue. So let's watch that carefully. Again, the other tornadic circulation on the east side of Tuscaloosa coming up on Brookwood and Abernant, basically Highway 216 corridor. And there is a potential. There could be a tornado down with that. Again, we've seen this tornado most likely lift at some point, but we know there's one down for a while, and we saw the debris signature pop up on radar. In fact, let's look at that and just make sure we don't see anything there. And again, I don't see any evidence of debris right now that could change. Again, these things can change quickly, but we knew there was a large tornado down for quite a while with that storm. Again, it may have lifted, but again, there's still that very tight evidence of rotation based off of velocity. And I tell you what, Chelsea, Aaron, too, we're watching the storm west of Tuscaloosa very carefully.
Right, we're watching it and monitoring that rotation, right? When you get a tight rotational couplet, that is going to be indicative of a tornado. I will say we have been looking at these storms in Tuscaloosa quite a bit because they are significant. But some good news is the storms that we were tracking earlier in portions of eastern Alabama. This was the portions of storms going into Coosa County, Clay, and Talladega. I believe the National Weather Service are going to let those expire. That is good news. And I'm looking, and really the rotation there is falling apart. It's rather broad, but again, still monitoring those two tight couplets of rotation. We have, of course, that tighter couplet, which is currently moving into Brookwood and Coaling. If you're in Brookwood or Coaling, make sure you have your safe place now. We're watching this tight rotational couplet, and we already saw an extremely large and dangerous tornado from this thing back located over in Shelton State Community College again. And we're continuing to watch behind. This is going to be moving towards Coker and Northport behind this other cell. We're seeing another tight chance of rotation. We're seeing them really pop up everywhere, but just make sure you are in your safe place. Make sure you get out of a mobile home. Do not stay in a vehicle. You need to stay in something that is structural sturdy. Richard.
Yeah, and you know, we're watching the storm with interest here that is west of Tuscaloosa. I do want to show you this real quick. Again, we got the tornado warning for basically the eastern part of Tuscaloosa County. It includes Cottondale, Brookwood, and areas like Coaling also going to be under the gun for that potential tornado. We got one over southern Perry County, one in southeast Morengo County, and then still the tornadic storm that's over North Jefferson County, western Blount County, also the Clay and Talladega County line, but that storm seems to be weakening just a bit. I want to show you this. This is from Bryant-Denny in Tuscaloosa. And again, we've got another storm back there that is showing some weak sign of rotation. That is to the southwest of Tuscaloosa. And we're just watching these cloud bases back here. And again, right now I don't see any sign of anything trying to lower in terms of a possible tornado. There's no tornado warning with that storm, but it's just something we wanted to carefully watch. Again, this is from our Bryant-Denny camera in Tuscaloosa. And again, there's some evidence of rotation there, but we're not really seeing anything overly impressive in terms of our tower cam view from Bryant-Denny, but we will keep an eye on that. Tell you what, we'll go back over to radar and show you what we got, other storms out there. And while I do that, I'm just going to kind of pan our camera around and look towards the east, because again, we've got that other tornadic thunderstorm that is east of Tuscaloosa, and I just don't think we're going to be able to see anything based off of the rain. There's so much rain involved in these storms, it's just going to be hard to tell if there's anything there or not. Yeah, just can't see anything in terms of visual. I want to show you this. This is from Bryant-Denny in Tuscaloosa. We're looking off towards the east of town. In fact, if you are familiar with this area, this is looking from the stadium. That's DCH right there. We're looking back towards the east, towards that tornadic thunderstorm east of Tuscaloosa. Most likely, we're not going to be able to see anything because of rain wrapping around that center of circulation. But if there's a tornado, it's going to be back in here. Most likely, it will be rain wrapped.
Hey, Richard.
Go ahead, Brianna.
Just want to say from at 3:04, I have to look right here. They continue this tornado warning for Tuscaloosa until 3:45. Confirmed tornado located over Brookwood, 8 miles east of Holt, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So that is going to be that tornado warning for Tuscaloosa until 3:45 p.m. Confirmed tornado located over Brookwood, 8 miles east of Holt, and that is moving northeast at 30 miles per hour, Richard.
All right, so again, we got a confirmed tornado there that could be down again. So let's go into that storm and show you what we've got. Again, this is to the east of downtown Tuscaloosa. We've got two circulations potentially here trying to develop. There's one that is just on the west side of Tuscaloosa. Look at that one. This thing here coming up on Brookwood is very much wrapped up again. That's Highway 216 from Abernat back to Brookwood. That's the Black Warrior River at Holt Lake. And again, this thing north of the interstate is incredibly impressive in terms of signature. Let's look at the velocity with that. And again, very wrapped up tornado signature right there. That is basically at Fleetwood and Brookwood. This is now crossing north of Cottondale. That's Highway 11 that runs out towards Coaling and Vance. No doubt this tornadic circulation is now north of the interstate and continues northeast like that. Let's look at the debris signature. And for the moment, I don't see anything screaming obvious of debris here, but we'll carefully watch that. I do think we could see another touchdown if it's not occurring now. As Brianna mentioned, the Weather Service is confirming a tornado here based off the signature, and I would certainly take this thing serious with that potential for a tornado that could be down. So let me put on the reflectivity and tell you what, let's zoom out just a bit and show you that storm. Very impressive tornadic circulation that's coming up on Brookwood now. And then again, there's this other evidence of rotation back here on this other storm coming into Tuscaloosa. There's not a tornado warning with that now, but again, it is something we will carefully watch. The one that's over in Brookwood is moving northeast. And what was the speed on that, Brianna? Was that 35, 40 miles per hour?
Let's see, I'm looking northeast of Holt, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour, yes.
Okay, so that is our, tell you what, let me pull this back on for you. Again, this are the times of arrival. This is going to be just a computer estimate of what time it could be where you are. There is our potential tornado, again, coming up on Brookwood, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So basically right now, if you're in Brookwood, you need to be in shelter. All right, that's out of a mobile home. Find a site-built structure, something that can protect yourself from flying debris. If you have a bike helmet, it's always a good word of advice, wear a bike helmet, hard sole shoes. We tell people this all the time. And again, places like Abernant, we're looking at 336, Johns, Weller, 345 to 350. Toadvine, which is over in Jefferson County, we are looking at 4 o'clock. Hueytown at 4:08 and 4:14 for Pleasant Grove, if this tornadic circulation does continue and does hold together. So again, we got a dangerous storm that could be producing a tornado east of Tuscaloosa, and that has us certainly concerned with that potential for another tornado touchdown. We know one has touched down, and there could be another one try to. So again, let's watch a storm west of Tuscaloosa very carefully as well. Let's go to our Bryant-Denny camera. This is in Tuscaloosa, and again, we're looking off towards the north. Is that a new tornado warning? Go ahead.
Right. We just got a new tornado warning for Dallas, Morengo, and Perry County until 4 o'clock. We see a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes, and these were located a line extending from Vaden to Central Mills. This will be moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So back in the same spot that we've been looking at for relatively the whole entire time that we've been doing severe weather coverage, Richard.
Yeah, it seems like that area's been kind of a hot spot for a tornado formation down there today. I want to show you this too. This is our Alabama power camera that is in downtown Tuscaloosa. And again, we're looking at the cloud bases of these storms very carefully for any sign of any tornado trying to touch down. In fact, if you are familiar, this is Temerson Square down here. This is the Tuscaloosa County Courthouse. Lure Lane goes over Northport this way. That's where the bridge is, going over the Black Warrior River. And we are carefully watching these cloud bases. Again, there's not a tornado warning for this particular storm, but we're seeing some indications of rotation. And based off the environment we have today, we do need to carefully keep an eye on that. But again, so far, we do not have any confirmation of a tornado with that. Tell you what, let's go to our Bryant-Denny camera. Here we go. Bryant-Denny camera in Tuscaloosa. And again, we're looking at those cloud bases very carefully. I don't see any screaming evidence of a tornado right now. But again, if you are in Tuscaloosa and even Northport, let's just keep an eye on this thing. We may see this thing try to wrap up. And if it does, there may be a tornado warning required for this particular storm. So just stay alert on that possibility. So let's go back into radar and show you what we got out there. There's a lot of storms still happening. Again, the tornado warning that's just been issued for parts of Perry County, that's this particular storm that's coming up on Hamburg, that's outside of Uniontown now. Again, there's a possible tornado associated with that. We'll put on the velocity, and let's just look at this together. And again, there's some area rotation right here east of Uniontown coming up on Hamburg. That's Highway 5 that runs basically south of Marion. And again, that rotation is going to cross southern Perry County. It looks like mainly south of downtown Marion. But again, if you're in Marion, you need to be in a safe place. This is going to be a close call for you. This is not a confirmed tornado, but again, it has that potential to spin up and produce a tornado. So again, let's go off towards the north just a bit and show you what we got. Again, there's still some evidence of rotation back here that's coming up on Tuscaloosa. And yeah, see right there, there's still some evidence of rotation. This storm that's coming into the Tuscaloosa area, this does not have a tornado warning with it. But again, we need to watch it carefully. The tornadic storm over Brookwood, very strong indication of a tornado could still be down, basically on Highway 216 at Brookwood, moving northeast. This thing's going to stay just south of Holt Lake. It's going to move into Jefferson County, so heads up for Johns, Abernat, Brookwood, you all need to be in a safe place for that potential tornado that could still be down with that particular storm.
Hey, Richard.
Go ahead.
We have a tornado warning for Tuscaloosa until 4:15. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over western Tuscaloosa, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. And so again, if you're in Tuscaloosa, especially western Tuscaloosa, you need to be in a safe place right now. This severe thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado is in our area now, and you will want to be in your safe place now, Richard.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're just talking about. And I'll tell you what, if we can, let's take our Bryant-Denny camera. And is Steve still in the stadium up on the upper end of that? I would be interested to see. Okay, I'd be interested to see what he was seeing up there. So again, we have a tornado warning that includes the city of Tuscaloosa and the University of Alabama campus for a potential tornado that could be it's in the process of touching down. Let's go over to our camera that is in downtown Tuscaloosa. And again, we have a tornado warning just being issued for this storm. Again, you're looking at downtown Tuscaloosa, and we are watching the cloud basis very carefully for any sign of a tornado that could be down. Again, this is going to come right over downtown Tuscaloosa and Northport. University of Alabama campus, again, we just don't see that right now in terms of any obvious sign of a tornado that could be down. So again, a brand new tornado warning just issued. In fact, let me pan this camera back. This is from Bryant-Denny, and let's just look at this together. So again, if you are in Tuscaloosa, University of Alabama campus, we've got a tornado warning that has been issued now for a possible tornado that could be in the process of touching down. I don't see any screaming evidence of that from our Bryant-Denny camera. But again, this is a dangerous situation where a tornado could touch down at any moment. So again, if you are in Tuscaloosa, we want you in a safe place now. Tuscaloosa and Northport, University of Alabama campus for this potential tornado that could be down. And Catherine, I'll tell you what, if we can, I want to keep the Bryant-Denny camera up, but also want to go over to radar on weather graphics. If we can do both of those together, because we need to watch that Bryant-Denny camera carefully. So again, a brand new tornado warning has been issued here, and that includes the city of Tuscaloosa. And this thing's really wrapping up here. This is another dangerous storm that could produce a tornado over Tuscaloosa. Again, there it is right there. It's coming up on downtown Tuscaloosa, University of Alabama campus. Let's look at the velocity with this and just kind of see what we got. And again, there's your rotation. There's a second rotation near Brookwood now. But again, if you are in downtown Tuscaloosa or the University of Alabama campus, let's go to our safe place right now. And that includes areas basically from McFarland Boulevard in Northport down to the south, including the city of Tuscaloosa. Again, we have a very dangerous situation, possibly a tornado that could be in the process of touching down in Tuscaloosa. And in the top corner of your screen, what you're looking at up there, that's from Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa. And again, we're just watching this very carefully for the potential of a tornado touchdown. Let me put on the reflectivity and just show you this. There it is right there. So again, if you are in Tuscaloosa, University of Alabama campus, let's carefully watch this. And again, just kind of watching our camera, I can get a better view behind the scenes here of what it looks like. And what I'm looking at is for evidence of rotation.
And Richard,
Go
we
ahead.
just had word that Brookwood and Lakeview, they have a report of a tornado directly over Brookwood School. So that is the other rotational couplet, the strong one that we've seen, and tracked it all the way from Chilton State Community College and Moundville to Brookwood School. So obviously we're going to expect significant damage there in Brookwood.
Okay, so again, what we're watching is a dangerous situation for Tuscaloosa. For the potential, there could be a tornado that is in the city of Tuscaloosa right now. And we're looking from our Bryant-Denny camera very carefully. And I tell you what, Catherine, if we can take that full just for a moment, we are watching these cloud bases very, very carefully and seeing if there's any sign of a tornado that could be down with that. Again, this is in Tuscaloosa, University of Alabama campus in the path of this possible tornado. And again, let me just kind of pan the skies here. We're just kind of looking at all this together. So if you are in Tuscaloosa, back towards Brookwood, we have the possibility of a tornado that could be down. We don't have a confirmation of that, but again, the potential is there. And we are carefully watching these cloud bases as they come into the city of Tuscaloosa. So again, if you are in Tuscaloosa, we want you in a safe place now. If you are in Northport, really from McFarland Boulevard back to the east, we want you in a safe place. Again, that includes the lowest floor of your home. If you're in a high-rise building, we want you in a safe place now, that lowest floor. So again, we're just watching the cloud bases very carefully from our Bryant-Denny camera. And I do not see any screaming evidence of a tornado down, but that could change. And I tell you what, we got a Jennifer Herbert here also, and I'm going to let you take control of the camera there. And what you're looking at is from the stadium. We're looking back off towards the northwest. And Catherine, if you can punch me up in front of the camera, again, we're looking off towards the northwest. We have a possible tornado here that's basically right on top of the University of Alabama campus right now. Again, very tight evidence of rotation now in Tuscaloosa on top of UA campus, so literally on top of us. And I tell you what, if we can, let's take the camera full just for a moment, Catherine, and see what we've got. And I tell you what, guys, if you see anything, if you will pass that along quickly. And again, if you're in Tuscaloosa, you need to be in shelter now. We have a possible tornado that is basically on top of Bryant-Denny Stadium. We are in Bryant-Denny Stadium, and again, I'm looking behind the scenes here as well to get a good perspective of this thing and see if we have any obvious signs of a tornado that could be down. And again, so far, I do not see any evidence of a tornado down, which is good, but that could change. So again, we're just watching the cloud bases very carefully here from Bryant-Denny Stadium here in Tuscaloosa. And again, so far, there's no sign of a tornado down from our camera perspective. But understand, this thing is basically right above us. So again, this thing may be down and we just can't see it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pan the camera around because we're about to lose this shot because of the fact that we have some very heavy rain coming into the University of Alabama campus where our camera is. So we're going to kind of lose our perspective, our visual on this thing here pretty quick. But basic line, if you are in Tuscaloosa or Northport, we want you in shelter right now, because we have the potential for a tornado that could be down. And I tell you what, Jennifer, we can pan back to the north just a bit from that. All right. And again, we just don't see any sign of a tornado that's actually down, but it could be one down at any time. I think this storm is organizing, and it could be in the process of touching down.
Yeah, no, Richard, I'm noticing also, looking at my radar products as well, on base velocity, that's where we see those winds going towards the radar and away from the radar. That's going to create your rotational couplet, just like the storm right in front. We had that rotational storm right in front that just passed through Brookwood. We're really seeing this storm tighten up. And again, like we've been saying, you need to be taking this seriously. It only takes one tornado, and we've had many. Right, it only takes one to do damage and destruction, and we've seen that all across the coverage area today. So make sure you are getting in your safe place now, as this could potentially wrap up and drop a tornado at any moment.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Catherine, let's go back up to the radar. I think we're going to lose our visual of this thing because of the fact that it's going to be rain-wrapped. So again, Jennifer, if you guys want to keep a very close eye on this thing, I would look east of Tuscaloosa. But again, the possible tornado is going to be right on top of UA campus in the city of Tuscaloosa and points east. All right, so if you go east of Tuscaloosa about towards Alberta City or Holt, that's where this possible tornado. Look at this thing just wrap up here. There's no doubt this thing is in the process of developing a tornado. It looks like it is now east to downtown Tuscaloosa, but again, this thing is very much wrapped up now, coming up on Fleetwood. This is Holt Lake on the Black Warrior River. All right, so again, this thing's basically going to be following the Black Warrior River into East Tuscaloosa County, but right now it's right over Alberta City and the Holt area. Holt Lock and Dam sits about right there where my finger is, and again, this potential tornado is going to be basically on top of Holt Lock and Dam in a matter of about 5 minutes or so or less. So again, this thing's moving northeast pretty quickly. I do want to mention this. We've got the other tornadic circulation as well. That is to the northeast of Brookwood now. It's that one right there. We'll put on the velocity. Let's just kind of look at this thing together and see what this thing is showing. And again, there's rotation over Tuscaloosa. There's our other tornadic circulation. All right, this thing is northeast of Brookwood now, about to cross into the Jefferson County line, where we have that potential for a tornado that could be down. Look at the debris signature there. This is a tornado down that's north of Highway 216. This is the Black Warrior River at Holt Lake.
Richard.
Here's a tornado there. Go ahead.
Hey, we have this update on this tornado warning. Observed tornado threat. Considerable hail for Tuscaloosa. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Brookwood, 13 miles east of Holt, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. So if you're in these areas, Brookwood, Holt, this large and confirmed extremely dangerous tornado is located near your area here in Tuscaloosa County. Considerable hail also observed. So back to you, Richard.
Yeah, that's the storm right here we're watching. Again, this is a large and a dangerous tornado. This is the second circulation. There's one that's right over Tuscaloosa in Alberta City, but the confirmed large tornadoes down is basically coming up on Bull City and Mud Creek. Okay, this is over the Jefferson side of the area. This is about to cross the county line. This is the Black Warrior River. And again, this is clearly east of Old Lock 15. This is north of Highway 216. This is a large, dangerous tornado confirmed on the ground. I'll tell you what, let's zoom out just a bit and do a path on this thing, because we need to show who's basically in the path of this tornado. And again, it's moving northeast at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. And let's do a path on that. Again, there's your tornado that's confirmed down, moving northeast just like that. And again, this is going to include areas like Mud Creek at around 339. So we need you in a safe place now, 349. We need you in a safe place now. If you are in Toadvine, 359, Hueytown at around 407, Pleasant Grove at 412, Fairfield at 416, Forestdale at 425, and then downtown Birmingham at 430. So again, this tornadic circulation continues to move northeast. It is producing a confirmed tornado now right there. We have another tornadic storm that's right over the city of Tuscaloosa. So let me clear this off the screen here and show you this other tornadic storm that's over Tuscaloosa. So again, we got several tornadic storms now in our local area. Let's take that off. There's the watch warning map. You see that. Let me put on the reflectivity. And I tell you what, here we go. There's a tornadic storm that's in southern Perry County, and there's two tornadic storms in Tuscaloosa County. It looks like that is it for the moment. And Chelsea, if you want to mention, if you see anything else, let me know. But again, we've got two tornadic storms now, one that's in Tuscaloosa County and one that is in Perry County. So we're down to three tornadic storms now in our local area. Chelsea, you see anything new?
Other than you mentioning, so the tornado warning for Blount and Jefferson County has been completely canceled. So again, we just have those two, and that's going to be including the tornado warning for Dallas and Perry County, and then the tornado warning that's still ongoing in Tuscaloosa County.
So again, yeah, this is the two circulations that are kind of back to back. We've got a confirmed tornado basically just north of Lakeview that is crossing into Jefferson County. We got another tornadic storm. There's that new tornado warning just popping up for Jefferson County. We got the other tornadic circulation that's now just to the northeast of the city of Tuscaloosa. And
Richard, we just got
Chelsea.
From that tornado warning in Jefferson and Walker County until 4:30, we just got word that there is a confirmed tornado located near Bull City. So this is going to be 14 miles northeast of Holt, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So this was the portion of rotation that we've been closely watching.
Yeah, so again, we got several storms out there, several areas of rotation, and each one of these have that potential to drop a tornado. We have that confirmed tornado as well, as Chelsea had mentioned. Just looking behind the scenes here as well from our Bryant-Denny camera. And I tell you what, Catherine, if we can take a double box on that and show you from Bryant-Denny, we're looking generally towards that thunderstorm you see up in the top of your screen, towards both of those tornadic thunderstorms. And Marcus, that's you back there behind the director's board. So again, we've got two different tornadic storms now, one that's on the Jefferson and Tuscaloosa County line, one that's just northeast of the city of Tuscaloosa. So let's do a path on the one that is just moving out of Tuscaloosa now. that's moving northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. And again, there it is there. These are the times of arrival. Understand these two supercell thunderstorms are following the exact same path. Okay, so we got Holt at 336, which is right now. You need to be in a safe place if you're in Holt. If you're at Holt Lock and Dam, if you're at Fleetwood 341, Weller at 406, Johns 410, Toadvine, Hueytown, Fairfield. All of you need to be in a safe place out of a mobile home. Find a site-built structure. If you lose power, I do want to remind you that we are streaming on our website, WVUA23.com. Also, we're on Facebook Live. You search for the WVUA 23 Facebook page. So again, we've got two tornadic storms now that are in Tuscaloosa County. And both of these are showing signs of producing a tornado. The one that's over the county line coming up on Bull City is producing a confirmed tornado. So I'll tell you what, let's zoom into these storms. And for the moment, that is it on radar. Other than the one in South Perry County, it's these two tornadic circulations. This one may become the dominant circulation. It looks like this one's kind of robbing some of the energy from this initial circulation. This is the one that came out of Moundville and had a confirmed tornado down with that. But again, if you are in Tuscaloosa, if you are in downtown Tuscaloosa, University of Alabama campus, the tornadic circulation is clearly passed to your northeast. It's right over Holt Lock and Dam now. The other circulation is moving northeast into Jefferson County. We'll put on the velocity and let's look at that. And again, the one that's about to cross in Jefferson County, not looking as impressive in terms of a tight rotation, did about 10 minutes ago when we had that confirmed tornado.
And
go ahead,
Richard,
Chelsea.
we just got another tornado warning issued, and that was for Morengo County until 4:15 p.m.
Okay, so another tornado warning just being posted for Morengo. As Chelsea mentioned, till 4:15. So let's go down to that storm. And I tell you what, let's put on the watch warning map. We should see that populate on the screen. Yeah, there it is right down there. So central Morengo County, tornado warning. West Jefferson County, southern Walker County, tornado warning. East Tuscaloosa County, tornado warning. And southern Perry County, tornado warning. PDS tornado watch continues in effect through tonight. The risk of severe weather will come to an end around 2 a.m. for West Alabama, and it should be over by 4 a.m. for East Alabama. All right, so let's go down into the Morengo County storm and show you that, because that's another tornadic storm, and it looks like much of central Morengo County is going to be under the gun for that potential tornado. It does include Linden, Jefferson, down towards Myrtlewood, Thomaston, Octagon, and Calvary. You're going to be under the gun for that possibility of a tornado. And let's look at the reflectivity. I want to just kind of see this together and see what this thing looks like down here. So again, there's a tornadic circulation that's just below Myrtlewood. It's moving northeast. There's another circulation east of Sweetwater that's going to move into northern Wilcox County within a matter of about 5 to 10 minutes. So again, we have two tornadic circulations, one that is right on top of Lavaca over by Ezel's restaurant. That's on Highway 10 down there. And again, that's moving northeast like that. We got another tornadic circulation that's on Highway 25 below Thomaston now. That's moving northeast. It's going to move into northern Wilcox County towards Alberta. You're going to be under the gun for that potential tornado as well. So again, what you're looking at in the other box, that is the tornadic storm that is now east of Tuscaloosa, the city of Tuscaloosa. And again, we're just watching the cloud basis there. Again, this is east of Tuscaloosa where there is a tornadic circulation and a potential tornado. Let me zoom into this.
And Richard, I'm noticing a few minutes ago that other circulation that we were tracking into, this was going into, I believe, Jefferson County. This is going to be west of Lakeview and west of North Johns. There was a significant debris ball just a few minutes ago from some past scans on the correlation coefficient associated with that rotation.
Yeah, that's one we're looking at just earlier. Again, just can't see anything from a Bryant-Denny camera with that storm. Based off the lack of reports, I would be surprised if there was a touchdown in Tuscaloosa. It may be down now, but again, we don't see that right now from the city standpoint. Again, we got two tornadic storms in South Morengo County. These are moving off towards the northeast. Let me go to our Tuscaloosa County storm. and show you this. We have twin supercells that are over Tuscaloosa County, and we'll take you into that. Let's look at both these together. And no doubt one of them has become more impressive compared to the other. And let's just see what this looks like together. Yeah, this one on the back side here, this one that's coming up on Brookwood now, this second circulation, this thing looks much more impressive compared to the first one. But again, we've got twin supercells. They have their own updraft, their own rotation, and their own mesocyclone, the rotating air, the rotating updraft. And that is what we're looking at there. Let's look at the velocity and just kind of see how these look. And I will say this, both the signatures are really weakened. Chelsea, have you noticed that in terms of the velocity?
Yeah, I've noticed that their rotation is becoming more rather broad. When we see rotation, and to be conducive for a tornado, you want it to wrap up extremely tightly, and these are really just falling apart. But again, I don't think we should necessarily let our guard down, because we've seen these tornadoes recycle consistently throughout their lifetimes, and these storms as well that are conducive for tornadoes throughout central Alabama since we started severe coverage. So again, these storms could potentially recycle and tighten back up, as we saw that with mini storms that we tracked down below in Morengo County, Richard.
Yeah, and I tell you what, I want to mention this too. We're getting some images from Tuscaloosa County of significant damage from the Tuscaloosa County EMA. And Chelsea's working on getting that as well in South Tuscaloosa. And it looks like some significant damage from a tornado that touched down, very similar to the December 16th, 2000 tornado path. So again, that's something that we were carefully watching as well. So again, a very dangerous situation for a potential tornado, and I think that's going to be on Facebook too. Chelsea's working on getting that. So again, what you're looking at is the velocity of the storm in East Tuscaloosa County. It doesn't look as impressive as it once did, but I will say this, we need to treat it serious. There could still be a tornado down. Basically at Brookwood on Highway 216, this circulation is moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So again, that's the latest on that. Let me put on the reflectivity and show everybody out there, because I know other areas, other folks are watching from other parts of Alabama. And we do have that tornado warning in south and central Morengo County for the possibility of a tornado that could be there. And again, there's several storms that we'll continue to watch. Okay. Several storms that we continue to watch across Alabama that are moving northeast, that are producing possibility of tornadoes. So again, we need to watch the storm in Morengo County. There's two storms down there that are moving off towards the northeast very quickly that could be producing a tornado. And either one of these have that potential to drop a tornado. Brianna Duncan, also in the Weather Center. Brianna, you see anything new?
The newest thing we got at 3:42 was just kind of an update on that tornado warning for Tuscaloosa until 3:15. At that very moment, 3:42, that severe thunderstorm that was capable of producing a tornado was located over Deer Lick Creek campgrounds near Holt, like we said, and like we also said, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So that is the latest update that we have gotten for that tornado warning here in Tuscaloosa. Like I said, till 4:15. This is near the Deer Lick Creek campgrounds and near Holt, and that is moving northeast at 35 miles per hour.
All right, again, we're getting pictures and images in from the tornado that came through the Demopolis area, also the tornado that came through the Moundville area. We had a lot of damage being produced by all of these. And again, some of these tornadoes have been quite sizable. Just looking at some of the images kind of behind the scenes here, we're going to work on getting some of those on TV as well. But again, we've had several tornadoes down today, and this event is not over. We still got a little ways to go. Yeah, some of these pictures are rough in terms of what has happened so far across Alabama. So again, if you are just now joining us, Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott, we got Chelsea Aaron, Brianna Duncan, and Jennifer Herbert in the Weather Center and in the studio with us. We continue to monitor this severe weather outbreak across Alabama. We have had several confirmed tornadoes down today, and those will continue this afternoon. Current time about 3:45 now, and again, we continue with tornado warnings. So first off, let's take you into Tuscaloosa County. And I want to show you that tornadic storm that is crossing into Jefferson County. This storm is certainly still impressive. And there's actually two different rotations. One that's basically just near Bull City, that's on the Jefferson-Tuscaloosa County line, just west of North Johns. The other tornadic circulation is near Brookwood. That's Highway 216 that runs to Abernant and runs into Jefferson County. Again, there's two different tornadic circulations here. This one that's now east of Tuscaloosa. We can tell you if you're in Tuscaloosa, you're okay now. In fact, let's pull radar full if we can and just show you that and give a good perspective of this thing. So again, that's Highway 216 down there. The potential tornado is moving northeast. And let's look at the debris signature to see if we've got anything out there. Okay, both of these have lost their debris signature. Not guaranteed that will stay the case, but at least that is encouraging to see. Let's look at the velocity with this. Just look at all this together. And again, both of these circulations are really weakened, especially the one on the Jefferson County line near Bull City. But again, this one down here near Brookwood on the north side of town, has this concern, and it has that potential to drop a tornado. So again, if you are in Brookwood, back towards Jefferson County line, towards Bull City, we still need to be in our safe place. And again, that means out of a mobile home, find a site-built structure, and wear bike helmet. Do anything you can to protect yourself from flying debris. And again, I'm just looking at some things behind the scenes here. Yeah, those two rotations have weakened considerably. Down to the south, we are watching two tornadic storms in Morengo County. Both have the potential to drop a tornado. And all of these are moving northeast. There's another tornadic storm down around Gilberttown. That's over in Choctaw County. That's going to impact Morengo County later. And then we have this other tornadic storm that's basically just south of Perry County, northern Dallas County, and that storm also has the potential to produce a tornado. I do want to remind you this information. Let me go back over to the screen here. We have continuous coverage on Facebook Live. You search the WVUA 23 Facebook page. We are on there as well. And obviously, we are on Facebook and Twitter with updates as well. So we're continuing to keep that updated, and hopefully you are keeping an eye on what is happening. I want to go to our Bryant Denny camera. This is in Tuscaloosa. We're looking off towards the east, and again, we just can't see anything under the cloud basis this far out. But again, that storm has us concerned. It still has the potential to produce a tornado. It certainly looks like in the past 15, 20 minutes, this thing has begun to weaken just a bit. But again, that may be temporary. These storms have cycled just a bit, and this thing may produce a new tornado. So if you're in Brookwood and areas points east, you need to be ready for this thing. All right, so we've also got a Brianna Duncan in the Weather Center. Brianna, I kind of want to just get an update of what's happening in terms of reports from you.
Yes, so far, Richard, we have seen a few reports coming through just at 3:47 that in Jefferson and Walker County, that tornado warning has been continued until 4:30. And like you said, located over Bull City, 14 miles west of Hueytown, and that is moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Similar for Dallas and Perry counties like we were talking about earlier. However, right now our concern here in our area is Jefferson and Walker County. And again, that is until 4:30 p.m. So you're going to want to stay in your safe place until at least 4:30 p.m., making sure that that is not extended or anything like that. So just go ahead and be in your safe place if you're in those areas. Again, this is moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. And like Chelsea has been, hitting hard on us, these storms have been, weakening and then regaining strength. So just something to keep in mind as it could be extended as well. Bring it to you, Chelsea.
And Brianna, we actually do have some pictures. We got those pictures from the Tuscaloosa EMA's office. If we go ahead and take the weather iPad right now, I'll go ahead and show you. Some of these are just damaged pictures. Again, we already talked about how we had an extremely large and dangerous tornado. This was on Rosser Road. That's in between here on the campus and Moundville. We tracked that extremely large and dangerous tornado all the way as it was located over Shelton State. But you can see trees are just completely toppled over on the roads. This road looked impassable at the time, and you see trees are completely sheared all the way almost down to the root. Again, this is indicative of a rather strong tornado. Here's another picture where, trees are just completely toppled all the way down to the bottom. Again, we already had significant damage and reports of mobile home damages and roofs off businesses too as well. So again, these reports are very sad, as we do not want to see we never want to see any types of damage or injuries with tornadoes, but we will continue to track those for you so you can have the best information and make those informed decisions about keeping yourself safe. Richard.
Yeah, so again, just kind of looking at some of the pictures and information coming in behind the scenes. Certainly looks like we had a tornado touchdown in Tuscaloosa County. It came out of the Moundville area. And again, that storm continues to track northeast. That one is now into Jefferson County. What you're looking at, this is from Brian Denny. We're looking off towards the east, towards that thunderstorm. And again, we've been trying to watch these cloud bases here, but it's just so far away now. It's going to be pretty hard to tell if anything is down or not. Still got tornado warning in South Morengo County. And I will say this, those two storms appear to be weakening just a bit, so that's good. We've got a lot of rain out there. We have noticed a lot of rain, and that may kind of temporarily stabilize things for East Alabama, but understand we still got a long way to go for this event's over. Even if it is slightly cooler and more stable here, all this warm air back to the west is going to come your way, and we'll continue to deal with this threat through tonight. So let's go into Tuscaloosa County. And I want to show you that. We do have two tornadic storms now that's moving into Jefferson County. The good news is both of these have shown some signs of weakening. In fact, there is Tuscaloosa. We got Northport right there. This is now east of the city of Tuscaloosa. That is the Black Warrior River that runs right up through here. Let me zoom in so you can see that. And again, there's the Black Warrior River right there. This is going to be clearly east of Holt Lock and Dam. This is going to be east of the Black Warrior River. But if you're north of Brookwood, that's where that possible tornado could still be. And again, that's it. There's Bull City. The other circulation was up here near Mud Creek, and it has weakened substantially. In fact, let's look at the velocity with this and just kind of check this thing out together. And again, this one down here near Brookwood has still got a progressive rotation with that. So again, it's not a confirmed tornado as far as we know at the moment. But again, this could change. Now, the one that's moving in Jefferson County, it looks like it's weakened. I think this one to the southwest has become more dominant. But we maintain that tornado warning for East Tuscaloosa County and basically the western half of Jefferson County for that possibility could be a tornado down with that. Let's put on the warning and show you. Again, by the way, I want to mention this. There's a flash flood warning for the city of Tuscaloosa and Northport all the way into downtown Birmingham. The potential for flash flooding is quite high with this, but again, the reason we're on air and online is because of this tornado warning we have for East Tuscaloosa County and western Jefferson County. The possibility of a tornado still is there, and we need to watch it carefully. So tell you what, let's put on reflectivity. Let me zoom out just a bit and show you what we have got. So we've got several tornadic storms now. One of those is in East Tuscaloosa County. We've got more storms down into the Morengo County area. Let's change radar and show you that. We'll go over to Birmingham. They give us better perspective. Let me zoom into the south of that. So again, for the moment, we don't have any confirmed tornadoes. And I'll tell you what, Brianna, if you see anything different, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see any confirmation of a tornado right now. The one we did have a confirmation with seems to weaken just a bit. So that is something we're watching. But Brianna, anything confirmed right now?
Right now, nothing confirmed. Richard, just a severe thunderstorm capable of producing that tornado 15 miles southeast of Linden, moving northeast at 30.
All right, so again, that was moving northeast 30 miles per hour, that potential tornado down there as well. Let's see. I'll tell you what, we haven't done this in a while since we don't have any confirmed tornadoes at the moment. Let me go over to our model data. We have people that are asking, is this it? And I'll tell you what, let's look at the satellite and radar. And we got our next batch of storms back in Mississippi that's going to roll in here tonight. So this is one of two rounds. We'll pull on our model data. And again, this just kind of shows you how this thing will evolve. And you see how these storms continue to roll through here. This is midnight tonight. 2 a.m. it should be in far east Alabama. Then after 2 o'clock in the morning, the risk of severe weather will have come to an end. So that's when we can go to bed and we can get some rest. That's when the risk of severe weather will come to an end. So again, let me go back over to this. I want to show you, this is from downtown Tuscaloosa, showing conditions are clearing out a little bit here in the city of Tuscaloosa. Tornado threats now to the northeast of town. But again, it's not over. We've got a long way to go before this thing is out of here. So still got the tornado warning for the eastern corner of Morengo County. Technically a tornado warning for South Perry County. Still got a tornado warning for East Tuscaloosa County and Jefferson County, and then a large area of a tornado watch in effect for much of central Alabama. We'll go over to our tower cam from Brian Denny, and we're looking off towards the northeast, again towards that tornadic storm near Brookwood on 216. That storm continues to move northeast. All right, so let's go over to radar, and I tell you what, I want to take this into Morengo County and show you this. So again, we got a tornadic storm that's east of Thomaston now. This area rotation is basically on the Morengo and Wilcox and Dallas County line, and that's moving northeast towards Safford in Alberta. So again, we have that potential for a tornado that could be there with that storm. But I will say this storm appears to be weakening just a bit. Not saying it's over there, but again, that storm is not as impressive as it once was. Let's go to the northeast of that. Still got a tornado warning for southeast Perry County. Again, looks like that circulation is now into Dallas County. We'll put on the velocity. Let's just look at this thing together. And yeah, this thing is coming up on Selma. So again, if you're in Perry County, I'll give you an all clear. There's no longer a threat to Perry County. This tornadic circulation is now coming up on Valley Grande and the Selma area. And again, that's over in Dallas County. That's in the Montgomery TV market. So we'll let those guys handle that. People down there can't watch us on television. Let's see. Tell you what, let me take on our reflectivity out of Birmingham. Let's go back to the north. And I just want to take everybody out there, kind of wide perspective, and just show you what is happening. Now, for the moment, things seem to be temporarily quietening down, but we can say with confidence that's going to be very temporary. We will have more tornadic storms, but I will say the one in East Tuscaloosa County is not as impressive as it was a little bit earlier. Let's zoom into that storm. Again, this thing has kind of lost that hook feature to it. Doesn't seem to be as impressive. Let's look at the velocity signature and see what we have got. Oh, well, I take that back. There's still a tight couplet there north of Brookwood, north of 216. Chelsea, Aaron, are you seeing anything coming in on that storm?
Richard, currently not seeing anything coming in on that storm. We did just get another tornado warning that was issued for Jefferson County, Dallas, Perry County, and Tuscaloosa County. Jefferson County, Dallas, Perry until 4:45, and then Tuscaloosa County at 4:15. And we actually just did get a confirmed tornado near Bull City.
Just popped up just
right
like
there.
that. Unbelievable.
Right there.
That's it right there. Just popped up on a screen. That is a confirmed tornado coming up on Bull City. So let's go into that storm and show you what it looks like. Again, this could have crossed into Jefferson County likely in a matter of about 5 minutes. But again, there's Kellerman. This confirmed tornadoes on top of Kellerman. So if you're in a mobile home, out of that, site-built structure only or storm shelter, out of a car. So again, if you're in Kellerman, this tornado is on the ground right there where you are. And the tornado continues to track northeast like that. So again, if you are in Kellerman, we want you in a safe place right now for that possibility there could be a tornado down. So again, we're looking at the values here. If you look, that big drop in values, this is our correlation coefficient. You see where we drop from 0.95 to 0.70. That indicates there's something happening here. There's some sort of objects in the air. It's not raindrops, and our radar is able to pick that up and tell you there's different size objects in the air, and that is a tornado. We notice one down, and that is the storm that came right over Tuscaloosa, the downtown Tuscaloosa area just earlier. So we know there's a tornado down with this second circulation. Let me clear that off the screen. We'll put on the velocity. And I tell you what, before we do that, let me put on the hazard, and let's just see what we got here. Again, yeah, there's our TVS marker, which represents a tornado vortex signature, so we still have that tight circulation, that tight couplet. But again, it fooled me. You know, this thing did not look as impressive, and then all of a sudden we popped on velocity, and there's a couplet there. So again, there's our TVS coming up on Bull City. So again, we got a tornado down over Kellerman that's doing damage, moving northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. And again, this is a storm that's dangerous and has the potential to produce a tornado. And we know it's producing a tornado as well. So again, a thunderstorm that is producing a tornado over Kellerman. We need you in a safe place right now as this thing has us concerned. And again, I'm just looking behind the scenes from our Brian Denny camera. It's a little too far away to see that. And again, there's our TVS. That's actually a debris signature algorithm right there. So again, we have a TDS, which is a tornado debris signature. All right, that's when we know one's down, and that's on the Jefferson County line. Let's look at the information on that. And again, that's a TDS. When you see that, that's not a good sign, as we know there's a tornado down. So again, tornado impact is a 9.7. It does go above 10, but not very often. So again, we have a confirmed tornado down over the Jefferson-Tuscaloosa County line coming up on Bull City. If you are in Bull City, you got to be in a safe place now, that lowest floor of your home, away from walls and windows. If you're mobile home, get out of that. Find a site-built structure, something that can protect you from debris. We often tell people to wear a bike helmet. That will often help. So again, a TDS, a tornado debris signature that has popped up with that storm. Let's put on the velocity and let's just kind of see how this thing has changed. Yeah, very tight couplet there. Look at that thing coming up on Bull City. This has just left the Kellerman area, so we likely have some damage in and around Kellerman as well. In East Tuscaloosa County, this is crossing the county line now. There's Mud Creek and Toadvine, and this is moving northeast. So I'll tell you what, let's pan this out just a bit. And let's do a path on this thing, because again, we have a confirmed tornado that is down, that's just past Kellerman, moving northeast to 35 miles per hour. So who's going to be in the path of this thing? Let's track it out for you. Tell you what, let me zoom back in. So, and again, I tell you what, while we do that, if you guys have any other information to pass along from these storms, I know we're continuing to go through information, see what's going on.
Right now, Richard, I have not received any updates. The only thing that we have seen, or that I have personally seen, is just that tornado warning that was confirmed near Bull City, 14 miles northeast of Holt, and that, you know, is moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. And then Stanley Road just got an update at 4:03. Someone in Tuscaloosa is reporting a funnel cloud going over Stanley Road.
So again, we continue to deal with that in terms of what could be another tornado down. In fact, we know it's down. There's confirmation of that. Coming up on Bull City, these are the computer arrival times. This is kind of an estimate of what time this tornado could be where you are. So if you are at Bull City, we're looking at 4:09, Sylvian Springs at 4:38, all right, Minor 4:47, and then Forestdale 4:54, and then Robbins Crossroads. That's when this possible or actually confirmed tornado is going to be in your general area. It's moving northeast like that at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. Let me clear this off the screen and understand those are just arrival times. Those are estimated arrival times. So we want you in that storm shelter before that gets to you. So again, still got the evidence of rotation. I will say this, it has weakened just a little bit. It's coming up on the Jefferson County line. It's almost totally out of Tuscaloosa County. But again, if you are in Johns or Bull City, we need you in a safe place now. The potential for a tornado could still be there. So let's zoom into this thing. Again, it's crossing the Jefferson County line. And again, there's Mud Creek, there's Bull City right there. There's the county line. That's where this possible or actually confirmed tornado is going to be tracking. Let's look at the correlation coefficient, the debris. And there it is, okay? So if you're in Bull City, I need you in shelter right now. Lowest floor of your home, any walls between you and the outside is possible. And if you are in a mobile home, you got to get out of that. You got to go somewhere, a site-built structure, until this tornado passes on by. It's not going to last long. Just hang out there for a little bit, and this tornado will pass on by. So again, we got a confirmed tornado down that's over Bull City, coming up on Mud Creek in West Jefferson County. Again, that is the Black Warrior River. That is Holt Lake back here. You can see the lake and river outlined there on the screen. This is going to be southeast of you, but again, this is a damaging tornado that is confirmed down, producing damage. What we're looking at is the debris signature. That is the different size objects that are being lofted in the air. So we know there's a tornado down with that. There's no doubt this is a confirmed tornado down coming up on Bull City and again Mud Creek. So again, and I tell you what, we got some pictures from this storm earlier. Chelsea Aaron has from Tuscaloosa County EMA. And Chelsea, I tell you what, let's what were you seeing earlier today with this storm?
Richard, earlier today we saw significant damage. Here are some of those pictures. If we could go ahead and take the weather iPad real quick, we'll look at those real quick. We saw a lot of significant damage. Again, this was whenever it moved through Rosser Road. So this is in between our campus here at UA and Moundville, right? And so we saw significant damages to buildings. We had some reports of damages to mobile homes. And here's a picture right here where we have one road, I'm assuming this is Rosser Road, that is going to be completely blocked right there by a tree and trees that have fallen. And I mean, if you look, the trees are just completely shredded almost down to the root down as we had this extremely large and violent tornado. And again, here's another picture we see. I mean, whatever structure that was here, there is not much left, and you see much of those trees are going to be completely shredded all the way almost down to the base. So again, we had a lot of significant damage with this. We're still getting some damage reports in right now. We had a Tuscaloosa volunteer firefighter reporting a large oak tree that is down at Lake Wildwood. He said that there's a power line wrapped around it. So please, again, even though you might be out of the woods in terms of tornado warnings, where you live, as this tornado has been tracked all the way down from Moundville all the way currently moving into Jefferson County, be sure and just stay home, right? We have a lot of damage out there, and some roads are going to be completely impassable right now, so make sure you're still staying home and you're just continuing to watch the weather. Again, as we have another round of this thing, after this round is considered over, we have another line of storms, possibly could be more organized, that more organized convection that's going to be coming on later this evening. So again, this is going to be an all-day event. Make sure you're continuing to tune into the weather. If I could give you any advice, you need to be watching the weather the entire day. Make sure you have those safety plans. Make sure you put as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. Make sure you are finding an interior room in the lowest floor of your house that has no doors and no windows. This is going to allow you to be safe. Brianna, do you have any updates about what's going on with this Tuscaloosa storm as we continue to track it into Jefferson County from either the National Weather Service or other damage reports that we're seeing from past storms in other locations?
Hey, Chelsea, I haven't seen anything particularly from the National Weather Service. However, I will say, we have gotten confirmed from the Brookwood Fire Department that they're reporting significant damage in that Lake Wildwood community, like you mentioned. So if you are in the path of these storms, these are causing significant damage and potentially life-threatening damage. So you want to have a plan and you want to be safe. I also wanted to mention, just scrolling through social media as well to see if I can find some photos. I found a video on the University of Alabama campus. Storm shelters here are somewhat packed. It doesn't necessarily mean all of them. However, if you are in a situation of a really packed storm shelter, I also urge you to be careful. We still are dealing with COVID. So if you do have to go to a storm shelter, bring everything you need. Be prepared to be there all day. Bring anything to protect yourself and be, snacks, food. Make sure you need, if you need to bring your pets with you, you do that, as your safety is the most important, but we do still have things going on in our world, COVID, so you do want to be safe when you do go to these shelters. But as of right now, just seeing a few things on social media with that was the biggest thing that stuck out to me. And I really applaud these students that went to these shelters, because this is definitely a very serious situation and definitely a life-saving move on their part for sure. But other than that, from the National Weather Service, have not gotten anything in terms of any updates, just, that confirmed warning that was in Tuscaloosa County.
All right, good. Thank you for the update there, Brianna and Chelsea. We continue to watch this dangerous thunderstorm that could still be producing a tornado that is currently over Bull City. Now, this is over the Jefferson-Tuscaloosa County line. I can say this now. If you are in Tuscaloosa County, looks like the tornadic storm has exited the county. Maybe more coming. Understand, this threat's not over. We got several more rounds to go before this risk of severe weather comes to an end. Let's put on the velocity. And again, this thing's really broadened out. In fact, this thing is not as impressive as it was about 10 minutes ago. We saw this thing over Kellerman just spin up like that, and now we're beginning to see it weaken just a bit. But understand, if you are in western Jefferson County, don't let your guard down. This thing can recycle. It can produce another tornado. We know there's damage out there. We saw the debris signature pop up on our correlation coefficient. Let me zoom out. And let's show everybody out there. I want to kind of reset things. It's about 4:11 now, just after 4 o'clock. And again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott, Chelsea Aaron, Brianna Duncan, also Jennifer Herbert in the Weather Center with us. And we continue to go through this severe weather outbreak across Alabama. In terms of current warnings, let me show you that. Just kind of show you what all's out there. We have the tornado warning that is, again, technically still for East Tuscaloosa County. I tell you now, if you're in Tuscaloosa County, the threat has moved into Jefferson County with that one storm. There are no tornado warnings back in central Mississippi, and that's encouraging to see. But again, doesn't mean it's over. We've got a long way to go for this event's over with. Again, still tornado warning for East Morengo County. It looks like that storm has moved mainly into Dallas County. There is a tornadic storm that is below Butler. That could move into Morengo County a little later on. So again, in terms of tornadic storms in our local coverage area, we got the Jefferson-Tuscaloosa County line that is currently under the gun for the possibility there could be a tornado down with that. And looks like a new tornado warning added for Dallas, Dallas County across central Alabama, which is in the Montgomery TV market. Do note there are a number of flash flood warnings out there as well. And tornado watch for our entire coverage area remains in effect. Let's see. Okay. Just checking some things behind the scenes here. A lot of folks are reporting damage. A lot of people seeing the tornadoes earlier. And again,
and Richard, we actually just, Birmingham National Weather Service is continuing that tornado warning for Jefferson County till 4:45. A confirmed tornado was located over Oak Grove. Oak Grove is actually my hometown, and they experience many tornadoes, so I know this is nothing new to my community. But of course, make sure you are getting in that safe place.
Yeah, so in Jefferson County, we are concerned about a confirmed tornado down. Tell you what, let's we got also Nick Lally on the phone. We're going to go to him in just a minute, but let me take you into that storm. We do have a confirmed tornado down approaching Oak Grove in Jefferson County. Let's put on the velocity and just kind of look at this thing together. And again, let's just see where this thing is in Jefferson County. And again, I'm not seeing strong evidence of rotation, which is interesting. The National Weather Service mentioned confirmed tornadoes. Look at the debris signature. And again, I just don't see a whole lot there. I'm very interested to see what they are looking at in Oak Grove and Jefferson County. Obviously, they see something there. Again, you still have that sign of rotation there, that supercell type of structure. But I do want to mention this too. We got Nick Lally, who's the Tuscaloosa County EMA Director. Nick, you're on the phone with us, and what all have you seen in Tuscaloosa County so far?
I'm headed down to Waterbury subdivision right now. It's on the Tuscaloosa-Hill County line. We've got approximately 6 homes damaged down there now. There's emergency crews on the scene. I have not had first look at it yet. I'm on the way now. Also, South Rosser Road, close to Thomas Road, we've had some damage. We've had manufactured homes, lots of trees. I spoke with the county engineer a while ago. He's on scene. We're going to stop by there too. So I'm on 359, headed down to see the damage as we speak.
Nick, now this at one point was reported close to Shelton State Community College. How far away is this damage you're hearing from Shelton?
Probably, I don't know, I would probably say 5 miles maybe.
Okay, so this thing's a little bit further south of Chilton.
I'm not down there yet,
Okay.
Richard. So I don't really have a good eye on that to tell you at the moment.
I got you. And any reports of injuries or fatalities so far with this?
No, sir. No injuries or fatalities reported yet.
Hey, that's wonderful news. And hey, we hope we can go through this event without anybody hurt or being injured or killed in this, because this is certainly a scary situation for Tuscaloosa County as the storm came on in. But Nick, I appreciate your report. And if you do come across something, check back in with us.
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
Hey, thank you so much. All right, again, that was Nick Liley, Tuscaloosa County EMA Director, and he is on his way down to the damage in South Tuscaloosa County, some significant damage, as he mentioned, also some manufactured homes that were heavily damaged down there, and a lot of tree damage. So again, we'll continue to get those reports and see exactly what happened down there. We know a tornado touched down, but in terms of the strength of it, we won't know that until likely tomorrow when the National Weather Service goes down, they survey the damage. So again, we got this the same storm that is now totally into Jefferson County. National Weather Service mentioned a confirmed tornado with this, but again, in terms of velocity, I just don't see a whole lot there. I'm not sure what they are looking at. Chelsea Aaron, also in the studio with us. Chelsea, did they mention exactly what they're looking at with that?
They did not mention what they were looking at. They just mentioned that they saw a confirmed tornado located over Oak Grove. This is going to be 10 miles west of Hueytown and Concord. Oak Grove is very close to Rock Creek and Sylvan Springs in that area, but this would be moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. I agree with you in terms of looking at the velocity couplet that I'm seeing. It's rather broad, and if it is a confirmed tornado, it is going to be weak in nature, I believe. However, I think we should take this as seriously just as we would the extremely large, dangerous tornadoes that we were tracking well back into Tuscaloosa County. So, again, I see this rotation again becoming more broad as we go throughout the radar scans, which I feel like would be hopeful, but we'll continue to monitor that. And again, just make sure you stay in your safe place until we're out of the woods. Again, we're not out of the woods yet, as we still do have another round coming quite soon. But again, Richard, I'll throw it back to you in terms of radar analysis and looking at what this storm is going to be doing in the next few minutes.
Hey, thank you, Chelsea, for the update and report there. Again, we're watching this storm. We still have some evidence of rotation here coming up on Sylvan Springs and obviously Oak Grove in the path of that as well. Hueytown, Pleasant Grove right there. This possible tornado is tracking northeast like that. So again, if you are west of downtown Birmingham, we're talking about places like Pleasant Grove and Hueytown and even Concord. I would, just to be safe, to go ahead and go to that safe place. There's Short Creek up there, Sylvan Springs there. So again, that possible tornado is tracking northeast, and that could impact those areas as well. So let's go back over to wide view and show everybody out there. Let me switch radar back to our reflectivity mode. And again, we still have that one tornado warning, and it looks like that may be our only tornado warning for now in West Jefferson County. Again, that's coming up on downtown Birmingham. For that possibility, there could be a tornado down with that. The storms back in Mississippi, I don't see any sign of those being severe at the moment. I do see that big storm down there below Butler. That's going to come into southern Morengo County. And again, we've got 2 supercell storms in Dallas County. Those are currently south of our coverage area. But again, those could make it into Chilton and Coosa counties in the next hour or so. So again, we're going to watch those cells very carefully. Just want to remind you this: if you lose power or if you lose your satellite signal or your cable for the bad weather, you can always watch us on Facebook Live. If you search for the WVUA 23 Facebook page, we'll be on there as well. I do want to remind you updates on our social media sites, and obviously keep in mind I can't answer everybody's question right now. I can't stop being on the weather wall to let you know what's happening, just so if you'll just listen to me, I'll let you know when there's a threat for your area. If I'm not talking about you, that's a good thing. So again, if I'm not talking about your local area, that means there's not a dangerous weather happening. This back here to the west, and I tell you what, Chelsea, if you look at the radar back to the west of us, there's our final batch coming into West Mississippi. But look at all the cells back there. Do you see that? That's developing across Mississippi.
I do, Richard. I see them becoming more organized as they come across the Mississippi state line from Louisiana and Arkansas as well. Again, this is going to be our second round of threats. I believe that will be occurring much later in the day, probably after the sun sets again. So this is something that we're going to have to keep an eye on. Like I said earlier, just because this first threat may seem almost over, or this first round of storms may seem almost over, doesn't mean that we're completely out of the woods. Make sure you continue to stay weather aware and be checking and monitoring what the weather is doing throughout the entirety of the day.
Yeah, because this is certainly a fluid situation. Things could have changed throughout the day. But again, what you're looking at is a radar loop, and just kind of shows you what things are doing. Let's see. Okay. Just checking a few things behind the scenes here. But yeah, again, what we're watching is these other rounds of thunderstorms back in Mississippi, and these could easily make it into western Alabama and produce additional tornadoes. We know we've had some touchdowns already, and I'm afraid we're going to have more tonight. So this event still has a long way to go before it is all said and done. I think by around 1 or 2 a.m. for West Alabama, we'll begin to see this risk come to an end. That's going to be the back edge right there. That is the end of our severe weather. This back here, behind that's cooler and stable air, and that begins to move in again late tonight after midnight. So that's when that will come to an end. Obviously, big time risk of severe weather for local area, and tornadoes, damaging winds, hail, flooding, and tornadoes and lightning obviously continues to be a concern. And I do want to show you this. Now, back in Mississippi, it is a lot warmer. 70s out there. We had some kind of rain-cooled air across central and east Alabama. That may be the reason some of these storms are just weakening just a bit. It's moving to east Alabama. So again, Coleman, Gadsden, Anniston, Talladega, there is a bit cooler there. So again, that may be a contributing factor to some of these storms weakening as they moved into more of that rain-cooled air. Now, understand there's some really warm air down here that's going to be coming north, so it is certainly not over, even though we got some slightly rain-cooled air across our part of central Alabama. So again, want to show you the radar loop, and again, we got thunderstorms out there in Tuscaloosa County. We have this one tornadic thunderstorm in Jefferson County, and I will say this thing seems to be wrapping up just a bit.
Yeah, Richard, I just checked on correlation coefficients with the past few scans, and there was some significant debris signatures from a tornado. This is what shows you how much debris or what's going to be lofted around the air, and there were some significant debris signatures. Again, this is going to be near the Concord and Sylvan Springs area around Oak Grove, so we're definitely still monitoring that. And again, the National Weather Service in Birmingham is continuing that tornado warning until 4:30, as we do have the possibility of this storm that's going to be moving northeast at 30 miles per hour, Richard.
Yes, again, we got a tornadic thunderstorm that is certainly capable of producing a tornado in Jefferson County. Now, let me put on our zoom here, and let's just take you into that storm and show you what we got. Again, this thing's no doubt still very ramped up, very close to Pleasant Grove now. That's Highway 269. This thing's about to cross right at Sylvan Springs. And again, that's our Hook Echo feature. There's Toadvine, Short Creek, Graysville, Forestdale, and Birmingham. And obviously, if you are over in places like Fultondale, that was hard hit by a tornado just a few weeks back, you're obviously watching this very carefully as well as we are. And let's look at this debris. And again, I just don't see a whole lot there. Maybe something trying to touch down. Look at the velocity. Again, the signature is just not that impressive. But again, the storm structure looks great. This thing looks like it could drop a tornado at any time. So I would say if you are on Highway 216, if you are in Sylvan Springs, you need to do something now, as we have that potential for a tornado that could be down, could be up on Minor in Forestdale and Jefferson County. There's Birmingham, downtown Birmingham. This looks like it will stay north of Hueytown, north of McAtory, north of Bessemer, basically north of the Interstate 59 corridor. And this will continue to cause problems. This storm is certainly impressive. But again, the velocity for now has weakened just a bit. Doesn't mean it's over. Again, this thing could easily ramp back up. So please understand, if you are in Sylvan Springs, we want you to treat this thing serious and be ready to go to shelter immediately. In fact, we want you in a safe place now in North Jefferson County. So let's look at Tell you what, let's go back over the reflectivity. This gives a great perspective of the storm, a very well-defined hook echo feature. And what you're looking at, there's a rotating mesocyclone aside the storm, and this area right here is air that's rushing into the updraft and circulating around the mesocyclone. So if you get a tornado, it's going to be down here in that fishhook feature. Looks like a fishhook. You know, you get the rotating winds, rotating precip around the mesocyclone, and if there's a tornado, it's going to be right there, coming up on Sylvan Springs. So again, if you're on Highway 216, we advise you to stop travel, wait on this storm to pass on by, and then we can give you an all clear. But right now we cannot do that. But if you're down in Mud Creek or even Bull City, again, the risk of the tornadoes past your northeast now. So I'll tell you what, let's go out to wider view and let's show you everybody out there, because I know there's people watching from other parts of Alabama may not know what's going on. So if you are in Tuscaloosa, there's storms north of town. There's no tornado threat, at least for now, with those particular storms. There's a storm down on the Tombigbee River that's just east of Butler. It's going to come up on southwest Morengo County. May see a tornado warning added for you. It hasn't happened yet, but that is a possibility. We could see that tornado warning added for Morengo County. And again, if you are in Dallas County, we've got two tornadic storms there near and west of Selma. One's right on top of Selma, the other's just west of there. Still got tornado warning for Jefferson County, but again, in terms of warnings in our coverage area, that is it so far. We'll look at let's look at the reports so far with this event, just kind of see what has shaken out so far across Alabama. So look at all the tornado reports so far and wind damage reports. These back in Sumter County most likely was a tornado, but again, you see the tornado reports there, tornado reports here. So we've had several thunderstorms produce damage. Haven't heard anything from Morengo County.
Richard, likely we will be getting the Morengo County warning coming extremely soon.
So yeah, that storm that's coming out of Choctaw County and Clark County, we may see a tornado warning added for Morengo County, and that storm's impressive. So again, that's a potential there. So heads up if you are in Morengo County, we could easily get another tornado warning there. We've also got Brianna Duncan in the Weather Center with us, and Brianna, you've been watching reports and monitoring this as well, and what are you seeing out there?
The most recent thing I've seen right now is a tornado was reported by a spotter in Dallas County, and so while that doesn't directly impact our area, this tornado could in fact move into our area. Looks like just now tornado warning for Morengo County, just like Chelsea said, until 5:30. A tornado producing storm located near Putnam, 12 miles southeast of Butler, and this is moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So like Chelsea said, like Richard said, this storm that we're watching in Morengo County now is tornado warned. So if you are in these areas, you need to take shelter and take shelter now.
So again, we got a new tornado warning, as Brianna mentioned, in Morengo County. A storm that is could be producing a tornado. This is going to be down there just west of Thomasville. It's coming up on Nanophilia and Lavaca, Sweetwater, that area. I do want to mention this too, the storm over Jefferson County, Sylvan Springs still maintained a tornado warning for that. Not seeing any strong evidence of a tornado at the moment with that, but again, that could change. So let's go over to our velocity and let's just look at this thing together. We're going to take you into Morengo County. All right, so again, it's about 4:30 now. If you are just now joining us, Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott here, and we've got a storm that could be producing a tornado moving into Morengo County. And this will be coming up on Nanophilia and Sweetwater. That's it right there. That's over the Tombigbee River. It's crossing Tombigbee. That's Highway 69 that runs up to Nanophilia and Myrtlewood and then comes up into Linden. Then eventually 69 comes up into Tuscaloosa, that same highway. And again, there's your rotation, your possible tornado coming up on Sweetwater and Nanophilia and Dixon's Mill. So if you're in these areas across South and Central Morengo County, I want you to stay place now and be ready to take action if it is needed. And I think it is needed for this particular tornado. Put on the reflectivity out of Mobile, may give us a better perspective there. Yeah, there we go. So again, there's your that kidney bean feature. That possibility of a tornado is going to be right there. That's the Morengo County line. That's Clark County down here. This is Choctaw County. There's the city of Butler, Listman there, Pennington. Again, this is all going to be to your east and your south, but this is heading from Morengo County. So again, if you are in Sweetwater or Nantahala, got to be in a safe place now. Got to do something because the potential for tornadoes there, and it is tracking northeast like that. So again, let me take you back out to wide view just for a moment, and I will show you the storm that is in Jefferson County. Again, the tornado-producing storm in Jefferson County. Swap radar sites. Let's go to Birmingham. And tell you what, let's zoom into that storm. So again, you see over West Alabama, there's a lot of rain and thunderstorms. Currently, there's only one severe storm in West Alabama. That's down in Morengo County. These are classified as non-severe for the moment. But this tornadic storm that is in Jefferson County, still a very tight evidence of rotation in terms of the signature, reflectivity. This is right on top of Sylvan Springs. And again, there could be a tornado down there with this. It looks impressive, all right? It's got wind shear, it's got instability, and this thing could drop a tornado. Mulga Mine right there, there's a Forest Dale. You see Fulton Dale. This thing is moving generally off towards the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Let's put on the velocity and look at this thing together. And again, the rotation is not as impressive as it was earlier. When this thing was over Tuscaloosa County, we knew it was a tornado down. But again, we're not seeing that very tight evidence of rotation like we saw just about 30 minutes ago. But understand the reflectivity looks very impressive. This thing could easily drop a tornado. So again, if you are in Jefferson County, we want you in a safe place now. If you are north of downtown Birmingham, you got Graysville, Forest Dale, Mulga Mine, McDonald Chapel there. That's Highway 269 that runs into downtown Birmingham. It goes back to the west into Walker County. Again, there's Parrish and Cordova and Dora. This is all going to be to your southeast.
Hey, Richard.
Go ahead.
Just wanted to update you that the tornado warning from the National Weather Service has been extended for Jefferson County until 4:45. It's usually 4:30. And that severe thunderstorm is located over Maytown, 8 miles north of Hueytown, and this is moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So it's been extended for an extra 15 minutes for Jefferson County.
All right, so again, we saw an extension on that tornado warning there for Jefferson County till 4:45 now. And Brianna, what was the speed on that thing, that tornado warning?
Northeast at 35 miles per hour.
Okay, so I'll tell you what, let's zoom out just a bit. Let's do a path on this thing and show you who is in the track of this thing. Again, it's moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Zoom out just a bit so you can see that. And again, right now it's right on top of Sylvan Springs in Jefferson County, or over Maytown right there. So let's do a path on this. Moving northeast just like that. About 35 miles per hour. Okay, so again, if you are in Minor, Forestdale, Gardendale, Centerpoint, Chalkville, Clay, Locust Fork, those are going to be the times of arrival of this tornadic circulation. We'll be approaching you, and I will say this. It looks like maybe that signature may be tightening up just a bit north of Maytown. So again, if you're in these areas, you need to be in a safe place now. Technically, the warning goes for another 15 minutes. May see extended past that. But again, that's the latest information for you on that. So, all right, let's go back down to the south. I want to show you the other storm we're dealing with. And this is going to be down in Morengo County. For a potential tornado coming out of Clark County, Clark County and Choctaw County line down there. And again, this thing has the potential to drop a tornado. And I tell you what, Brianna, have you heard if this is a confirmed tornado or if this is radar indicated?
At this moment, I have not seen that has been confirmed. Chelsea, please correct me if you've seen anything. But at this moment, I have not seen anything confirmed. Let's see. Just got an update for Dallas County, that continuing tornado warning. But for what we're talking about right now, I do not see that.
A little bit earlier, it was observed. This was around 4:28, so I mean approximately 5 minutes ago, and this tornado was located near Putnam, so it was observed. Whereas our tornadoes, our severe storms conducive of producing a tornado, in Jefferson County that was going to be radar indicated. Richard.
All right, so again, I'm just checking some reports behind the scenes here, and so far so good. I don't see anything additional happening right now, but as you know, we're in the middle of a severe weather event that could change very quickly. So again, we will continue to watch that. All right, tell you what, Brianna, if you want to mention that storm that's in Jefferson County, anything on the history of that thing, because we're kind of watching that as it moves deeper into Jefferson County. Anything coming out of Tuscaloosa County from that?
Right now, nothing from Tuscaloosa County. Just looking, our latest update was in Jefferson County when that thunderstorm capable of producing tornado was, near Putnam, just like Chelsea had said. But as I'm looking, we can see that, this came from Tuscaloosa County, moved into Jefferson County, and it has, brought some damage with that. But as I'm looking for some reports, Jefferson County, as of this moment that we see, has no reports of damage. However, we are keeping track of that and looking for reports if we get that. Just because there's not damage at this moment doesn't mean that we will not get damage. And then, let's see. We do have an update that storm chasers north of Campbell have a visual on a large tornado to their west. But other than that, for that Jefferson County tornado, that history came from Tuscaloosa. As of right now, no damage, but we are keeping an eye on that, and we will potentially see that in the future.
All right, I do want to mention this too. Chelsea Aaron is working on getting some pictures and videos. She'll get to us in just a little bit. Quite a bit of tornado spottings and also damage already out there across Alabama. So again, Chelsea's going to work on that and get that information out to us as soon as we get it. We'll pass that along to you. Here is Morengo County. Got a tornado warning that is for the county. Let me put on the warning and show you who is in the polygon and who is not, and you'll see that red polygon pop up there. And again, this includes Linden, Sweetwater, Calvary, Miller, Dixon's Mills, also Thomaston, Dayton, Hugo, Octagon. Everybody, well, I've called out your area. You're going to be in the path of this potential tornadoes coming out of the Clark and also Choctaw County line there. That little squiggly line, that's the county line between Clark County and Choctaw. That's the Tombigbee River, runs up into Myrtlewood and up towards Old Lock 3 and then to the north of that into Sumter County. So again, our potential tornado is going to be right down here over the Clark and Choctaw County line coming into Morengo County. So if you are in Linden, Thomaston, Dayton, Hugo, down to the south towards Octagon, if you are in Calvary, Miller, Dixon's Mills, Sweetwater, and even Anaphilia. Let's be in a safe place now. The potential for tornadoes there, and we've already seen quite a number of touchdowns so far. We'll put on the velocity out of Mobile. And again, I'll tell you what, let me pan to the south just a little bit so you can see Mobile's perspective out of that. And there's no doubt this thing has shown some sign of rotation. In fact, this is from Birmingham's perspective. That's a long way away. Let's go down to Mobile, and there it is right there. This thing is right on top of Highway 69, just below Anaphilia. Tornado likely down. All right, so if you are in Sweetwater or Dixon's Mills, we need you to be in a safe place. The potential for tornado does continue with that. Okay, and we have Chelsea Barton, who's also live in Moundville. And Chelsea, what you got over there?
Richard, we arrived here in the Waterbury neighborhood in Moundville about 20 or 25 minutes ago. As you can see behind me, several of these homes experienced damage during that storm. We spoke with a few residents who said they were inside when the windows actually blew out from the strengths of those winds. Several cars have also been damaged here. As you can see, there's debris in the yards. From what we can tell, there are no injuries on this street in particular. This is Waterbury Drive that you see right here behind me. No No injuries have been reported at this time. Hale County EMA Director Russell Weeden is on the scene here along with several other Hale County first responders. I've seen officers from the Moundville Police Department, the Hale County Sheriff's Office, Hale County EMA, and I even think I saw Mayor Tony Lester out here earlier just checking on the residents and making sure they're okay. Now over here, I'm told this was a church or is a church that is active and meets here. I'm not sure the name of this church, but we're working to find that out. I spoke off camera with the preacher of this church earlier, and he said that everything inside appears to be okay, but there is some structural damage here, as you can see. The Waterbury neighborhood is right when you come into Moundville. If you're familiar with this area, when you come into Moundville from Tuscaloosa, you'll see the water tower on the right. Waterbury is the first neighborhood also on the right when you come in. A Moundville city councilman just stopped by and told me that there is some damage in downtown Moundville near the post office. We had heard earlier that there were some structural issues there and some roof damage. Russell Weeden, the Hale County EMA director, also told me that there are 30 to 40 homes total, or I'm sorry, 30 to 40 structures total that have been damaged. 7 of those are homes in the Oak Village Road area of Akron. Again, we are in Moundville in the Waterbury community. We'll have more coming up tonight at 5 and 6 o'clock. Again, no injuries reported here in Hale County, just some structure damage and several vehicles lost. Richard, back to you.
Hey, thanks, Chelsea, for that update. Again, that's what happened down in the Moundville area. A tornado has tracked through there and caused some structural damage. Thank you for that update. Also, we got Brianna Duncan. And Brianna, you got a report from Jefferson County.
Yes, Richard, we just wanted to update you again. I was just talking about the Jefferson County, but this tornado warning has been extended until 5:30 in Jefferson County. The tornado-producing storm was located near Maytown, 7 miles northwest of Fairfield, and this is moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. So this storm, like I said, is tornado warning storm is in Jefferson County, like I said, until 5:30. So it has been extended for a little bit longer, and this was located over Maytown, 7 miles northwest of Fairfield, and this is moving northeast at 25 miles per hour, Richard.
All right, so again, we continue to deal with that tornadic storm in Jefferson County. What you're looking at on the radar, this is our velocity, and this is showing this tornadic storm in Morengo County. This thing is coming up on Nanafly. You got Sweetwater, Dixon's Mills. So let's go back to the north, and I tell you what, we'll take that storm in Jefferson County. And again, let's watch this. And by the way, I want to mention this. We got 2 tornadic storms down in Dallas County, just below Perry and Chilton counties. We're going to watch those carefully. So let's take you into Jefferson County. We do continue that tornado warning. And again, still that evidence of rotation just to the east of Maytown, Mulga Mine right there. And again, you see that little couplet right below Graysville, and there's Forestdale and Fultondale. So again, this thing could still be producing a tornado coming up on I-22. It's about to cross I-22 as we speak. And then it crosses I-65 next to Major Road and 31 in the path of that. So I'll tell you what, let's take our correlation coefficient here and just look at this thing together. And again, there's your debris signatures Brianna mentioned. So again, we have a confirmed tornado down. Don't think it's as large as it was earlier, but again, we still have a confirmed tornado down just north of Minor, just northeast of Sylvan Springs. That's Highway 269 down there in Jefferson County. That's downtown Birmingham. You got Highway 5. This is about to cross Highway 5. And then the Interstate 22 corridor. Next up would be a place like Gardendale and Fultondale. If this thing does hold together, put on a hazard display. Again, we got obviously the rotating storm, so let's take our reflectivity and just look at this together. Again, there it is, our rotating supercell thunderstorm. That is the new tornado warning. Kimberly and Morris and Warrior and Gardendale, you're going to be under the gun for this potential tornado. In fact, we can say a confirmed tornado down that is in Jefferson County. And this is in the process of crossing Highway 5 as we speak. So if you are in Graysville down to Forestdale on Highway 5, we want you to pull over, let the storm pass on by. Not going to last very long. Let it pass by, and you will be okay to resume travel. So I want to show a wide perspective again, just to everybody out there. And again, we've got a number of storms out there, but we don't have a lot of tornadic storms in the moment in our coverage area. Most of those are down here to the south. And then we got this one tornadic storm in Jefferson County. The air over here in East Alabama is currently cool and stable, but again, that could be changing at any time. as this warm, moist air does get pulled into that part of Alabama. We got twin supercells down here in Dallas County, and we got that big supercell down in South Morengo County. So let's take you into that storm and show you what we got. So if you are in Morengo County, heads up, a very dangerous looking storm here. This thing is about as classic as it gets. Coming up on Sweetwater, Dixon's Mills. If you are in Calvary, if you are in Miller, or if you're in Octagon, Hugo, you need to be in a safe place now. This is a dangerous storm. This thing has that look like it could produce a large, long-track tornado. So again, if you are in Morengo County, if you are along Highway 10 between Nanaflia and Dixon's Mills, this tornado is about to cross Highway 10 right at Sweetwater. So again, in Sweetwater, Morengo County, dangerous thunderstorm could be producing a tornado coming up on you. Let's do, tell you what, let's look at the velocity on this thing. Look at the couplet.
And Richard, we just got confirmation that this is a confirmed tornado. They're in Morengo County, and it's located near Nanaflia.
Yeah, Nanaflia, yeah, down there.
Nanaflia. I knew I was going to butcher the name, but it's located there, and it's moving northeast at 40 miles per hour.
Yeah, so again, we're just talking about that, a confirmed tornado down near Nanaflia. Nanaflia sits right there. That's the intersection of Highway 69 and Highway 10 that join together. And again, your tornado is going to be just a hair to the east of that interchange. And again, if you are in really from Ezell's back to Dixon's Mills, I would treat this thing like a tornado's on you now. This thing's moving northeast at, Chelsea, you mentioned 40 miles per hour. Is that right on that path?
Yes, sir. It's moving northeast at 40 miles per hour.
So let's do, tell you what, let me zoom out just a little bit. So it's moving northeast at 40. That's the Alabama River down there. So let's do a track on this thing and show you where it's going to be heading, northeast at 40 miles per hour. Slow this thing down just a bit. So again, these are the computer arrival times. So if you live in any of these areas, this is what time this potential tornado, which is confirmed, will be where you are. So again, Sweetwater, right now, you got to be in a safe place. I know it says 455, but again, if you're in Sweetwater, I want you in shelter now. If you are in Wayne, 501, Octagon, 510, Linden at 515, Thomaston about 520, Dayton, you see 528. And then Uniontown, if it holds together, at 545, roughly 545. So again, these are just an idea of what time it could be in your area. You need to be in shelter now. If you are anywhere across central Morengo County, go to safe place now. And when this passes, I will tell you, and you can go back to your normal activities. But I'll tell you what, Chelsea, this thing has been interesting down in Morengo County. We've had multiple tornado warnings just down there today.
Oh, Richard, it has been extremely interesting seeing how these storms have evolved and continue to track all the way up into portions of Jefferson County. I mean, we tracked the Tuscaloosa storm all the way down from Greene County to Jefferson County, and I actually do have some damage photos if we want to go ahead and take the weather iPad right now. These were just from some of the past storms that occurred throughout our coverage area today. So if we can go ahead and get the iPad so we can show those damage photos right now. Some of these damage photos are from significant wind gusts. Again, when we have tornadoes, we had extremely large and dangerous tornadoes which caused significant damage. Most of these are tree damage. We have one picture. Again, if we go ahead and take the iPad right now, this was back in the Dallas County storm. Look at that. You may not be able to tell what that is, but that is a boat.
That's a boat.
That is a boat wrapped around a tree.
Grief.
This just shows the strength of these storms. And I mean, there's been multiple of them, right?
Man.
We always say it only takes one. Well, we've had multiple. You don't need just multiple tornadoes to show the strength that it will bring. And again, you can see the tree damage all around.
Gosh,
and
that's
then
crazy.
These photos are from the storm that was northeast of Brookwood. We know we tracked that storm, and at one point it was located over Brookwood School. So as you can see, I mean, trees are just completely shredded all the way down from the base up, and we see many impassable roads here. All of these pictures are going to be from that northeastern Brookwood storm. And again, it caused some down power lines as well. I know some of these storms have passed throughout your area. But again, I necessarily would not recommend travel, as this significant damage is going to cause travel issues, as we have those down power lines and those down trees completely covering a road. I know earlier we talked about a mobile home that was completely covering a road. And then also here's some other pictures. These were in western Alabama. Obviously, we've had several storms throughout the entire coverage area, especially in western Alabama, when Richard was talking about a lot of those storms that came from Morengo County and also Greene County. You can see their windows are completely blown out on this house. We have a lot of structural damage, and then a tree was really completely uprooted here. We can see tree damage and power line damage are mainly going to be our biggest significant damages that we're seeing here. And this is just a picture from one of those storms in western Alabama, as we've seen those really just impressive wall clouds. I know we've seen impressive rotation throughout many of the storms, but again, we're currently getting those storm reports that are coming in. This was from Mound State Park, Tuscaloosa County, from a tornado earlier. We have multiple homes that are damaged in the Waterbury subdivision. So again, we're going to continue to track those storms. Likely right now, the only storm that we have on radar right now is that Warden storm in Morengo County. Now, this was observed, again, located near Nantahala, 15 miles east of Butler. We'll continue to track that and continue to monitor the rotation within that storm, right? So if it tightens up, then that means you need to go in your safe place. You should be in your safe place regardless until that tornado warning is over. Brianna, are you seeing any other storm reports that are coming in from the National Weather Service, or any reports of storms recycling back up that you're seeing?
Yes, Chelsea. I know, Selma is not in our viewing area, but we have gotten reports that the Selma storm is cycling back up. But when we move back to our area, we have reports from Tuscaloosa County, and that the emergency manager reports that the tornado, and in the Waterbury subdivision, there have been multiple homes damaged. So far, that's one of our reports from the Tuscaloosa County tornado that has come through. And again, that is in the Waterbury subdivision, where multiple homes have been damaged. And again, that's from Tuscaloosa County's emergency manager from that tornado that came through earlier near Mound State Park here in Tuscaloosa County.
All right, so again, we continue to watch this situation where we have several tornado warnings now in effect, and across a portion of West Alabama and Central Alabama. And again, what we're watching, what you're looking at on the screen, that is from Morengo County, a confirmed tornado that's down, that's coming up on the Sweetwater area. And again, these are the times of arrival of what time it could be in your area. So understand, you need to be in shelter before it gets to you. So if you're not in shelter now, you need to be soon. Again, if you're in Linden at 516, Thomaston 523, Dayton at 528, and Siddonsville at 535, Uniontown at around 543. So again, those are just the kind of arrival times of what time that tornadic storm could be on top of you. Again, this is a dangerous circulation center. This has that feature, that look to it that could produce a violent tornado down there in Morengo County. And again, you saw the damage across parts of Tuscaloosa and Hale counties from that tornadic storm earlier as well. And I'll tell you what, let's go off towards the north and show you what we got there. That tornadic storm that is coming across I-22 now is coming across the Gardendale area. And again, I will say this, the rotation is not as impressive there. So again, this is a storm that could produce a tornado, but it's not as impressive as it once was. That's a Morris, Kimberly, and Warrior right there. You got Gardendale, Fultondale, Vulcan City. You got Crosstown and Croston right there in Pinson. And again, this tornadic circulation is going to continue across North Jefferson County and is moving off towards that northeast at about 40 miles per hour. And I'll tell you what, let's take you out to home view, and let's go back down into Morengo County, and let's look at the warning polygons while we got you on here. And again, the latest warning situation across Alabama, we got a tornado warning obviously for Morengo County. We still got the tornado warning across North Jefferson County, and those are our main storms of concern. There we go. Technically, we got southeast Perry County under tornado warning. There's the tornado warning for Morengo County. There's the tornado warning for Jefferson County. The counties in yellow, that is a tornado watch. in effect through tonight. So again, until this event comes to an end, we still have those the tornado watch in effect. And I do want to mention this, something we really hadn't talked a whole lot about is flooding. We got a flash flooding warnings for Coleman, Jefferson, and Tuscaloosa counties across central and west Alabama. We are dealing with flash flooding issues out there because of the very heavy rainfall these storms have produced. So again, just heads up for you, that is a problem. Go back over to the radar, and again, for the city of Tuscaloosa, there's no issues happening right now in terms of active weather. We got some showers out there, but in terms of severe weather, not happening here in the Tuscaloosa area for now. Down to the south, obviously we got the supercell in Morengo County, and we get that one in the southeastern corner of Perry County. So let's take you down into that and show you what we got.
And Richard, we actually just got word that tornado warning that has been continued for Jefferson County until 5:30. That kind of weak area of rotation that we're looking at, surprisingly, we have a confirmed tornado. This is located over Brookside near Gardendale, is moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. I feel like this is the exact same situation that we had with that tornado near Concord and Sylvan Springs, where it's going to be rather weak, but essentially it's still there.
Okay, so let's talk about it. We've got a dangerous thunderstorm that is producing a confirmed tornado now that is in Jefferson County. This is going to be coming up on the Gardendale area. And basically, if you are at Kimberly and Morris and point south down the interstate, that's where we're concerned about the potential for tornado that is confirmed now. And this is the same storm that produced the Tuscaloosa County damage and the Tuscaloosa County tornado. Let's look at, tell you what, let's look at the debris signature on this thing and kind of look at this together. Let's see what we've got. And again, let me pull this thing up on the screen for you. It's being a little slow with us. Here we go. That may be it right there, Chelsea, that we're looking at, the potential for tornadoes coming up on Interstate 65 and Highway 31. So again, that's what we're looking at. The National Weather Service also confirming that tornado down with that. But again, Chelsea, I think if anything, this is going to be a brief, weak tornado.
Oh, I completely agree. That's, I mean, that has been indicative as we've tracked it all the way back from back into more western parts of Jefferson County, moving into Concord and Sylvan Springs and Hueytown. It didn't have the rotation, the tight couplet that we're looking for in terms of an extremely large and dangerous tornado or even a significant tornado. Really, it's just rather weak. And, you know, seeing trouble with that debris ball as well is indicative that it's going to be rather weak in nature. However, it's still important. You need to have your safe space, as rather weak tornadoes can still cause damage at any point. So again, the area that we're looking at for rotation is going to be right here in between Gardendale and Graysville, where it's approaching Gardendale and portions of Mount Olive, potentially, and Cardiff. So that's what we're going to be looking for. We're going to see if it tightens up any. At this point, it still remains rather broad, but we're still tracking that as it continues to move northeast at 25 miles per hour, Richard.
All right, Chelsea, again, I do want to remind you this information online. If you do lose power today or tonight, you can always watch us on Facebook Live. We're on the WVUA 23 Facebook page. And I tell you what, if you guys can confirm that just to make sure we're still on there, I think there's a time limit on that thing. But anyway, we are on Facebook Live on the WVUA 23 Facebook page and obviously on TV as well. So as we continue to go through this event, you can watch us for that information as well. Here is the event, and again, it is what it is. We talked about this thing for days and days, and it's just happening. We got severe weather outbreak ongoing across central Alabama. Numerous tornado warnings, numerous tornadoes down at some point today, and that continues. This is basically the first round of two. The second round is back here in Mississippi, and I will say this, these cells back here are bearing watching very carefully across Mississippi, especially near the river there. And again, this activity is going to cross the state of Mississippi and then gradually move into West Alabama. So it is now 5 o'clock. Just want to kind of reset things for you. Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott here. We've got Brianna Duncan, Jennifer Herbert, and Chelsea Aaron here with us as well. And we continue to go through this tornado outbreak across Alabama. Had a lot of tornadoes touch down so far. We'll continue to have tornadoes touch down. Unfortunately, this thing isn't over. But I will say this, one encouraging thing is I haven't heard of any loss of life or any major injuries so far. sometimes you don't know for a while, but that is at least encouraging that we haven't had any confirmation of a loss of life yet. Hopefully we'll go through this event without that, but again, this is a dangerous setup where we're going to have tornadoes through tonight, and we're going to deal with this for quite a while. So again, it's just 5 o'clock now, and this is what's happening. We got active weather across Alabama. We continue this active tornado outbreak through about 4 a.m. I think by around 4 o'clock or so, this thing should be ramping up. And I'll tell you what, while we are at it, let's just check out things here behind the scenes. Let's look at our model data. And I like to kind of look at this sometimes to get an idea if anything has changed. And you see what's kind of happening here. You've got your storms coming through. In fact, this has got, the severe weather risk over for Tuscaloosa by midnight, which would be fantastic for East Alabama around 2 to 3 a.m. And this thing will be wrapping up and moving in Georgia. After that, cool and stable air moves in. I think we are all looking forward to that. I know nice warm spring weather is fun, but when you're dealing with tornadoes, you don't want it. So again, this is our watch warning map. Still got a tornado warning for Morengo County, still got a tornado warning for North Jefferson County. That is the latest on that. I want to take you to Bryant-Denny and Tuscaloosa. This is our Tuscaloosa County storm, and I tell you what, while we do that, I think we got a brand new tornado warning.
Hey, yeah. Hey, Richard, we have a tornado warning for Chilton County until 6 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado located near Billingsley, 13 miles northeast of Valley Grande. This is moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Again, this is in Chilton County, moving northeast 40 miles per hour. And another thing I wanted to mention that we have an update from Alabama Power as well. Currently, 9,100 people in the state of Alabama that are customers of Alabama Power are without power right now. So if your power does turn off, we are live on Facebook if you can pull that up on your phone. But as of right now, like I said, 9,100 people are without power, and we do have that tornado warning for Chilton County until 6 o'clock, as well as the tornado warning being continued for Dallas and Perry until 5:30 as well. And this is not confirmed, but still looking like a severe thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado. And the one in Chilton County moving northeast at 40 miles per hour, as well as the one for Dallas and Perry counties. Richard.
All right, thank you, Brianna. So let's go back over to this storm and show you what we got out there. First off, from Bryant-Denny at Tuscaloosa, it's warm, it's unstable. Here's a look at radar, and again, we've got a number of storms out there now. We've got the one tornadic storm in North Jefferson County, and let's go into the southern Chilton County storm, and we need to take a look at Morengo too. So if you are in Clanton, okay. If you are near Clanton, you need to be ready to go to a safe place shortly. Again, we got a dangerous tornadic storm that's moving northeast like that. I'll put on the velocity just for a moment and look at that and see the wind inside of this thing. And again, still tight evidence of rotation, very close to Billingsley. This is almost the same path as a tornado earlier today that moved right through that part of Chilton County. And then we got the other possible tornado in southeast Perry County, basically crossing Highway 219 as we speak. So again, let's go down to Morengo County. And again, here in just a moment, we're going to go over to Chelsea Barton, who is, I believe, still in Moundville, just show you what has happened down there. We've had a tremendous damage in the Moundville area from a tornado that touched down. So here is Morengo County. I'll tell you what, this circulation is really impressive down there that is coming up on Miller and Octagon. I would say most likely this is a tornado down. It's moving northeast towards Thomaston and Hugo and Dayton. So if you are in Morengo County, south of Linden or east of Linden, down Highway 43 or up on Highway 28 on the east side of Linden or south side of town, you need to be in shelter now. This tornado is down, and most likely we'll look at the debris signature with that and just see what we got. And again, this thing is so far away from the radar site, it's going to be tough to see that. Go ahead, Chelsea.
Speaking of, we actually do have a confirmed tornado that was just located over Miller. So that's going to be 10 miles south of Linden, and it's moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So you were right on the money.
So we got a confirmed damaging tornado down there. Trust me, I'd rather be wrong than right on this. So confirmed damaging tornado that's crossing Highway 43 in Morengo County. This is south of Linden. This is going to be very close to Calvary Baptist Church or Miller. And you know where the Octagon Road comes out of Highway 43 right at Calvary Baptist Church. It's going to be generally in that area, and then coming up on the Hugo area in Thomaston, Dayton. You need to be in a safe place now. Again, we got a very dangerous situation for a confirmed tornado down in that part of Morengo County. That's tracking northeast. So again, a heads up, but right before we go to Chelsea, we're going to go to her in just a second. We got Fonsdale, Dayton, Hugo, Thomaston, Console. We got Miller, Calvary, Octagon. All of you need to be in a safe place now. The core tornado threat's going to be just south of downtown Linden. All right, so again, we got Chelsea Barton, who is over in Moundville, and we're going to go to live report with Chelsea. What you got over there?
In Hale County, 30 to 40 homes were damaged by this storm earlier this afternoon, including every residence here on Waterbury Drive in Moundville. If you're familiar with this area, this is the neighborhood right as you're coming into Moundville from Tuscaloosa on Highway 69 South. This is to the right, just past the water tower. As you can see behind me, all of these homes experienced damage. The roofs are torn off on some, windows blown out. 9 or 10 cars were totaled during this storm. We spoke with Hale County EMA Director Russell Warden earlier. Here's what he had to say about the powerful storm that damaged these homes earlier this afternoon.
Back in. Damage right now, but no injuries.
Wonderful. What were you guys expecting? I know we knew that this was going to be a bad weather event today.
Right, so we just now have more weather coming in our south part of our county, and we also have 7 homes damaged in Akron from the same storm.
No reports of injuries there?
No reports of injuries.
Awesome. What are you guys out here telling these folks to do? I know the big thing is just everybody's okay.
Yeah, we're putting them in touch with the Red Cross, making sure everybody's okay, making sure they have a place to stay tonight, and then Red Cross will be here tomorrow to help them get a place to stay because several of them are unlivable.
A lot of vehicles I see damaged too. Is this just damage from the winds that came through here?
Right, there's about 9 vehicles. 6 of them are behind us. Some of them are totaled from the wind and debris that flew into them.
Are the ambulances out here just to make sure people are okay?
Yeah, they're just here precautionary.
I did see one gentleman when we came in who said his hand was cut. Was that just from cleanup?
Yeah, he was inside the house and some glass hit his hand. It was very minor.
Are we seeing a lot of damage inside these homes, or is it mainly exterior?
It's mainly exterior where the wind blew out the glass. A lot of water damage inside the homes.
Can you kind of tell us what this area right here saw earlier?
Yeah, so this is North Mountville. They all said they heard and saw the tornado coming. The same storm that caused damage in downtown Mountville.
And the 3 businesses that are damaged?
Yeah, the 3 businesses that are damaged, 2 of them are in downtown Mountville and 1 is just north of here at all mucked up trucks place.
It sounds like everybody here took cover, got in their safe place, and it paid off. So just kind of talk about the importance of that.
They did. So in Mountville, we use the all-call system. We let all the residents in Mountville know that they were under a tornado warning about 15 or 20 minutes before the tornado got here. So I feel like that was a big help.
Again, thankfully, no injuries have been reported here in Moundville where the storm came through earlier. We're going to go check out a few of those businesses Hale County EMA Director Russell Warden mentioned were damaged in the storm. We'll be back here at 6 o'clock. In Moundville, where the sun is just starting to peek out, I'm Chelsea Barton, WVUA 23 News.
All right, thank you, Chelsea, for that update. Again, that is down in the Moundville area. It looks like hard hit by a tornado earlier this afternoon, and currently we have a tornado that's down in South Morengo County, just below Linden. This is coming up on the Octagon Road. This is Hugo, Thomaston. You're going to be in the direct path of this tornado, as well as Dayton. So what I want to do, I want to take a track on this thing and just show you who is going to be dealing with this actual tornado. So I'm going to pan this off to the southwest just a little bit. So let me do a cone and show you who is going to be in this potential tornado. Again, it's over Miller now, moving northeast just like that at about 35 miles per hour. So again, Octagon at 513. It is 5:09 right now. If you're in Octagon, you should have been at a safe place 10, 15 minutes ago. If you are in Hugo, shelter now. If you are in Thomaston, shelter now. Dayton, shelter now. All right, all these communities, you have got to do something. There's a confirmed tornado down. This storm has that look to it to produce a long track tornado that could be very damaging and very devastating. So again, if you are in these areas to the south or to the east of Linden, you got to go somewhere, go to a safe place, because there's a tornado down. We know it's there. It's on top of Oxygen. It's coming upon the Hugo area, Thomaston, Dayton, even Fonsdale. If you're in Fonsdale, I'd go ahead and go to that safe place now, because the potential is there for that tornado to impact Fonsdale as well. Let me clear this information off the screen. I want to go back out to wide view. Again, we've got a possible tornado in Chilton County near Billingsley. There's one there in Morengo.
Hey, Richard.
One in Chilton. Go ahead,
Just
Brianna.
wanted to let you know that the tornado in Chilton County is a confirmed tornado located near Billingsley, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Since you were just talking about that, it is a confirmed tornado near Billingsley.
Okay, Brianna, thank you for that update. So we've got two confirmed tornadoes in our area for now. One in Morengo County. One in South Chilton County. So let's take you into Chilton County. We just got done talking about Morengo County. I promise I'll go back to you. So again, we're working multiple storms here. So we got a damaging tornado down right on top of Billingsley. This thing is mighty close to the earlier tornado. We had a confirmed tornado just maybe a mile south of there that moved across South Chilton County and moved into Coosa County. And again, this thing is almost on the direct same path. So some of the areas that were impacted by the tornado earlier this afternoon may be dealing with the tornado now. Again, that is over Billingsley in South Chilton County. It is crossing Highway 82. So let's do a path on this and show you who is going to deal with this. So it's moving northeast, and that is about 35 to 40 miles per hour. Again, these are the times of the community arrival for your area. So again, we got Clanton in there at 5:33, so it's 5:11 now. You need to be in a safe place. If you are Gap of the Mountain, 5:42, Jumbo on forward as well. So Marble Valley, Strickland Crossroads, those are what time it could be there. This thing is also going to cross the Coosa River and move into Coosa County. If it does continue, if it holds together, most likely it will. That will move into Coosa County as well. So again, let me show everybody out there just for a moment. I'm going to clear that off the screen. And I'll tell you what, let's kind of just do a quick radar tour. Again, we've got active thunderstorms ongoing. We still have that tornado warning in North Jefferson County. And Chelsea, is there anything coming from that storm up there? Have you seen?
Richard, we have not seen anything coming from that storm. In the past couple of minutes, I've been looking at radar trying to determine if it's going to be wrapping up in terms of rotation. And while it does mirror some sort of rotation, it's still kind of rather weak and broad at this point, I believe. As earlier, there was a confirmed tornado that I believe was heading towards the Gardendale area, Mount Olive area, but again, that rotation is seeming quite broad right now. I believe our areas that seem rather significant are going to be where our confirmed tornadoes are located over Miller in Morengo County and over Billingsley. Again, I feel like we've tracked the Billingsley tornado since we started today for the past 5 hours. But I think those, in terms of our rotational couplets, are going to be our most significant, whereas the one in Jefferson County is just seeming rather weak and broad at this point, Richard.
You know, I think what's happening, Chelsea and Brianna, is this stuff over here, and just like the one that moved across Coosa County, the air over here in Alabama for now is cool and stable. So again, as these storms work into that cooler air mass, they're basically fizzling out. So most likely we'll see the same thing happen for the Jefferson County storms that tries to move into Blount County. Again, we're going to watch it carefully for the next few minutes, but again, we think it's moving into cool, stable air. Down to the south, a very dangerous tornado in South Chilton County, and then another dangerous tornado in South Morengo County. And again, that's about it for West Alabama. We've got a lot of thunderstorms up here, but so far I've not seen any indication of these rotating. Doesn't mean that won't happen, but again, for the next hour or so, our focus is going to be these storms down here in that very ripe and unstable air that's down here over south central Alabama. Again, these storms here, we're carefully watching them. They could easily go severe and produce a tornado, but again, that's what we're looking at for now. So let's go back over to our, tell you what, let's use velocity. Let's go back down to that storm. I tell you what, let's take Morengo County. You know what, before we do that, I take that back. I'm going to make up my mind one day. Let's go into Jefferson County. We haven't talked about that in a while, North Jefferson County. And again, as Chelsea mentioned, this storm is really weakening. I just don't see any sign of a strong rotation here that's crossed the interstate now. It's in northeast Jefferson County, not too far from Warrior and Gardendale. I just don't see a whole lot there. Again, doesn't mean it won't ramp back up, but it seems like this storm may be just about out of juice. But best word of advice, if you're in northeast Jefferson County, I'd even say all the way to Aniana and Locust Fork, let's watch it. Just make sure this thing's not going to try to spin back up. But again, that's the latest on that. All right, so let's go down to the south. I promised I would go down there to Chilton County. We have these twin supercells that are basically back to back now. This is one that's over North Dallas County. That's going to move into Chilton as well. Then the one over Billingsley, we got a confirmed tornado down with that. That is heading towards Clanton as well. And again, so this is a dangerous circulation center that's basically on top of Billingsley. There's Pletcher right there. We got the possibility of a tornado that is likely still down with this storm. All right, so we want to go over to the newsroom. We got Lynn Brooks who is standing by with an update. Lynn, what you got?
Hey there, Richard. Thank you so much. We have Tuscaloosa County EMA Director Nick Lally with us now on the phone. Can you hear me, Nick?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
Thank you so much for being with us. I know it is a busy afternoon for you. When we last checked in with you, you were on your way to a subdivision at the Tuscaloosa County-Hale County line. Just wanted to touch base again and see what the damage is in that area.
Well, I got out down there and talked to Russ. He's the EMA director for Hale County, and there were multiple homes damaged. I counted at least 6, maybe more. That's all I counted. Talked to him, and there was some significant damage there. Trees down, homes damaged, of course. Also, I went to Thomas Road, which is in Tuscaloosa County, near South Rosser Road, and the main damage there was tree damage. Tuscaloosa County Road and Bridge, they were out clearing those roads so first responders could get through there. Also, I talked with Police Chief Jimmy Sellers from Brookwood, and they're having some homes that are damaged up on Searles Road, excuse me. And but the good news is, out of these places right now, there's been no reports of any injuries or any fatalities. That is the best news that we've heard all day.
And that is indeed great news. I was going to ask you if any injuries whatsoever had been reported. Pretty amazing considering the really active weather afternoon that we've had.
Yes, ma'am. Well, that just goes to show you that people in the community in Hale County, Greene County, Sumter County, Tuscaloosa County, they're taking heed to warnings. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. They're getting the weather apps. They're getting the weather information. And, you know, the heroes in this are the citizens. The citizens of this county, they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do, and they're heeding the warning. So just don't give up, as the old saying is, because we still got more storms coming our way tonight. So this is just the first round. We got one more to go, and just if you're listening, just keep doing what you're doing. And so far, we have escaped with no injuries and no fatalities, and that's the main thing. Because look, we can replace a home, but we cannot replace an individual. So.
And Nick, as we've seen in so many different storm events, people become curious about what certain areas look like. People become curious about damage. Maybe they become curious about property that's not their main residence. What is your suggestion to people during this time period right now?
Well, mainly just stay home, because number one, we have more storms on the way, and you need to be paying attention to that. Number two, you need to give first responders the road so they can check on folks, because every home is not checked out yet that I've been told. So we're not out of the woods 100%. Also, give the crews out working room to travel, and I did see that there was cars on the road. they finally almost had to shut down the neighborhood. But just stay off the road, please, and of course, just give the folks that their homes are damaged, give them some privacy, and because their stuff is damaged. So I know how it feels. My home was damaged back during 2011, so I know what these people are going through, and it's not a good day for them.
Shelters in Tuscaloosa County still remaining open throughout this weather event, Nick?
Yes, ma'am. We called for them to open around 10:30, and we are going to call for them to remain open until the wee morning hours until the system passes through. All
right, Nick Lawley, Director of Tuscaloosa County EMA, we sure appreciate you taking the time to be with us tonight.
Yes, ma'am.
And for folks watching at home, if you are anticipating you're going to need a safe place into the evening, because this weather event is certainly not over at this point, and you'd like to have information on a storm shelter in your area, that is easy to find. You can find a list of all the storm shelters in Tuscaloosa County by going to TuscaloosaCountyEMA.org. Just click on that Storm Shelters tab. Live in the newsroom tonight, I'm Lynn Brooks. Richard, back to you.
Hey, Lynn, thank you for that update there. And one good thing is we're not seeing a loss of life being reported, and that's, hey, we can all celebrate that. But again, the night's not over. We've still got a long way to go, and we got more tornadoes out there that are ongoing now. So hopefully we can make it through this whole event without any loss of life, and that would be fantastic. But again, we want people to take these things serious. So we got 3 tornadoes now. We got 1 in Morengo County. We got, take that back, actually we got 4 tornadoes now. We got 1 in Morengo County, we got 2 in Chilton County, and we got 1 in Northeast Jefferson County. So let's take you into Northeast Jefferson County, where we got a brand new tornado warning that's been issued for Blount County in Northeast Alabama, or just northeast of Birmingham. So let's take you into that particular storm. And again, the National Weather Service are mentioning a possible tornado with that. So they continued that tornado warning. They extended that into Blount County just to be safe, because areas like Locust Fork and Aniana we just talked about, they could deal with this potential tornado. It just doesn't look all that impressive, but again, this thing could drop a tornado pretty easily. National Weather Service mentioning a confirmation of a tornado a few moments ago, but again, we just don't see a whole lot in terms of our signature. Let's look at our velocity with this.
Richard, we are getting some damage reports coming out of those possible confirmed tornadoes from Gardendale. This was some damage reported along Highway 31, either some possible wind damage from a tornado or just very extreme winds. Again, we have not yet to confirm that, as again our velocity has been rather weak as we're going throughout those scans. But again, we do have some damage reported along Highway 21, and we also are seeing some damage over in Chilton County. We have a confirmed, actually large and extremely dangerous tornado there in Chilton County. This is going to be located over Pools Cross Road, 7 miles southwest of Clanton, and it's moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So while we have this weak area here moving into Aniana and portions of Blount County, we do have this extremely large and dangerous tornado back down in Chilton County, which again, we've been tracking it in the same area, it seems like, for hours, Richard.
All right, so let's go down to that storm that we're talking about. And again, you're looking at some video, Lake Wildwood, again, dealing with that. And that was over in Tuscaloosa County, dealing with that, tornado damage. So again, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that's over in Tuscaloosa County, right? Dealing with that. Yeah, Lake Wildwood, okay. So again, they've got damage down there. You're seeing some of the pictures of what happened. A tornado passed through there just a little bit earlier. So I tell you what, we need to go into Chilton County now, because this is a dangerous situation for a confirmed large and a dangerous tornado that is on the ground southwest of Clanton. In fact, we have 2 tornadoes down simultaneously in Chilton County now. We got one that is basically where Ryderville is. It's Highway 22 that runs into Maplesville. If you are in Maplesville, you need to be in shelter now. We got Kenshin right here. This is a tornado down coming up on Clanton. And I will say this, both of these signatures could have a tornado down very easily, especially this one that's just southwest of Clanton. So again, we are concerned about another large and dangerous tornado that is down in Clanton, or heading towards Clanton. Let's look at this thing. Look at the debris signature, goodness. Right over Kitchen right now, coming up on Clanton. So I tell you what, if you are in Clanton, I want you to be in shelter now. Okay, this is a very serious situation. If you are in Clanton, we got a large damaging tornado on the ground that's to your southwest by about 6 or 7 miles. It's moving towards Clanton as we speak. We know it's down, it's there. You got to do something about it. So again, we got a large and dangerous tornado down in Clanton right now, or approaching Clanton right now from the southwest. We need you in a safe place right now.
We're already getting some reports of damage. They are not necessarily specific or confirmed right now, but definitely already getting those reports of damage of Pools Crossroads in Clinton. This is extremely dangerous. Make sure you are taking cover now. Now is your time to be in your safe place and take cover, Richard.
Yeah, so this is a very dangerous storm that is producing a confirmed tornado now as we speak. This is tracking off towards the northeast at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. Again, there's our TVS signature right there. We know it's a tornado down. It doesn't take a computer to show us that. We know it's down. It's right there, and it is approaching Clanton from the southwest now. And I tell you what, let's go back over to Birmingham Radar. And let's just look at this thing together. Very dangerous signature right there over Kitchen coming up on Clanton. If you are in downtown Clanton, we urge you to do something. If you are in a mobile home, please get out of that. Find a site-built structure, a storm shelter, something that can protect you from the flying debris. The odds of a tornado are high here, and there's one down. It's coming up on Clanton. We know it's there. There is another tornado that is likely down, and I say likely. I don't think it's confirmed, but we see it off of reflectivity and velocity, and it's down here coming up on Ryderville. So again, that may be it right there. Let's look at the debris signature, just kind of see if that is it. Okay, we're not seeing the debris signature, but again, there certainly could be a tornado down very close to Ryderville coming up on Stanton. That's Highway 22 that runs into downtown Maplesville that crosses Highway 82 right there. Again, that potential tornado is coming up on Ryderville, Stanton, Maplesville, and then there's Isabella there. And then there's our other tornado. It looks like the debris signature is kind of weakened a little bit, but look, it don't matter. If you are in Clanton, safe place now. We have seen these things wrap up very quickly, and it doesn't take long for these tornadoes to touch down. We'll go over to our velocity. Let's just look at this thing together. And yeah, still got the couplet there, and also got this couplet down around Rydersville. So again, we've got two different potential tornadoes here in Chilton County. Both of these are moving northeast just like that. So if you are in Maplesville, you got to be in a safe place. Stanton, Isabella, Hubbard as well. Clanton, downtown Clanton, please do something. There's a tornado coming in from the southwest.
Yeah, and Richard, we're already getting reports that multiple houses are being damaged by this particularly large and extremely dangerous tornado. So make sure you are taking those safety precautions. Make sure you are taking cover now.
And that's for the Chilton County?
Yes.
Okay, so that's this storm right here. We got a damaging tornado on the ground. Let's zoom into this thing just a bit. Again, this is a very serious situation. Can't stress the urgency of this thing. So if you are in Clanton, you've got to be in a shelter now. Again, this is here's your damaging tornado right there, moving northeast towards downtown Clanton. There's a low max there. Jemison's up on top of your screen. If you are in Jemison, I think you're going to be okay. This is going to be mainly just southeast of you, down Highway 31 towards low max Clanton. All right, yeah, that's Interstate 65 right there. Middle Springs, again, it's going to be a close call. I would say if you're in Middle Springs, low max to Clanton, safe place now. As we do have that potential for a tornado, we know it's down, it's doing damage. That is a serious storm. Let me go back out to Wideview just for a moment. We got a tornado warning for Blount County. Goodness, the Morengo County storm. We've got to go back to that in just a second. Again, a possible tornado in your county line come up on Locust Fork, Inland Junction there. That's Highway 78. You see, 75 rather. You see right there that runs into 231 in downtown Adiana. A possible tornado with that. I don't think it's confirmed, but again, it's a possibility there could be a tornado with that. Let's go down into Morengo County because we do have a very dangerous situation for this tornado that is coming up on Thomaston as we speak. And yes, this is not good at all. If you are in Thomaston or Console, we got a very dangerous tornado that's down. That's Highway 25 that runs into 28. So we got a damaging tornado down coming into Thomaston right now. So we need you in a safe place if you're in Thomaston right now. Brianna, go ahead.
Yes, coming from Morengo County, we do have damage reports along Nicholsville Road, trees down, and a mobile home damage. So we're really watching this Morengo County storm as it can cause a lot of damage, and it already has. Also going along with Chilton County, I know we just moved from there, but they do have a confirmed tornado located over Clanton that's moving northeast. And then also for Chilton County, we have the continuing tornado warning until 6:15, located over Parnell, 13 miles north of Valley Grande, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So that's a different tornado warning from what I'm seeing here. But like I said, Sweetwater and Morengo County, we have been told that there's been damage reported along Nicholsville Road, trees down, a mobile home damage. If you are in Morengo County, you need to be in your safe spot now because this storm is already causing plenty of damage.
Yeah, I will say this, this storm down here over Thomaston, Brianna, as you're talking about, really concerned about friends in Thomaston and Hugo, Console, especially where that split is on the east side of Thomaston. This is going to be a damaging tornado that's going to be down based off of what we're seeing and based off the reports of this thing. This storm has a history of producing a tornado. I do want to mention if you are in Linden, there is no threat with this storm for you. It is to your northeast now. So again, we got a damaging tornado down in Morengo County as well as in Chilton County. So we got at least two confirmed tornadoes down as we speak. Put on the hazard display. And again, we got obviously our rotation there. So we know that's there. Tell you what, let's go back to the north and show you. Looks like a new tornado warning was added, an extension of this one, guys, if y'all want to bring that.
Yeah, they just continued the tornado warning for Blount County. This is until 6 p.m. Again, a severe thunderstorm in this area is capable of producing a tornado located over Dallas or 12 miles west of Springville as we've continued to track this storm. In two areas, including Gardendale and Mount Olive. This is going to be moving northeast at 30 miles per hour, Richard.
All right, so again, we got several tornadoes down at the same time. Let's talk about this. First off, we got tornado warning in Blount County coming up on Anianas. Chelsea mentioned there. We've also got two tornadic storms in Chilton County, one tornadic storm in Morengo County. There's also another one down around Thomasville. That's south of our coverage area. That is in the Mobile TV market. So again, our main concern is going to be for these three right here. And then this fourth one up here. So let's go into the storm that's in Chilton County. And hey, by the way, just for a side note, I see that tornado warning southwest from Meridian. We got more cells moving in. So heads up for West Alabama. More cells are moving our way. So again, in Blount County, if you are in Locust Fork over towards Cleveland and Aniana, we need you to be in that safe place now. Get a bike helmet. Lowest floor of your home, any walls between you and the outside as possible. And we'll continue to deal with this tornadic storm that is moving northeast. So it's basically traveling along Highway 79 and Highway 75. They're basically just running parallel to those two highways. So let me go back out to this other storm and that we're dealing with down here. This is in Chilton County. There's two storms, two supercells, and at least one of those has a confirmed tornado. We'll say this, the one approaching Clanton doesn't look as organized as it did about 5 minutes ago, but let's look at the velocity. Again, you're looking at the reflectivity of this thing. All right, so yeah, we still have a possibility of a tornado down with that. No doubt there's a circulation, there's a couplet there. That's what we're looking at, rotating winds. So if you are in downtown Clanton, I urge you to do something. Go to a safe place now as we have a high potential. There could still be a tornado down. We'll look at the debris signature, and we have lost the correlation coefficient. All right, so I will say that, but hey, look, if you're in Clanton, be in shelter now. This thing could easily drop back down. May still be a tornado down, just not seeing debris lofted. But again, we don't have the debris signature we had just a few minutes ago. Back to the southwest, let's see, there's Maplesville. Let me show you that other storm. The potential for a tornado with this other storm as well. So there's your velocity couplet coming right on downtown Clanton. So please understand, if you are in Clanton, you got to do something now.
And
Go
Richard,
ahead.
on that note, we just got confirmation that there is a confirmed tornado in Blount County now at Highway
Okay, let's go through it.
79.
All right, so Blount County and Highway 79, we got a confirmed tornado now that is down. Let's take you over there. Again, we got another tornadic storm in Morengo County, basically on top of Thomaston as we speak. We got a new confirmed tornado, so we got 3 confirmed tornadoes as we speak. This one is basically between Highway 79 and Highway 75. Again, there it is right there, Inland Junction, Pine Mountains down there. There's Aniana, Horton's Mill that's going to be basically following 79 and 75 to the northeast. And again, that's what we're looking at for that potential for a tornado. And I tell you what, while we show that, if you are in Aniana, if you are on Locust Fork, if you are in Horton's Mill, we need you in a safe place now because there is a potential tornado that has been confirmed with this actual storm. So again, I'm looking at some things behind the scenes here. And while we do, Brianna, I think you've got a report. Go ahead.
Yes, right now coming out of the Gardendale area, we have report of damage on Mount Olive Road, trees down and roof damages to homes. Part of the canopy at an Exxon gas station is damaged. Traffic light appears to be missing in this area. And then on Beasley Road, we have trees and power lines down. So if you're in these areas, do not go out. Do not try to search for damage as it is potentially dangerous. But we are getting reports of this damage in the Gardendale area, as well as Mount Olive Road is shut down for now until they get some of those trees cleared out. So definitely a hazard there. So if you plan on going out, just don't. Right now is not the time to get out of your house, look for damage, or drive around or go anywhere. If you are in these areas, stay home and stay safe as well. And along, kind of piggybacking off of that as well, like I mentioned before, we do have over 9,000 people in the state of Alabama without power. So if you do lose power, you can still watch us and keep getting these updates live on our Facebook as well in case you need those. But as of right now, that is the damage reports we're getting out of there, but I will continue to keep you updated, Richard.
All right, thank you, Brianna. Again, we continue to monitor this situation for tornado that is likely down. That's over in Blount County. Let's pop back up weather graphics and let's show you what we got going on there. There we go. And again, this is a confirmed tornado. Chelsea had mentioned that's coming up on Cleveland and Aniana. That's basically paralleling Highway 79 and Highway 75. Let's go back down to the south. We got, again, 2 more confirmed tornadoes down there, one in Chilton, one in Morengo County. Let's take you into Morengo County, a very dangerous tornado that's down that is basically now between Thomaston and Consul there. This is coming up on Uniontown. This is southern Perry County. That's that little boot heel of Perry County that we are looking at for this tornado. It's going to be tracking like that. But if you are in Dayton, man, it's a close call for you. I would say Dayton, Thomaston, Consul, Uniontown certainly being a safe place now, and that will go into Perry County as well. Here in just a second, we've got Lynn that's standing by, but let me take you into Chilton County, and then we'll go over to Lynn. Hang on just a second. So we got 2 tornadic storms in Chilton County. We got one that's right over downtown Clanton and one that is basically on top of Maplesville now. So most likely we will get reports of damage if there's 2 tornadoes down right now because these are coming up on populated areas. Hopefully they lifted, but again, we can't guarantee that. Let's look at the debris signature and just watch this along with you. And I don't see anything for both of those storms for now. But again, understand this could change very quickly. You see, I'll tell you what's put on the warning here. And you'll see these 2 polygons. There's one for the Maplesville to Mineral Springs area. In Jemison, you're going to be under the gun for the next tornado. Clanton, you're currently under the gun for this tornado. We'll cross the Coosa River most likely in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Hey, we've got Lynn Brooks, who's also in the newsroom. And Lynn, you got some new information for us.
Yes, we do, Richard. We have Brookwood Mayor Joe Barger on the phone with us tonight. Mayor, can you hear me? Unfortunately, we have lost the Brookwood Mayor Joe Barger. We're going to try to get him. We're going to try to get him back on the line. Meantime, just want to run down some damage reports from elsewhere in Tuscaloosa County: Mink Slide Road, Old Greensboro Road, Whitfield Crossing, South Rosser Road, and also Mount Olive Road. Also, some damage reported in Brookwood. Let's try now to get Brookwood Mayor Joe Barger on the line with us. Are you there, Mayor?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate that. So in the Brookwood area, tell us what you're dealing with tonight there.
We have some trees down. We have some minor structural damage, some power lines down. There's been no injuries reported at this time. It is not in the city limits of Brookwood, but it is in our police jurisdiction. We have damage on Friendship Lane, Hannah Creek Road, the Searles Road, and Lock 17 Road. But at this time, there's no injuries, just some minor structural damage, trees down, and power lines down.
That is certainly great to hear, that in spite of all these different areas where you're having to deal with trees down and power lines down, that no one is hurt. This is great news.
We are a very blessed community that no one was injured.
It seems like people in your town heeded the warning. People around that area really heeded the warnings that came out earlier.
Yes, people were closing businesses early and taking shelter. After 2011, we really take it serious when we have these kind of warnings and conditions that we're facing.
As we look into the evening hours, Mayor, what do you recommend for people in the Brookwood area? Because we're not finished with severe weather by any means. So what do you recommend for people in the Brookwood area who are watching tonight? What would you like for them to do this evening?
I would to stay safe, to stay off the roads as much as possible, and to be very aware of the weather that's going on and make sure that we're in constant touch with what's going on with the weather and the alerts that are happening. Our storm shelters will continue to be open as needed. So anyone that is needing to come to our town park for storm shelters or Brookwood High School, when it's deemed necessary, they will be opened for shelter.
Any special precautions that people need to take before they head to the storm shelter?
No, I mean, I guess common sense. There's, just get there as quick and as safe as possible. There's no pets allowed in the storm shelters, but please get there. Don't wait for the last minute. Just make sure that you are aware of the weather alerts that are going on so everybody can be in a safe position when the storm hits.
All right, Brookwood Mayor Joe Barger, we certainly appreciate you taking time to talk with us this evening.
Thank you for your time.
So now there's your report from the Brookwood area. Also, just to recap, Mink Slide Road in Tuscaloosa County, Old Greensboro Road, Whitfield Crossing at Old Greensboro, South Rosser Road, Mount Olive Road, several areas around Tuscaloosa County. We're hearing similar stories, trees down over the road, power lines down. So if you do encounter an affected area, take precaution. The best advice that we could give is to stay off the road. Don't drive unless you absolutely have to. If you do have to be out and about, keep in mind that there are many areas that are affected by this storm damage today, and you might not know where those areas are until you encounter it and until it's too late. If you are heading to a shelter this evening, because remember, this severe weather event is by no means over, a few things to keep in mind before you pack up and go to the storm shelter. First of all, make sure you take any necessary medications. Bring those with you. Also, bring something that shows a proof of address, because if your residence becomes an affected area, you will need something that shows a proof of residence to get back in that area. And of course, we are still battling a pandemic, so bring your mask because COVID precautions are being taken. If you want to find the storm shelter that's nearest you, that's easy to do. Just go to TuscaloosaCountyEMA.org and click on the Storm Shelters tab. Live in our newsroom tonight, I'm Lynn Brooks. Back to Richard.
Hey, Lynn, thank you for that update and reports. And goodness, so happy to hear there's no fatalities being reported so far. It seems like every tornado we've had, we have been very fortunate with no loss of life. And if we can get through this night with no loss of life, at least that'll be some sort of gain out of this. This has been a tragic evening in terms of damaging tornadoes today. We've had so many tornadoes touch down. As you were giving that report, Lynn, we were just sitting back here in the Weather Center and kind of trying to count how many tornadoes we had so far, and we've had at least 15, maybe more. Tornado touchdowns so far. We'll obviously get that information from the National Weather Service office coming up tomorrow. And really, because there's so many tornado paths, it's going to take a little while before we know how many were out there. So again, this event continues. It's not over. We have more of a heavy rain event for northwest Alabama. Currently, there's no ongoing severe weather issues, but keep in mind that could change. So let's go down to the south, and I tell you what, let's pull on our reflectivity and go down to Clanton.
Hey, Richard.
In Chilton County. Go ahead, Brianna.
Just wanted to update you from Blount County, excuse me. The sheriff deputy has reported a funnel cloud. This is not on the ground, but they located it south of Allgood, and again, that is in Blount County. So they are looking at a funnel cloud, but at this moment, they see that it is not on the ground. But just wanted to update you on that since we have something kind of close to the Allgood location.
Yeah, let's watch that carefully. We're going to go to that in just a second. Let me show you Chilton County. We got 2 tornadic storms now that's in the county. We got one that's over Maplesville, one that's just northeast of Clanton. And I'll say this, we got mighty fortunate in Clanton. This thing had a large tornado down, and it lifted just before getting to the major city of Clanton. And you know, if this thing was still down right through Clanton, the damage would have been unimaginable. So we are happy to report that tornado did lift before getting to downtown Clanton. As far as we know, we have not heard of damage in the city of Clanton. But again, it was a mighty close call there. We got rotation near Maplesville. We got rotation near Mineral Springs. Both of these are moving northeast just like that. This one back in Maplesville will impact areas like Mineral Springs and Jemison. So keep in mind, if you are in Jemison or Mineral Springs, you're going to deal with this potential tornado with that. We'll put on the debris signature and just look at this together. Do not see any sign of debris from either of these 2 storms. Again, we'll take it, but that could change, so we're going to watch it carefully. Okay, will you repeat that again, Steve? Hey, Mayor Joe Barger over in Brookwood, you've got some more reports to come along. What you got over there?
We have our Career Tech Center where our old Brookwood High School was located. The roof is damaged to the Career Center. And we have our scoreboard and our fence that has sustained damage at the football field for the high school. So there are some more reports of damage coming in, but they're minor structural damage.
All right, so far so good. And as we reported, and we spoke with you earlier, so no fatalities. Any injuries reported in Brookwood that you were come across?
No, there's been no injuries reported.
Hey, we'll take that. Hopefully we'll continue through this night with no injuries or loss of life. Mayor, thank you so much for that update, and good to know that so far good news is coming out of there in terms of no injuries or fatalities, but unfortunately you did have some damage of this tornado that did quite a bit of damage. So let's go back over to radar, and we're going to check back in with you also if there's anything else, but this is our correlation coefficient, and what you're looking at is the debris signature, and I'll say this, there's nothing there in Chilton County in terms of debris for now. But look, these things, they pulse up fast. So please understand, just because there's not a signature yet doesn't mean there is not one. So let's go to the north and show you Blount County. And we're going to go to Chelsea Aaron here in just a moment, too. Still got that area rotation. No doubt there's something showing up there. That is very close to Nectar and Aniana and Locust Fork. Again, this is now to the northeast of Locust Fork, basically between Highway 75 and Highway 79 there in Blount County. If you're in Susan Moore, Hortons Mill, Cleveland, we want you to be in a safe place. The potential for a tornado is still there with that storm, and we still maintain that tornado warning. So again, before we go over to Chelsea, let's just look at this. All right, no debris signature so far, so that's good. Let's go back over to reflectivity and show everybody out there. Then we're going to go over to Chelsea Aaron in the Weather Center, or in the studio with us. So again, we got tornado warnings still for East Morengo County. We got 2 tornado warnings in Chilton County. We got the tornado warning still in Blount County, and that is right now our current warnings. Let's go over to Chelsea Aaron. Chelsea.
Yeah, and Richard, you were just talking about the rotation there tightening up a bit in Blount County, and we're already getting word that they will potentially go ahead and extend the tornado warning on that as well as it continues to track in between Cleveland and Aniana. But I just wanted to go back and show you a picture that we received. And this picture, if we go ahead and take the weather iPad, this is the tornado, the confirmed tornado. You can see, really, you can't even really see where it begins and ends. I mean, this thing is large. Again, thankfully, this lifted before it reached the major city of Clanton, but it was very close to Clanton. I mean, it was an extremely close call, but we've been getting pictures of extremely large tornadoes all throughout today. I'm interested to see how these will be rated whenever we do some damage surveys. But again, this is just the tornado that was just there not too long ago. And then I have some more pictures. These are some damage pictures from Moundville. Moundville got hit quite hard today from an extremely large and dangerous tornado. Lots of tree damage and lots of power outages as well. As you can see, big trees were just totally toppled over across the road. That's where we see those impassable roads. One of those was, I think, Rosser Road. And then look at this. I mean, completely down power lines. I mean, this was a strong storm that came through, and we've seen some structural damage as well. And as you can see on this house, the roof is completely gone. So these have been some dangerous storms that have come through. Make sure you're still staying in those safe places as of right now. Again, Moundville, you're in the clear as of right now. Nothing happening there. And Chilton as well. We're looking at that tornado that is that possible tornado that is continuing with that rotation there. But just again, these pictures speak for themselves, really. Tornadoes, you don't need many to do a lot of damage and destruction, and we've had many today. So make sure you're staying safe out there. I'll throw it back to Richard as we go and take a look back at radar with some of these storms.
All right, thank you, Chelsea. And again, you just see some of these images, and so far the fact that we haven't had any reported loss of life is truly something to be fortunate about. Some of the damage we've seen so far has been truly traumatic. And, you know, so far we have not had any reports of loss of life with this event. But again, understand it's not over, so we want you to treat every one of these warnings serious as there's that threat for life in a property with these storms.
Hey, Richard.
Go ahead, Brianna.
Hey, just wanted to give you an update that there has been a tornado warning, of course, issued for Blount County until 6:30, and this is moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. But also wanted to give you an update that the Fire Station 13 south of Aniana has reported a funnel cloud. This is not on the ground if or when, or if it will get on the ground, but as of right now, they are reporting a funnel cloud, and again, that's Fire Station 13 south of Aniana. And then I do have a tower cam picture from Aniana. I'm going to send that to Chelsea. Hopefully she can pull that up later. But also just wanted to give an update out of Clanton so far from the fire station in Chilton County. As of right now, there are no reports of damage within downtown Clanton. And again, just wanted to mention that funnel cloud, you know, being seen around Aniana. So if you are in Blount County, like Richard had mentioned earlier, near that area, it is time for you to take cover. It's past time for you to take cover, quite frankly, and just stay in your safe spot until this is lifted. And again, that goes until 6:30 p.m. Richard.
And Richard, if you want to go ahead and take the weather iPad, I got the picture pulled up. This is the picture of the funnel cloud that they're monitoring.
And again, that's the one that's over in Aniana,
yes,
in Blount County. So let's go back over to graphics and show you. This is the storm we're concerned about that's coming up on Aniana, Cleveland, Horton's Mill there. Susan Moore also going to be under the gun for this potential tornado that could touch down. We'll go to the northeast again. The path of this thing, it's moving just like that. These are the community times of arrival. Rosa right there at 6:02, Horton's Mill 6:08. Susan Moore there, that's at 6:19. That's when that potential tornado will be there. Sneed at 6:25. Again, just go down the list. That's what you got. That's the times of arrival. If this does indeed continue to be a tornado warning or possible tornado down, that's what time it's going to be there. So again, you need to take that action now as we have that potential tornado moving like that. So again, let me clear this off the screen. Let's go down to the south and show you other storms out there that are moving across our coverage area. Looks like, again, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings now. Technically, it looks like southeast Morengo County a warning, but that looks like it's clearly in Wilcox County. I don't see any additional warnings for this stuff coming into West Alabama right now. Severe thunderstorm warning up that way near Tupelo, but again, we're not seeing a lot of tornado warnings back to the west right now. So let's go down to the south, and we'll start you in Morengo County. Looks like an update to that warning there. That's it right on the Morengo-Wilcox County line. There's another area of circulation that was a very strong tornado down in Morengo County just a few moments ago. That is in southwest Perry County. That's it right there, just below Uniontown. Your other tornadic circulation, it's right on the Morengo and Wilcox County line. That's going to basically straddle the county line there and end up around Alberta. In Wilcox County on the Dallas and Wilcox County line there. Stafford sits right there, So that is Consul, that's Thomaston, and Safford right there. So again, we got several tornado warnings still in effect for a local coverage area. I want to show you this. This is from Bryant-Denny and Tuscaloosa. And again, we don't have any current severe weather ongoing here in the Tuscaloosa area. Let's see. Just looking at some reports here. All right, so far I don't see anything additional. But again, this is from Bryant-Denny at Tuscaloosa, temperature 72, still wind out of south at 16. So again, we still got the unstable air mass in place, and here is the watch and warning map. And again, the tornado watch continues. So this is a PDS tornado watch, particularly dangerous situation. We got a tornado warning for southeast Perry County and southwest or South Perry County, southeast Morengo County. We got 2 tornado warnings in Chilton County. One that's coming out of Middle Springs, one that's coming out of Clanton. We got the tornado warning in Blount County as well. Go ahead, Chelsea.
And Richard, if I could give you any good news in terms of positives here, the recent warnings that we were looking at in Chilton County that produced that extremely large and dangerous tornado, I mean, the rotational couplets are drastically weakening. We're just really seeing that fizzle out. And even, they continued the tornado warning, but instead of 6:30, they trimmed it back to 6:15. So that is promising in terms of thinking that this tornado warning will end quicker, and these storms are likely going to be fizzling out as they enter into potentially Coosa and Talladega County.
Yeah, again, the air over there is a little bit cooler. So again, if you're over here in East Alabama, I know a whole lot hasn't happened yet in terms of tornado development, but understand that, this unstable air is expected to reach you later. So even if these 2 storms don't do a whole lot there could be more storms back to the west that do. So again, we will be carefully monitoring that. Again, from Bryant-Denny, this is in Tuscaloosa. You saw that. It's cloudy now. We got numerous thunderstorms ongoing across central Alabama. Tell you what, let's do a little analysis here. And again, this is our radar loop, and let's just kind of look at this thing together. Large cluster of rain and thunderstorms back in Mississippi. Some of these are severe. Still got some cells out ahead of this stuff. And then obviously what we're dealing with now, these supercell type of thunderstorms. So again, this event is not over, but I will say this. This is the back edge of anything severe, and it is coming across Mississippi. This is a, let's see, 3-hour radar loop. So this was back here in central Louisiana 3 hours ago. And again, you see it's now into central Mississippi. So give it another 3 hours, and it's going to be into West Alabama. And let's see, what time would that be? 6, 7, 8, 9 o'clock or so tonight. So we may actually see this severe weather risk come to an end earlier than expected based off the fast forward motion of this stuff back here. So again, instead of being 2 a.m. for West Alabama, maybe closer to 11 o'clock or so. So it may be closer to 11 o'clock before the risk ends for West Alabama. And then after that, after midnight for East Alabama. So at least one encouraging thing, we're seeing this kind of scoot on a little faster than expected. So if this trend continues, we'll see the back edge of the severe weather come on through by midnight for many of us. So again, just want to do a little radar analysis, see what we got out there now. Obviously, big risk of severe weather continues. That's why there's a high risk today, and we'll continue all modes of severe weather through tonight. Temperature is 72 in Tuscaloosa. We do note it's a bit cooler down here to the south. We've had multiple storms kind of really work over the atmosphere just a bit. It is warmer back at East Mississippi, and obviously there's a lot of warm air down here to the south, and that can easily come north. So again, that's what we're looking at there. And again, we got active tornado warnings that continue now for central Alabama. We're talking about East Morengo, southern Perry. We got Chilton. We got northwest Coosa, South Talladega, and then obviously Blount County. We are currently experiencing the tornado warnings there. So, all right, let's go back over to radar and show you what we've got. There we go. Do note there's the tornado warning south of Tupelo now. So, and there's one southwest of Meridian. Again, we need to watch any of these storms that come on in tonight. Let's go to the Blount County storm first. And let's just start you off with that. By the way, that storm is about to move into Marshall County. So I will say this, if you are in Blount County, the storm that's in Aniana is going to continue to move off towards the northeast fairly quickly, and we'll begin to see that threat come to an end. So again, just a heads up, in the Tennessee Valley, it's going to move into Marshall County here within the next 30 minutes or so. So this storm will be out of our coverage area, and that is the Tennessee Valley counties. That's the Huntsville TV market. They'll take over coverage at that point. So again, we still have a dangerous storm that could be producing a tornado. Let's look at the velocity signature on this and just watch it together. And again, there's still evidence of rotation. This is going to be just north of Aniana. All right, so if you're in Walnut Grove, Brooksville, we still want you to be in that tornado safe place as this continues to move off towards the northeast. Let me zoom in just a bit. You see Highway 75 right there, that's 79. This thing's still basically riding between the highways there. Well, really, maybe a new area rotation developing over Horton's Mill there in Blount County. So again, the tornadic signature we're watching has moved northeast of Aniana. We saw that camera perspective there. There's Highland Lakes, right? Highland Lake, Tate's Gap. There's Altoona. This is Etowah County there. You go to Attala and Gadsden. So again, this tornadic circulation in Blount County, now moving northeast to Aniana, but again, still the potential for a tornado there. Let's go down to the south and let's look at that other storm we've got down into Chilton County. That's another storm of concern there for a potential of a tornado. And again, it really looks like the one to the northeast has almost fizzled out. There it is there, right on top of the Coosa River. There's another tornadic circulation that's just northwest of Clanton coming towards the Middle Springs and Jemison. And again, both of these have the possibility to produce a tornado. There's one there, and there's one right there. Let's go reflectivity on this. And while we do that, I do want to check with Brianna in the Weather Center. Brianna, anything new coming out of this stuff back to the west and south?
Yes, Richard. The latest update I got was at 5:57 that the tornado warning for Chilton, Coosa, Shelby, and Talladega was until 6:30. And this is just a severe thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado, so not confirmed yet. And this was located over Lay Lake near Talladega Springs. And again, this is moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. And then I also just got an update. I got an update a few minutes ago that there's a tree down in the roadway, County Highway 1 and Tim King Road in Aniana, as well as Mount Olive Road now is reporting a ruptured gas main at the Mount Olive Church of Christ. So if you are in that area, don't go outside and look for damage. Stay in your home and stay safe. This is not the time to be searching for your own damage. We will let you know as soon as we find something out. But once again, that's a ruptured gas main at Mount Olive Church of Christ. And then, like I said, that tornado warning that's radar indicated for Chilton, Coosa, Shelby, and Talladega right now is being put into place until 6:30 p.m. Richard, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour.
All right, so we got 30 minutes on that warning. Again, this is the two signatures here, and notice how the storm's changed a lot. This thing has really lost those characteristics. It's still small supercell storms coming up on Talladega Springs and Sylacauga. But again, this one is clearly the more dominant circulation, the more dominant looking storm in terms of a supercell. But, let me say this up front. This is moving into that cooler, more stable air back towards Sylacauga and Sycamore and Winterboro. So again, if we continue this trend, both of these storms will move into that more cool and worked over air that's over East Alabama. So let's hope that trend continues, but we certainly still want to treat it serious. We've got 2 tornado warnings in effect there for those particular storms. Let's go down to the south and show you this. Again, we've got another tornado warning that's down here that's come out of Morengo County now, and that is moving into Perry. And I will say this real quick. We're going to go to Chelsea Barton here in just a moment in Moundville, but let me say this. These 2 circulations, they both moved out of Morengo County now, so we can give you an all clear if you are in Morengo County. There's no problem there currently ongoing. Looks like the storms are now totally into Wilcox and Dallas. So let's look at the velocity with that. Just be sure we see our rotation. Okay, there's our rotation. That's tornado number 1. The other tornadoes down here closer to Alberta and Safford. That's down in, well, there's Alberta. We got a Pine Hill down there, rather. That's where we're talking about in Wilcox County. This one's in Dallas County. It's going to move into southern Perry County. So Hamburg, heads up. You do have a rotation approaching you. All right, so we also have a Chelsea Barton who is live over in Moundville. And Chelsea, what you got down there?
Richard, this is the scene in downtown Mountville along 2nd Avenue East. As you can see, this afternoon's storm caused some major problems for the Moundville Post Office as well as the Alabama Mental Health Board building here along 2nd Avenue East. Crews were just working moments ago to cut down the downed trees off of these structures. And just down the street, a beauty supply store we saw was also damaged. The owner was sweeping up glass from the broken windows there on 2nd Avenue East outside of her beauty supply store. But the most damage we've seen was about 1.5 miles from here in the Waterbury community. This is a neighborhood just as you're coming into Moundville from Tuscaloosa. Multiple vehicles there were destroyed and every single home on Waterbury Lane experienced some damage. We actually spoke with one gentleman who is a homeowner there on Waterbury Lane who was home when the storm came through. He said that was no doubt one of the scariest things he's ever experienced. Talk about earlier, I know you were home when this storm came through. Just what went through your head? Explain what it sounded like and felt like.
At first, I pretty much, thought when they're gonna go on because, I was trying to say something about a storm, don't anything really happen. But it happened so fast, and when it really happened, I got my daughter, she's only 8 months old, and, my girl, whatever, got them in the bathtub. I snatched the mattress off the bed, put the mattress over the top of them. And it's like, as soon as I did that, it's like, it sounded like a train was coming through.
It really does sound like a train.
Yeah, it sounded like a train, and, the house went to shaking and everything. I could hear the windows busting out. And, only thing I can do then is just pray.
And what did you pray?
Just put your hands around my child, man, and make sure that, we okay. Cause the house, the cars, and stuff like that, that material stuff, you can always replace that. But, you pretty much can't replace no life.
Your 8-month-old daughter was in the home. Just kind of talk about that fear you felt and then what came over you once you realized that she and you and your girlfriend were okay.
I was just glad more than anything, man, because, my daughter, like I say, she's only 8 months old and, ain't really lived a life yet, and it was just, I don't know, it kind of like shock for words right now, you know what I'm saying, because it could have been worse than what it is.
What was it like when you got to hold her and realize, okay, she's okay, we're okay, we made it out of this?
That was a great feeling. A great feeling.
What damages did you experience here at your home?
It pretty much just, tore up the front of my house, knocked all my windows out, and, like both our vehicles pretty much towed out, and that's about it, for real.
How grateful are you that everybody's okay? Like you said again, lives can't be replaced, but things can.
I'm real grateful. I'm real thankful for it, because the simple fact, like I just said, like, material stuff, it don't last so long, and, you can always replace that, but a life you can't replace.
Hale County EMA Director Russell Whedon says 30 to 40 homes have been damaged in this area. Again, no one has been injured, fortunately. No injuries have been reported at this point. We'll, of course, keep you posted. In Moundville, I'm Chelsea Barton, WVUA 23 News.
Hey, Chelsea, thank you for that update. And how about some good news? No injuries reported in Moundville. That's just unreal seeing some of the damage out there. So we'll take whatever light of hope we can get from this event. We've had multiple tornadoes touch down today and tonight, and we continue to deal with that now. So again, we got a tornado that's down in Dallas County, and I know Dallas County is in the Montgomery TV market, but the reason we want to talk about that is because this thing is approaching Perry County, which is a county we cover. We cover Morengo and Perry during tornado warnings. So again, if you are in Morengo County, for now, you are in the all clear, but understand there could be more stuff later. So just because you're okay now doesn't mean it's over. Still got a while to go. So again, if you're in Perry County, we're talking about Hamburg, Sprott, areas basically from Marion to the southeast towards the Dallas County line. That's where we're concerned about the possibility of a tornado down there. That is lifting northeast. Again, basically it's going to move into southern and eastern Perry County. The other tornadic storms off to the northeast that were over Chilton County. these things have really weakened. In fact, Chelsea, we're just talking about that kind of behind the scenes here. These two circulations not near as impressive.
Right, and I think it's because when you've continued to mention these storms, we have all this rain-cooled air, and they're essentially moving eastward into all of that rain-cooled air, and it's really just helping them fizzle out. You know, you're lacking all of that instability. Seeing those rotational couplets just completely disintegrate, which is good news for us. Again, this has kind of been the trend where most of eastern Alabama haven't really seen anything, and we're tracking them from western Alabama until it really hits that cool air, which is good news. But again, as of right now, I'm seeing mostly those Chilton County storms fizzle out. Still monitoring that storm in Blount County a bit as it continues to track into Marshall County and possibly portions of Etowah County. But again, I feel like that rotation is becoming broad again as well, Richard.
Yeah, so again, we got several storms that we're continuing to watch, but some of the rotational signatures kind of broadened out a little bit. The one over Chilton and one over Talladega County, not as impressive as they once was. At least we're looking at these are working to more of a stable air mass. Now, it's not over for you, but just keep in mind that at least we are seeing some slightly encouraging news with that. These storms don't look near as impressive as they did. Again, the one that's moving in Talladega County, it's just hardly anything left of it. The one in northern Chilton County, same thing's happening. It's beginning to lose that instability. So we are seeing that storm weaken just a bit. All right, and I do want to mention this too. We got Gary Harris, our sports director. He is over on Keens Mill Road. Gary, what you see out there?
Hey, Richard. Yeah, at Lake Wildwood Drive off Keens Mill Road in Colleen, substantial damage. Trees uprooted and also snapped in half. A couple of trees on top of houses. I talked to a homeowner. His home was okay. He had a couple of trees uprooted in his yard, but he has kind of a little guest house, a little apartment where his mother-in-law lives, so she was in the main house at the time. But it took a big tree right on top of the guest house. He told me he had cut trees from his home, and he thought around the guest house far enough away in case of a storm, but obviously he didn't get one of them that was close enough to get on top of the guest house. Interestingly enough, Richard, and you know about these storms, I asked him, you know, what he saw and what he heard, and he said it was not like a train or like everything that he had been told he would hear. He said one good thing was it never really got below tree level. And he said it only lasted about 20 seconds. It got dark as night. Then he just heard this strong howling, and the next thing he knew, debris was everywhere, and it came through and was out of there. But thankfully, it didn't get below tree level, and that's what saved those homes, to be quite honest with you. Power lines are down. They're without power, obviously. And as I said, trees uprooted and snapped in half, a lot of debris. Cleanup crews are already on the scene. In fact, I saw Jerry Tingle, one of the county commissioners. He was already out there making the rounds. But there is quite a bit of damage at Lake Wildwood Drive off Keens Mill Road in Colleen. And we're going to head on down to Brookwood. We understand there's some damage there at the Career Center and the football field. But quite a bit of damage, as you can see from your video there that we sent back. And thankfully, though, Richard, nobody, as far as we could tell talking to people, no injuries. I want to stress that. No injuries. A couple of cars on the other side of the lake were totaled by trees. As I said, some roof damage to some homes, but all in all, a lot better than it could have been. And like I said, according to an eyewitness, a homeowner, only about 20 seconds, Richard, and it was through there and gone.
Yeah, Gary, and that's one wonderful thing to report, that there's no injuries so far with that storm. And you know, you mentioned the tornado kind of taking out the treetops. We've seen that happen a couple of times where the rotation is almost suspended aloft and just low enough to where it knocks out trees. And you see the video there, Gary. It's an amazing video to see. The structures look relatively okay, but so many trees are down. So thank you, Gary, for that update and that live report. And obviously you'll get back with us when you get to Brookwood.
Okay, Richard. Thanks.
All right, thank you. All right, so again, let's get back over to radar, and we got a brand new tornado warning. I want to mention this is going to be for parts of Shelby County and Chilton County. And I tell you what, Brianna, you got information on that tornado warning. We'll go to you for that update, and we're going to go into that storm while you do.
Right, Richard. We have this tornado for Chilton, Coosa, Shelby, and Talladega counties until 7 p.m. And this is not confirmed on the ground, but a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Thorsby, Jemison, and this is moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So if you're in the Thorsby or Jemison area, it's time for you to obviously take shelter now. And again, this is for Chilton, Coosa, Shelby, and Talladega counties. And again, that is moving northeast at 35 miles per hour right now, Richard.
Yeah, Brianna, so again, we've got these two storms we're watching here, and look, not to let your guard down, but these things are really showing signs of weakening just a bit. We still want you to be in that tornado-safe place until this is over with to make sure you're okay. Just as the least course of regret, you don't want to come out of your shelter yet, and then a tornado quickly spin down. This could change quickly, but again, we're really seeing signs of this thing weakening just a bit over northern Chilton County, moving southeast Shelby County, and then into southern Talladega County. We'll look at the velocity display on this. And again, there's some little tiny couplet there on the east side of the Coosa River. That is north of Talladega Springs. There's another one that's just north of Middle Springs there. And both of these couplets are very small. Most likely, if a tornado does touch down from that, it's going to be a brief, weak EF0 type of tornado. But again, EF0 tornado can be dangerous. So this is the couplet here that's near Talladega Springs, very small couplet here. Again, that's the Shelby Shores down there. That's the Coosa River. And you got that tiny area rotation. And I tell you what, let's look at the debris signature and see if we got anything there. I don't see anything being lofted. Again, there may be a brief tornado touchdown there, but I just don't expect a whole lot out of that. That one storm doesn't mean, again, that it's over, but again, that storm continues to show signs of weakening. We'll go over to the reflectivity, and again, where it's rotating, it's just light rain falling. So again, the heavier rain has diminished with that particular storm. Let's go to a wide view just for a moment so everybody out there can see what's going on. So again, we got showers and thunderstorms over West Alabama, really transitioning to a big flood issue up here in North Alabama, north of Tuscaloosa especially. We got what's left of our supercell type of storms becoming more of a broken line here. And again, these things continue to weaken just a bit. Hey, I do want to mention this. We still have a tornado warning in northeast Blount County. No, we haven't focused a whole lot on that based off the fact that the storm continues to weaken. But again, there it is near Walnut Grove. That's Susan Moore there. And you're looking at Highway 278. So again, this tornadic circulation is moving into Douglas, which is into Marshall County. And it looks like the Weather Service went with a severe thunderstorm warning for that from Marshall County. That is the Huntsville TV market, the Huntsville National Weather Service office. So it does look like they went with a severe thunderstorm warning from Marshall. Again, Blount County still has a tornado warning. But I can tell you now, let's just be safe. Let's look at velocity with that storm, just kind of see what we got. And yeah, I just don't see anything there. Maybe some weak rotation north of Altoona. But again, it just doesn't look like much to that. So it's moving into Marshall County. We can let that storm go. So let's let that storm go into Marshall County. And let's go back out to the other storms of concern. There's one that's coming into southern Perry County, southeast Perry County. That is a concerning storm there. And again, this is basically on clip the southeastern corner of the county. The rotation not as impressive. This thing was really wrapped up in Morengo County. We've had a confirmed large tornado down in Morengo County. This thing's now moved to Perry, and it just doesn't look like a whole lot. But if you're in Radford, really down Highway 219, north of Highway 80, that's what we're going to be concerned about. So again, if you're in downtown Marion, the tornado threat is to your south and to your east. I don't expect a threat for the city of Marion with this particular storm. Let's go back to Chilton County and Talladega County, these two areas of rotation. And again, the rotation's gone in Talladega County. I just don't see anything there. I don't think there's a tornado threat with that storm anymore. Still got the tornado warning. That's for the storm coming out of Middle Springs. Just not much there, but as the least course of regret, we still got the tornado warning. In Chelsea, what time was that tornado warning for that storm coming out of Chilton?
Richard, that time coming out of Chilton, that was going to be until 7 p.m. Yes.
Yeah, so again, 7 o'clock, that's kind of pushing it based off of what we're seeing in terms of the velocity. Okay. And I'll tell you what, Chelsea, you've got some pictures, I believe, too. Since things are kind of quietening down just a little bit, we do want to look at some of that if you want to bring that up on the weather iPad. And I'm going to check on some things kind of behind the scenes here and on some weather stuff, and I'll be right back. Go ahead, Chelsea.
Yeah, so we have some pictures that we got earlier. Some of these pictures just show some damage from past storms. Again, right now we currently have some things really just fizzling out there. Again, we still have tornado warnings in effect for Chilton, Coosa, Shelby, and Talladega counties. These are until 7 p.m. And then we have a tornado warning in effect again for Perry County until 6:30. And we also do still have that tornado warning in effect for Blount County. I believe that is until 6:30 as well, or either 6:15. But again, all of those storms are showing signs of weakening, which is good. But here's some past storms. Look at this. This was taken back, I think, in the Dallas County storm that we had a couple hours ago. And you really can't make out what this is other than it's a tree, but wrapped around that tree is a boat. I think that's a flat bottom boat. I mean, that is just how powerful the winds within these storms have been. And again, if we take a look at other pictures of damage, we got a lot of damage reports in Brookwood. I believe this was the cell that was northeast of Brookwood in particular, and we see just the trees have been shredded. A lot of power lines down as we have that tree and structural damage again across the roads, making some of these roads impassable. I know Brianna mentioned earlier some of those roads were hard to pass, especially with flooding issues. We've had a lot of rain-wrapped storms as well, which we usually get in this environment because we have a moist and humid environment, which causes heavy flooding issues. And again, just look at this. We can see the trees have just been really just shredded from much of the top down to the base. I mean, the damage today that we've seen have been insane. But, you know, on the positive side, we've seen so much damage, but we have not had a single report of injuries or fatalities, which is honestly amazing considering the amount of storms that we've had today. I remember earlier me and Richard were attempting to count, and Brianna and Jennifer also here in this studio as well were attempting to count, and I think as of 2 hours ago, we were at 17. But again, here's another picture of some structural damage. This was in West Alabama. A lot of our storms that we saw that initialized came from West Alabama, and you know, as they moved north, to the east, they really just fizzled out. But as you can see, some windows have been blown out here as all modes of severe weather was possible today. We also had some hail in Lamar County, and again, seeing more tree damage. Tree damage was really what was happening today. And we also just got word that the tornado warning for Blount County has expired. So again, the Huntsville market is going to take on that severe thunderstorm warning as this rotation really just weakened and moved into Marshall County. However, we are still continuing the tornado warning. The Birmingham National Weather Service is still continuing that tornado warning for Dallas and Perry County. Again, Perry County is in our market area here until 6:30. Again, this is going to be located near Marion Junction, or 12 miles southeast of Marion, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Richard.
All right, so again, we are down to 2 tornadic storms in our coverage area. Let's go back over to graphics and show you that. Again, we've got a lot of heavy rainfall up here in northwest Alabama. We got the tornadic storm that is basically over the southern tip of Perry County. We also got the tornadic storm that's moving out of Chilton County, South Talladega County. That's one of concern as well. But again, that storm's really weakened. In fact, if you look at the storm, go ahead.
Just like what you're saying, it's weakening. The National Weather Service has expired the tornado warning for Chilton, Coosa, Shelby, and Talladega County. So just as you're mentioning, as these storms are weakening, this tornado warning has been expired for Chilton, Coosa, Shelby, and Talladega counties.
Okay, it looks like, are they going to continue that one? There was 2 tornado warnings there. They may still have this one up. So again, we'll watch that. The polygon's still there. The other one just disappeared. But again, in fact, this circulation, what's left of it's out of this polygon. So I don't know if they're going to cancel the whole thing or not, but it looks like any circulation would be outside of the tornado warning polygon. But these 2 storms are really weakened dramatically over the past 10 to 15 minutes. And really over the past 30 minutes or so, these storms have shown sign of weakening just a bit. So again, back to the west, we got heavy rain coming through Brent, Centerville, West Blockton had some of that. Again, that's now passing to the east of you. But again, we've got some heavier rainfall out there and some flooding issues obviously a concern. Let's look at the velocity on this storm. and just kind of see what we got here. Again, just some broad rotation there in South Shelby County, right on the Chilton to Shelby County line. We're not seeing indication of a tornado right now. So again, good news for that. Let's put on the warning. And again, we still got that one polygon there. I'm not sure if that's going to expire or not. We'll watch that. Do you have something on that, Brianna or Chelsea?
I believe it might just be an update error with the radar because they have completely expired and canceled the tornado warnings for Chilton, Coosa, Shelby, and Talladega counties.
Okay. So we are going to assume that has expired based off what we're seeing. There's no evidence of a rotation there anyway. Still got the tornado warning in effect for the southern tip of Perry County, but I'll tell you this now, that storm is not as impressive. We've also got a tornado watch that remains in effect for all of central Alabama. And one good thing I see back here is a lack of tornado warnings in Mississippi. We're seeing more severe thunderstorm warnings rather than tornado warnings. So again, hopefully that trend will continue and we deal with more wind rather than tornadoes. Obviously, wind damage can cause problems, but I would much rather have strong wind gusts rather than violent tornadoes. So again, we're watching it carefully. This back here to the west will continue to move in tonight. I do want to remind you, if you can't watch us on television, we're also on Facebook Live. You search for the WVUA 23 Facebook page. We are on there, and we've got updates. Jennifer Herbert has been updating our social media and our blog, trying to get all that information out to you as well. And let me just look at some things real quick behind the scenes here. Yes, Chelsea and Brianna, you are right. They have canceled that tornado warning for Chilton. That is no longer there. It's still showing up in our computer, but most likely it's just from a lagging delay. Still got a tornado warning for southeast Perry County. And looks like that circulation is just barely going to clip the county. In fact, this thing looks like it's weakening as well. So I tell you what, guys in the control room, I know it's 6:25 now. If you guys want to let me know what you want to do about the 6 o'clock news, okay, all right, so we're not going to go in our 6 o'clock news. We're pretty much blown the show out anyway with tornado warnings. So right now we have one tornado warning in South Perry County, and that is it. This tornado warning to the east has expired. We've got a lot of rainfall out there. And let's kind of do an analysis. I just want to look at this thing with you. And again, this is the first time I'm seeing this, so we're looking at this together. I just want to get a behind the scenes look at this. And this is the back edge of any risk of severe weather. We're obviously concerned about damaging straight line winds back here in Mississippi, and that is going to come into Alabama. Still got some cells out ahead of this main line, and any of these could become tornadic. In fact, once this stuff right here kind of moves out of the way, this may actually take over and become more dominant tornado-producing storms. So that's a possibility. So we're going to watch that. But once this stuff here kind of gets out of the way, we get that Gulf air inflowing ahead of this stuff, we could have additional tornadoes tonight. But I will say this, I mean, this is moving a lot faster than expected. I don't think it's going to be 2, 3, 4 a.m. and it's still going on. I think this is going to be out of here a lot earlier than expected, most likely for West Alabama by around 11 or 12 o'clock. And I'll say East Alabama, this should be wrapping up by around 1 a.m. Based off trends. If you look at the loop here, let's watch this, a 3-hour loop. So again, this is about the position 3 hours ago, and it has nearly crossed all of Mississippi in East Louisiana in 3 hours. So again, you can calculate that out. We're looking at about 4 or 5, maybe 6 hours, and it will be clear from I-65 points west. So again, yeah, this is coming on through faster than expected. So we'll take that as well. So again, as we go through a look at the radar, let me go back over to our radar and show you what we got. We've got severe storms back in Mississippi. And I tell you what, I want to go over to Brianna just for a second. I want to check on some things back in Mississippi. And Brianna, some of the reports we've had earlier today, any new information on that?
As of right now, no. The most recent thing we had was the expiration for the tornado warnings in Chilton, Coosa, Shelby, and Talladega. But they are kind of looking out of a storm coming out of Wilcox County. But as of right now, no updates of anything coming from Mississippi, but we will keep an eye on that for you.
All right, and again, looking at, I'm just looking at some of the warnings here. This is what's incredible. These storms are moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. So the storms back in Mississippi are racing a lot faster than expected. And once this moves on through, the risk of severe weather should be coming to an end. This ought to be our last round of severe weather. And just looking at some of the reports back here in Mississippi, it really appears that the winds are about 60 miles an hour. With this line, I'm not seeing any wind stronger than that. And it's all severe thunderstorm warnings back there rather than tornado warnings. So this is going to be turning more into a damaging straight line wind event as, again, this activity here moves across Alabama very quickly. Not sure why that tornado warning polygon's still there, as well as Blount County. I know those have expired. We've been working radar pretty hard, so I'm sure it's just a timing issue going on. But again, these storms down here, these are severe, but they are outside of our coverage area. Morengo County to the north, we're all clear. To Tuscaloosa County, we got active storms back to the west of us. In fact, I want to take our Tuscaloosa camera and pan it off to the west and just kind of see what these storms do look like here back into West Alabama. And again, you see the rainfall out there. Let's go back to the west. And again, these storms that are coming in, I will say this is interesting. The cloud bases are pretty high with these storms. I don't know if that's something you guys have noticed back here, but the cloud bases with some of these storms in the Tuscaloosa area pretty high. Typically for tornado formation, you want the clouds closer to the ground. It's easier for the circulation to get down to the surface. So maybe temporarily things are a little more stable here in West Alabama and turning more into a heavy rain event with still the potential for a few tornadoes, but also damaging winds is going to be a big problem later this evening. But again, from Bryant-Denny, we are seeing those cloud bases just a little bit higher than it was earlier when we had the tornadoes come through the Tuscaloosa County area. But the temperature is still 71 here, still very warm. The air mass is still unstable. Went out of the south at 13 miles per hour. And watch warning map for the first time since, what time was it?
Approximately 1 p.m. or maybe a little even earlier than that.
First time no tornado warnings in 6.5 hours. We'll take it. No tornado warnings currently out there across our coverage area. I'm happy to report that. Perry County's expired. Dallas County's expired. No tornado warning. Still the tornado watch continues tonight. But again, that is an encouraging thing to see is there are no tornado warnings in Alabama, in our part of the state. There are no tornado warnings back in Mississippi. In fact, look at that. East Mississippi, this is all severe thunderstorm warnings. And keep in mind, we don't want to let our guard down. This event's still ongoing. Doesn't mean it's totally over with, but we may be moving more to a damaging wind event with a few tornadoes rather than a widespread to numerous tornadoes like we had earlier this afternoon. We have had so many tornado touchdowns across Alabama today. We were trying to count some of the debris signatures we've seen on radar, and we've had quite a few of those. I'll tell you what, I want to show you the report so far with this particular event. And again, there are no current tornado warnings, so I just want to remind you of that. Doesn't mean it's over. It's definitely not over. But again, here's some of the reports we had so far. And again, multiple streaks of tornadoes here. We've had some large hail as well. I know we've had some tornado touchdowns down here towards Demopolis and Livingston. Again, you might not see a tornado icon there, but I know we had some tornado touchdowns based off of pictures and video evidence there. And again, these are all individual areas where reporters had seen either a tornado touchdown or damage. So that's what we got so far. So again, back off towards the west, we're looking at these storms coming in from Mississippi into West Alabama, and damaging wind is going to be a concern. And then again, the risk of a few tornadoes will continue over the next few hours. So again, no tornado warnings currently in effect. It's now 6:32. Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott here, Brianna Duncan, Chelsea Aaron, Jennifer Herbert, all here hanging out with us. We've got a full crew also in the newsroom, everybody in trying to get this information to you as well. And so far, I have not heard of any fatalities. We've had some unconfirmed injuries, I believe, but I haven't heard of any fatalities with this event. And considering the number of tornado touchdowns we've had so far, we'll take that as some sort of hope there as we can. But again, it's still not over with. Still got some severe thunderstorm warnings back in Mississippi. We got active weather ongoing across central Alabama. Flash flood warning for Coleman County. Flash flood warnings down in Clark, Wilcox, and Choctaw counties in southwest Alabama. But again, in terms of current tornado warnings, they have all expired. I do want to remind you, too, you can join us on Facebook Live. You search that WVUA 23 Facebook page. We're on there with updates as well. And I tell you what, before we do anything, I don't want to jinx ourselves. Let's go and look at radar and see what we got out there. I just want to kind of look at these storms and make sure there's nothing that could spin up. And if all good, we will plan on sending back to program here in just a few moments. So just a heads up from Master Control. We will plan on sending back to programming. Look at the velocity signature, some of this stuff. And again, there's still some very broad rotation south of Hamburg. That is in southeast Perry County. Again, there's not a tornado warning for that. We will carefully watch it. Let's go to the north. Still got some rotation at southeast Shelby County. That's this area near Talladega Springs, close to the Coosa River. So far, no word from the National Weather Service if they will consider a tornado warning for that or not. Doesn't really look like much of a rotational signature. All right, let's go to the north. And I'll tell you what, Chelsea, if you see anything on the National Weather Service, correct me on that. Got a weak area rotation in Coleman County, more of a straight line wind look to that. That's coming across Smith Lake, Bremen, Crane Hill, that area as well. But again, this back here to the west, I just don't see a whole lot with it in terms of damaging winds or a tornado threat. Take back out to the wide view just for a moment. And press my button there. There we go. Again, all this back here, there's no sign of rotation with that. So that is good news. We will take what we can get right now. So show you the watch warning map. Again, we remain under a tornado watch across most of central Alabama. And I tell you what, guys, if y'all want to check and make sure we're all good before we send back over to program, we'll do that here in just a moment. Okay, all right, so yeah, no issues being reported so far. So what we're going to do is take a break, all right? We've been on the air since about 12:45, 1 o'clock this afternoon with the continuous tornado warnings. We've had multiple tornado touchdowns today across Alabama. So we'll take a break and we will be here at 7 o'clock. Go ahead. Okay, so we'll join Program in Progress in just a second. We will see you at 7 o'clock for Severe Weather Update. If we have a tornado warning, we'll be right here. So we're back to Program in Progress. All right, good Wednesday evening to Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott. We took a quick break. We had a lack of tornado warnings for a while, and we are back. We got a tornado warning that has been issued for Coleman County across North Alabama. Again, we got other storms out there, but at the moment there's no sign of any additional tornado warnings for now. That may change, though, but let's go into the storm that prompted the tornado warning. The National Weather Service office in Huntsville deciding to post a tornado warning for Coleman County. This does include downtown Coleman. And we have been watching the storm with interest here as it has moved across the Bremen area, Crane Hill, and Smith Lake. And this has that potential to produce a tornado. We don't have any confirmation of that right now, but the possibility is certainly there. We'll put on the velocity display, and let's just kind of look at this thing together and look at the couplet with this and see what we've got. And again, that's your area rotation we're watching. Let me put on the velocity, see if I can press that this time. And there we go. So again, our rotation is down here very close to Good Hope. This is going to be coming up on the downtown Coleman area in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So if you are in downtown Coleman, we need you in a safe place now. If you are from Dodge City to Good Hope, there we go. That's a better perspective of this thing. Really, if you're north of Dodge City on Interstate 65, that's where your possible tornado would be located, but it's coming up on downtown Coleman. There is Vinemont. You got North Vinemont up here, and then the Morgan County line to the north of you. So again, your possible tornado would be tracking northeast just like that. There's Walker's Corner, downtown Coleman. If you're in Hanceville, you're okay. If you're Holly Pond, you're okay. This is going to be to your north as the potential is there. for a tornado that's tracking northeast. I do want to mention too, and we're getting Brianna Duncan to the Weather Center to get that information on what's happening with that warning. We'll get to her in just a moment. Let me zoom out just a bit. I want to show you the track on this thing and who's going to be dealing with this potential tornado. Should be moving northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. So let's look at that path there. So again, a southwest of Coleman now, moving northeast just like that. And again, these are the times of arrival. So if you're in Good Hope, 6:51, so basically right now, it's on top of Good Hope. You need to be in shelter now. Downtown Coleman, we're looking at 7 o'clock. Fairview, Eva down to the south, down to the, to the north. Apple Grove, that'll be at 7:42. And Apple Grove is actually over in Marshall County. That's the Coleman and Marshall County line there. So again, our Marshall and Morgan County line rather. So again, this could be moving out of Coleman County in about, 30 minutes. I'd say in 30 minutes this will be out of Coleman County. So again, the National Weather Service office in Huntsville going ahead and triggering that tornado warning for Coleman County. So if you are from Good Hope to downtown Coleman, even if you're in Vinemont, I would go to a safe place now just to be safe, in case there's a tornado down with that. So we'll put on the warning. Let me show you the polygon here. And again, this is from the National Weather Service. You get this small tornado warning polygon. This does include Vinemont. Again, if you're north of Bremen, if you're east of Crane Hill, that's where your potential trouble spot is in terms of where that tornado could be. And this is going to continue to move northeast like that. Eventually, this is going to move into Morgan and Marshall counties in North Alabama. That'll be in the Tennessee Valley market. And once that does happen, we can let that particular storm go. I do want to show everybody out there, for folks just now joining us, if you are on Facebook Live, we have no additional tornado warnings in our coverage area. We do have a tornado warning in Dallas County. That is outside of our TV market in the Montgomery market. We got severe thunderstorm warnings back in Mississippi. And again, that's more of a damaging wind. So again, we got Brianna Duncan in the Weather Center. And Brianna, what you got?
Yes, Richard, right now we have that tornado warning issued from the National Weather Service for Coleman, Alabama, and that is until 7:15. And this is just a not confirmed tornado on the ground, but a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. This is located near Good Hope, southwest of Coleman. This is moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. And we're also watching a storm in Dallas County that could potentially impact Chilton County. So just watching that, as potentially we could see a tornado warning issued for Chilton County as well. And we do have some new watches that have been extended as well. And then an update from Walker County. We have several areas that are flooded. But for right now, our main concern, of course, is that Coleman County tornado warning that is moving I believe northeast, yes, at 35 miles per hour, Richard.
Yeah, Brianna, what was the time on that again? I missed that part, the timestamp.
Yes, it's until 7:15.
Okay, until 7:15, so about 20 minutes on that particular tornado warning for Coleman County. Again, we've got an update on the tornado watch for central and west Alabama. And tell you what is the time on that tornado watch? Brianna, I didn't catch that time there for our area.
It looks like there's one from Dallas until 7:30, and then the watches are going to be until 8 a.m. for many of our area.
3 a.m. Yeah, 3 a.m.
Oh, yes, 3 a.m. My bad.
Okay,
yes,
yeah, I see that. So the tornado, yeah, I've got it now, just popped up on my end. Tornado watch for our area till 3 a.m. And that is interesting that they posted till 3 o'clock based off the back edge of this stuff. It's back here in East Mississippi. So not sure if SPC is expecting additional development or if this is going to be it here. So again, this is moving east pretty quickly in terms of the back edge of the severe weather. So hopefully we'll see this pass on through before 3 a.m. But again, that's the latest on that. Severe thunderstorm warnings back in Mississippi. Those will move in Alabama in the next hour or so. But again, for Coleman County, tornado warning continues until 7:15 this evening. And it is now 6:53. If you are just now joining us, we took a quick break. We had a lack of tornado warnings for about 15 minutes there. So we took a quick break. and a new tornado warning has now popped up for Coleman County, and that is for north central Alabama, basically downtown Coleman area. You're going to be under the gun for a possible tornado with that. One good thing is that is not a confirmed tornado, so again, we'll take what we can get if it's not confirmed. We had so many confirmed tornadoes so far today across Alabama. So again, here is the situation. Let's just kind of look at this together. Now, we got a tornado watch for West Alabama until 3 a.m. But Brianna, you know, there's something interesting about this is how fast this is crossing Mississippi. Unless there's expected to be additional development back here to the west, I would think that would be it right there.
Yes, Richard, we, haven't been getting any reports of anything being concerning from Mississippi. Honestly, our main reports right now and concerns are, like we mentioned, in Coleman, and as well as the storm that's in southern Dallas County that could potentially move into Chilton County. But as far as coming from Mississippi, we are not getting any concerns as of this moment.
All right, so I do want to kind of do a little analysis real quick while we got you on here. Again, we have a tornado warning for Coleman County, so we do want to focus on that. But before we do, let's just kind of look at this thing together. Let me pull on our high-resolution model data. And again, this is just to kind of look how things are shaking out. So there's the storms over Mississippi right now. And these are moving east pretty quickly. So this is 8:30 tonight. We'll go to 10 p.m. Those storms are basically passing east to Tuscaloosa. Okay, midnight, generally to the southeast of Birmingham, and then by 3 a.m., these are in Georgia. So I'm not really sure why the tornado watch is for West Alabama till 3 a.m. This should be it, unless we are surprised here. But again, based off of the analysis we're doing live on air, understand we're not digging too deep into this. This is live on air, so we only have so much time. But again, based off of what we are seeing, I would say the risk of severe weather for West Alabama should be over by midnight at the very latest. So again, that's the latest on that. Let's go back over to the watch warning map just for a moment and show you what we got. Again, we still have a tornado warning for Coleman County. We got severe thunderstorm warnings back at East Mississippi. These will likely be extended into West Alabama. Tornado warning for Coleman County. So let me go back over to radar and show you that storm. We do have other thunderstorms out there. These are not considered tornadic at the moment. There's a tornado warning down in Dallas County. And I will say this, I think that storm is going to stay mainly in Autauga County. And outside of Chilton. But again, it's going to be a close call for that, so we need to watch southern Chilton County as well. So let's go into the storm of concern in Coleman County. That's the reason we are back on air nonstop with you. And let's just look at that together. And it looks like, again, the rotation continues out there close to the downtown Coleman area. We'll put on the velocity, and let's look at the wind inside this thing and just see what we have got. And again, your area rotation is now basically near downtown Coleman, or maybe a couple of miles to the southeast of there. It's going to follow Highway 69. That's Baileyton there. That is the Marshall County line. This is Morgan County here. We see Falkville and Odin Ridge. Again, this is Morgan County. This is Marshall County. Those counties are in the Tennessee Valley market of North Alabama. That's the Huntsville TV market. We cover Coleman County, so your potential tornado is still there, and it's tracking northeast. Let's look at the debris with that and just make sure. Don't see anything there. Let's look at the warning polygon. And again, it technically goes way back here to Smith Lake, but we know now that the circulation is at this part of the polygon, so either the National Weather Service will have to extend that further northeast or allow it to expire within about 10 minutes. So again, that's the latest on that. By the way, I want to mention this, flash flood warnings in effect for northwest Coleman County into Winston County, all around Smith Lake. Some of those creeks and tributaries that run into Smith Lake could have some serious problems. So keep that in mind over the next few hours, flash flooding situation going on there. So again, tornado warning continues for Coleman County. Let's look at the hazard on this. And again, we got a we've got a meso report on that. Look at the information on that on screen. And again, tornado impact is a 1.8. That is very low, but we're not saying there's not a tornado there. It's just the chance of it isn't overly high. So again, at least we're not seeing numbers maxed out here. So for Coleman County, we got tornado impact of a 1.8. Damaging wind, more of a threat with this, a 7.4, which again will go to the scale to 10 here. So again, you see those higher numbers of that wind impact. So we could see certainly some damaging winds. No chance for severe hail, so that's good. Maybe some small hail out of that. But again, that storm is likely not producing large hail. We'll clear that off, and let's go back over to the velocity product so we can see exactly what is happening with the wind speed in this. And again, still that area of rotation on the east side of downtown Coleman. It's kind of ramped up that last image there. Again, coming up on Simcoe there. That's Highway 69 that runs to Bailington. So again, yeah, this thing is kind of spun up a little bit. Maybe a tornado down with that. This is going to be northeast of Good Hope, northeast of Dodge City, and to the north of Hanceville. This does not include Dodge City or Hanceville or Good Hope. This is going to be now to your northeast. And again, it's moving northeast pretty quickly. So in about 10 to 15 minutes, this will move into Morgan County, and we can let this storm go. That is, again, the Tennessee Valley counties of North Alabama, covers Morgan and Marshall County. So again, let's go back out to home view just for a moment. To the wide view across central Alabama, and we got that one tornadic storm there. See that one tornadic storm near Selma in Dallas County. Again, that is in the Montgomery TV market. I'll tell you what, just for interest, let's see what this stuff's doing back in Mississippi that's approaching West Alabama. This will be coming into West Alabama likely pretty soon. So let me pan you off to the west just a bit. And what you're looking at, this is a velocity. And again, we're seeing evidence of some strong damaging wind potential back here, but I don't see any sign of rotating wind. In other words, something that we would see a tornado from. So that's good. But again, we are still seeing that damaging wind potential that's going to move into West Alabama. So let's go back over to the radar, and we'll use Columbus. I want to see what it looks like back to the west. And again, here's your line of storms, kind of meandering line here, not really a perfect line, broken in spots. And we'll need to watch any of these cells out ahead of that for a potential tornado. But it certainly looks like most of these storms up here are weakening just a bit. Chelsea Aaron also here with us. Chelsea, you know, that's something we've been talking about. It looks like a weakening trend.
Yeah, I completely agree, Richard. I've been tracking, really looking at this storm in Coleman County, which is, of course, why we broke back into programming. But really, it's just not impressive in terms of its rotational couplet, and it looks like it's continuing to weaken as it moves northeast into Marshall County. Now, I know things could happen in it, could recycle, as we've seen storms all throughout the day recycle, but at this point, I really think the rotational couplet is just not impressive in terms of a life-threatening situation in terms of this tornado warning. It really doesn't look like there is a lot there. And looking back at the Dallas storm, which again is not also, that's not in our coverage area, it has a bit more structure to it, but again, it's not as impressive as we saw throughout the day. And it's definitely going to be moving into an area of rain, cold air pretty soon, which I know is going to continue to cause it to fizzle out. Brianna, do you have any other reports from the National Weather Service that you're seeing, or any damage reports that's coming out of areas from past storms that we've seen?
Yeah, Chelsea, as of right now, really not seeing much. Looking through some different things. I have seen some reports, you know, coming from Clanton from our earlier storm there, but as of right now, not seeing much new content when it comes to damage reports, any injury reports. So far, I have not gotten anything, but of course, we'll relay that as soon as I can get my hands on it.
All right, thank you again, Brianna and Chelsea, for the update there. We continue the tornado warning for Coleman County in north central Alabama. And again, outside of our coverage area, tornado warning down in Dallas County. But in terms of our area, we're closely monitoring these storms back in Mississippi for these bowing segments for that potential for damaging straight line winds. But again, let's go into Coleman County, go back over to Birmingham Radar, and let's take a look at that storm of concern there that has that potential to produce a tornado. And again, this is not a confirmed tornado, but it's the possibility there could be one there. It's now to the east of Coleman. It's about to move out of the tornado warning polygon, so the Weather Service in Huntsville is going to have to make a decision pretty soon whether they extend that or they let it go. So again, let's look at the velocity with this. Just watch this together and see what we got here. All right, we'll pull that up. And again, there's still evidence of rotation there on the north side of Coleman. The northeast side of Coleman, that's where we're monitoring for the possibility of a tornado. That's Simcoe right there. That's Highway 69 that runs up through Baileyton. You go back to the southwest, and you got areas like Coleman down to Good Hope and Dodge City. And it certainly looks like the risk of a tornado there has moved northeast of you. Not seeing a very tight couplet with that, but again, there could still be a tornado there. We don't want you to let your guard down if you're in north or northeast Coleman County. We still have the potential there for a tornado, but again, in about 10 to 15 minutes, it's going to move into Morgan and Marshall County, and once it does that, we'll hand that off to the Huntsville TV market. But again, if you're in North Coleman County, we are concerned about you. Let's do a quick path on this thing. I just want to show you where it's heading in Coleman County. This thing is moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour, 35, 40 miles per hour. Just like that. And again, here are the times of arrival, but understand Simcoe and maybe even Baileyton are only towns in the path of this thing until it moves into the Tennessee Valley counties of North Alabama. Once it gets up here to Wind Crossroads and even Apple Grove, Union Grove, all that is in Morgan and Marshall counties in North Alabama. So once that moves out and we're done with the storm, the Huntsville TV market will take over. So again, the National Weather Service maintains a tornado warning for Coleman County. And I will say this, the last scan, not as impressive there. It's clearly now to the northeast of Coleman. There may be a brief tornado touchdown here. We're not seeing strong evidence of that. But again, we don't want you to let your guard down. Lightning output from this, I want to show you this. So there's some lightning involved with that. Not as much as it was back to the west, who had a tremendous amount of lightning. But again, the cell is beginning to weaken just a bit. Perhaps it's moving into more of that cooler, stable air up here in northeast Alabama. So again, the warning shows you where it is. And okay, all right, so they replaced, or they added a flood warning too. I saw the yellow disappear there, and I was thinking, wait a minute. So yeah, the tornado watch continues down there, but they put a flood warning in effect for Coleman County, and that overlays on top of a tornado watch. So again, you don't see the tornado watch. It's still there. So again, Coleman County, still the tornado warning. If you're in Vinemont to the east, even if you're in Baileyton, I would stay in a safe place just to be safe. I know technically the polygon doesn't go to Baileyton, but again, least course of regret, there could still be a tornado, at least briefly touch down and do some damage with that. Chelsea, Aaron, you got anything for us?
And Richard, I know we're talking about how the couplet there in Coleman it's rather weak in terms of it's not really impressive, but I've been looking and I know Dallas County is out of our coverage area, but the couplet that is south of Selma that triggered that tornado warning, it looks like it's intensifying a bit, and I think we need to definitely keep an eye on it because we've seen storms come from Dallas County throughout today, move it right into Chilton County, where the extreme and large dangerous tornado there in Chilton County occurred not too long ago. So I think that's something that we need to make and keep an eye out for as we are noticing that couplet south of Selma is intensifying a bit, Richard.
Yeah, so again, that's a storm of concern certainly down there. We do note back in Mississippi, Monroe County and points north and west have been removed from the tornado watch. So that's interesting there. See that tornado watch removed back here. So that is a promising sign. I'd like to see that watch trim back. So again, this is going to be most likely the end of our severe weather risk that's back in the East Mississippi. Once this blows through tonight, that should end any risk of severe weather. Let's go down to Dallas County. I know that's outside of our TV market, but as Chelsea mentioned, this may move into Chilton County. There's Chilton County, there's Billingsley there. And again, we've got the possibility of a tornado near Selma. Let's put on the velocity just to see what we got down there. And I'll tell you what, let's get the velocity on there. I think I clicked the wrong thing. And no doubt there's a couplet here that's coming up on downtown Selma. That's Highway 80. You go down to the south, you got areas down to the south of that, deeper into Dallas County. Let's see, right there, that's Highway 41 that runs north into Highway 80 in downtown Selma. So again, for folks in the Selma area, we got a concerning tornadic storm down there. This could be producing a tornado. Is it confirmed, Chelsea? Did you see that, or was that radar indicated?
Richard, it's just radar indicated. Again, at its time of initial genesis, it really didn't look like much. It kind of looked like the one in Coleman, where it was rather weak, and just now, when it was initiated, just a few minutes past, that's when the couplet started intensifying south of Selma.
Yeah, so we kind of seen this thing ramp up just a little bit in the past hour, or past, I'd say hour, say 10 minutes. This thing is kind of wrapped up pretty quick. So tell you what, let's go up to Coleman County. Again, that is the reason that we are here, because we have no additional warnings across our entire coverage area. So Coleman County is the only tornado warning right now in our market. And let's go up there to that. And again, this thing is about to move out of Coleman County. It is just about to move into Morgan County, southeast Morgan County. That's the rotational couplet right there. And the time of expiring, that was at 7:10 or 7:15?
It's at 7:15, so it's approximately 5 minutes.
Yeah, so we got 5 minutes left on that tornado warning. If they have not reissued that, most likely that's it. But I will say this, within 5 minutes, this is going to be out of Coleman County. So if you are in downtown Coleman to Good Hope to Dodge City, I can give you an all clear with this storm. Any threat of a tornado is going to be near Baileyton and to Eva to Wind Crossroads. And again, Eva and Wind Crossroads, that's in Morgan County. So once this moves out in the next 5 minutes, Coleman County is going to be in the all clear. So let's take a wide view. And let me put on the reflectivity. This is going to be the rain. And let's go to a wide perspective here. I know folks watching us on Facebook Live trying to figure out what's going to happen next. And again, we've got some storms out there that are in Sumter County and Noxubee and Kemper counties and Lauderdale counties back in Mississippi. You see back here. Any of one of these could potentially rotate and produce a tornado. But I will say this, everything has been steadily weakening. It's interesting to note that because of the dynamic support, the wind shear, the instability, everything's there for severe weather to continue and to continue to be significant. But again, you just can't ignore what you're seeing on radar. There's no doubt there's been a downward trend. In fact, you go earlier this afternoon, Chelsea, how many tornadoes do we have at one time earlier?
I believe 6 or 7 approximately, maybe even upwards to 8. I mean, it was a bit overwhelming.
Yeah, several of those were confirmed tornadoes at the same time. So things have really quietened down a lot in the past couple of hours. But again, we're not totally out of the woods yet. We still got this stuff back in East Mississippi that is going to continue to move off towards the east and work into West Alabama. And I'll tell you what, let's go down into Sumter County. Let's just kind of look at this stuff together and make sure there's nothing there in terms of rotation that's trying to organize again. We just got to watch these things because they can spin up very fast and produce a tornado. So let's look at the velocity with this thing. And, oh, hey, now, what's that down there? Just north of Meridian. We need to watch that. Let's see what we got down here. Again, that's on the southern end of one of those cells. Let me change radar perspective and just see if it's there off of Jackson. Yeah, there may be something there. So let's put on the reflectivity out of, let's do Columbus. It's going to be our best perspective. Right on the tail end of that storm, we're seeing some sort of indication of rotation down there. So not sure if that's just a kind of goof in the radar data, but it could be something there we're watching. Go ahead, Brianna.
Hey, just want to let you know, Richard, that tornado warning for Coleman
has
it's expired, yes.
Okay, it has expired. So that's good. Coleman County is no longer a tornado warning for that. And Brianna, is your mic battery good? If not, we can get you some batteries if we need to. All right, so let's see. Let me look at this storm. I'm kind of looking behind the scenes here just for a moment. And, there's an area rotation down there that's basically on the Lauderdale and Kemper County line. So that'll be coming up on Sumter County. So that is an area of concern there. This is this storm down here just northeast of Meridian. There may be a tornado there. So let's watch this carefully over the next few minutes before we send it back over to the program. Again, I know it's 7:15 now. I just want to look at this carefully before we go back, because if you are in ML, Geiger, Gainesville, Livingston, northern half of Sumter County, I know technically there's not a tornado warning for you. There's not a tornado warning back in Mississippi, but I am seeing some indication of rotation with that. So the National Weather Service may consider adding a tornado warning for that storm. Again, there's not even a severe thunderstorm warning for it right now. But again, we're seeing that little suspicious area on Highway 45 in East Mississippi that could produce a tornado. So let's hang out just a second and make sure we are okay. All right, indicating large hail in Kemper County, Mississippi. Let's look at the debris signature. We're just going to kind of watch this together. A lot of noise down there. Don't really see anything with that. Let's put back on the velocity signature. And again, there's something there that's crossing Highway 45. So again, if you're in Sumter County, let's watch this carefully. Now, technically, there's not a tornado warning, but if you are in Sumter County over the next 5-10 minutes, let's just kind of see what radar does there before we do send back over the program. So, again, that's the latest on that. Let me go back out to wide view. And, again, Coleman County tornado warning has expired. We no longer have a tornado warning in our coverage area, so let's check that out. Again, you still see Coleman there. It's going to disappear in just a minute. Dallas County, still a tornado warning down there. But again, not an overly impressive storm. We still maintain that tornado watch across much of central, all of central and west Alabama. And again, we got severe thunderstorm warnings here back in East Mississippi. And again, that tornado watch obviously extends back in East Mississippi as well. But again, there's the back edge of the tornado watch. And once this stuff moves on through, the severe weather will come to an end. Chelsea, Aaron, also in just a moment, if you like, I want to show some of the damage pictures we had so far with this event, just kind of while we hang out and reset things just a bit to make sure we're not going to get a warning. So, again, right now, severe thunderstorm warnings back in East Mississippi. There are no current tornado warnings in our coverage area. We still have a tornado watch, and technically that goes till 3 a.m. I do think the threat of severe weather in terms of tornadoes is going to be over before that for West Alabama especially. So again, Chelsea, Aaron here with us as well. And Chelsea, you got some pictures? Go ahead.
Yeah, Richard, we can go ahead and pull up those pictures. I'm connecting the iPad currently so we can air those right now. These are just some of the damage pictures, just a few. I mean, there's really been so many throughout social media. This is some of the few. This was back in between on Rosser Road. That's in between our UA campus here and Moundville. Moundville got hit hard today, extremely hard. Here we can see those trees just surrounding, really just shredded as those storms came through. And then we see trees blocking the road. We've had a lot of impassable roadways for numerous reasons. Today, all modes of severe weather were possible, including tornadoes, hail, and also flooding, and we've seen all of that. And then again, here's another picture just detailing how those trees were just really cut off, almost near the middle or even near the base of the tree. And again, here's another cool picture. I think this is my favorite picture that we've gotten today. This, if you don't know what it is hard to make out, is a flat bottom boat, it looks like, that is wrapped around a tree. I believe this was in one of the storms in western Alabama that we've seen. And again, this just shows how powerful your winds are going to be when you have a storm like this. And then again, here's some more pictures that we saw. This was, I believe, in the cell northeast of Brookwood. Brookwood also got hit, but here's some detailing pictures northeast of Brookwood where we see really down power lines. We've had several power outages across central Alabama today from that structural tree damage. So we have a lot of trees falling, and then again, more trees just being snapped off right near the middle or even close to the base, and again, more power lines down. We saw some structural damage to homes today, which is quite interesting. We saw a lot of structural damage to mobile homes across central Alabama, especially in portions of Tuscaloosa County, but we have not received any any notions that we have fatalities, and we really haven't had significant information coming in regarding injuries, which is good. This is a positive thing. This means that people were taking shelter and taking shelter effectively. But again, we can see those structural damages here where the window's blown out in this one house, and then again, more tree damage with this, and then look at this one house. I believe this is a house. The roof is completely taken off. So again, we've seen significant damage throughout these storms today, but I would say it's a win in my book, at least, that we haven't seen any fatalities. We haven't gained any reports of fatalities across Central Alabama today, and our reports of injuries have been quite low as well, Richard.
Yeah, that is at least one glimmer of hope. A lot of folks are having some damage, but you know, the fact that we don't have any fatalities based off of all the damage we got is truly incredible to see. And you know, we'll take any type of glimmer of hope we can have during a tornado outbreak. So at least we are happy to report that there have been no fatalities officially so far. So fingers crossed. Let's hope we can continue to get through this event without any of those at all. So again, tornado watch continues across all of central and west Alabama, technically till 3 a.m. I can tell you now the severe weather risk is going to end well before that for far west Alabama. East Alabama may take a little bit longer for Anniston, Gadsden area, maybe after midnight before that risk does come to an end. And as a reminder, if you can't watch us on television, we are on Facebook Live. You can join us on that. Search for the WVUA 23 Facebook page. Here's a look at the radar loop. Just want to kind of reset things a little bit and just see how things are evolving. And again, this is all moving east pretty quickly. So this back in East Mississippi is going to track across West Alabama likely within the next few hours. And once this moves on through, that's it. We're over with in terms of severe weather. We don't expect any additional development back here to the west. If anything, it will not be tornadic. Based off, this is going to rob all the energy left over. Okay. So again, this is going to take all the energy out of the atmosphere. So once this blows on through, that will be about it. So we will come back here in just 10 minutes. We'll do a quick update at 7:30. If we have a tornado warning, we'll be right here on TV. Otherwise, we will see you coming up at 7:30. All right, good Wednesday evening to Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott here. It is now 8 o'clock on this Wednesday. We have no current tornado warnings in our coverage area. However, we are carefully watching a few storms out there. One of those coming out of Kemper County, Mississippi towards northern Sumter County. We got a couple areas of rotation back there as well. And we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Marion County, northern Fayette County, and Lamar County. Also flash flood warnings in effect for Walker, Winston, and Coleman. Flooding has been a big deal out of this event and continues to be so. So here's a look at radar. And again, there's two storms of concern I'm looking at. It's this one over the Sipsey River, that's between Pickens County and Greene County, and then this one that's tornadic coming out of East Mississippi. So again, we are watching some activity very carefully. Let's take you into that and just watch this live on TV with you. And I do want to remind you, too, that we are also on Facebook Live. So if you lose power tonight, you can turn on to the WVUA 23 Facebook page, and you can watch us live there as well. First off, let's start you in Lamar County. Let's just kind of check out things here. We got heavy rain coming through, and I do think this is the back edge of the severe weather for Lamar County. Once this moves on through, I do think your risk is going to be over with. Very heavy rain, frequent cloud to ground lightning with this activity as well. Fayette and Berry and Bankston also dealing with that. Let's go down to the south and just check this thing out. Heavy rain coming up on Tuscaloosa, maybe some strong wind potential through Acola now coming up on Samantha and Lake Tuscaloosa. If you are in downtown Tuscaloosa or Northport, again, heavy rain approaching from the west. Pouring rain down Pickens County, Aliceville down into Greene County, down Highway 14 that runs from Pickensville to Aliceville to Utah and down towards Greensboro. So again, this heavy segment's coming on in. And then again, we got this tornadic part of the storm back here just southwest of Scuba, Mississippi. This has shown some sign of rotation. Haven't necessarily seen confirmation of a tornado down with that. All right, let's look at the velocity and just kind of carefully watch this before we go back over to program. Very tight evidence of rotation there coming across Highway 45. I would honestly be surprised if we don't get a tornado warning for Sumter County from ML to Geiger. There's also another area of rotation up here that's just to the
Richard.
northwest Utah. Go ahead.
Hey, tornado warning has been issued for Greene, Pickens, and Sumter County until 9 p.m. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Electric Mills, 17 miles north of Lauderdale, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour, so moving pretty fast. And again, that's a tornado warning for Greene, Pickens, and Sumter County until 9 p.m., moving northeast at 60 miles per hour, Richard.
You know, it's interesting. I literally just said that. I said I'd be surprised if they don't issue a tornado warning for Sumter from this storm. This thing is tight. This rotation's tight. And again, this is, tornado warnings for a coverage area. So instead of doing a quick cut-in, we will now stay on air for continuous coverage. So you can, again, watch us on WVUA 23. Also, you can watch us on Facebook Live if you search for the WVUA 23 Facebook page. And I tell you what, Catherine in the control room, are we on Facebook Live? Okay, so we are on Facebook Live. All right. And again, I tell you what, Chelsea, Aaron, also in the studio with us. Chelsea, we're watching the storm carefully. Any reports coming out of this? Have you seen anything?
Richard, so far we're not seeing any reports. I'm doing some radar analysis right there with you as I'm looking at some radar scope here. And again, I see there is something there. There's a couplet trying to tighten up. Again, that's why we have that tornado warning that is posted back into portions of Alabama for Greene, Pickens, and Sumter County. However, at this point, it still has not quite got its act together, so I don't think there's going to be a confirmed tornado on the ground yet, and definitely we're not seeing anything with correlation coefficient with our tornado debris signature or a tornado debris ball either. But again, no further information on that other than it's really just trying to get its act together as it crosses the state line.
All right, so again, this is a storm that has the potential to produce a tornado, not necessarily confirmed, but again, this thing is certainly wrapping up. And look at this feature here in northern Greene County, coming up on Highway 14. Yeah, let's watch that carefully, too. That could be a potential second tornado trying to develop here. So I tell you what, since we are now on for tornado warnings, let's go to the warning polygon, and there it is. So again, if you are in Geiger, in ML, it's funny because every time I mention Geiger and ML, if you are in Tuscaloosa, you immediately perk up your ears. Anytime we have a tornado in this part of Alabama, typically it comes that way. So again, not saying this thing's going to hold together and be a tornado in Tuscaloosa, but the possibility is there for this thing to stay on the ground for a while. So again, if you are in northern Sumter County, if you are in ML and Geiger along Highway 17, and we got a dangerous circulation that's crossing the state line now. That's the Tombigbee River. In fact, that's the Sipsey River up there. The city of Tuscaloosa is up there. The red polygon, that is where the tornado warning is in effect now. So again, till 9 o'clock, we got a tornado warning there. That's the polygon. If you are down at Livingston or Epps or Bolagie, this is going to be to your north, clearly to your north, but again, a storm that could easily produce a tornado there. Let's look at the information on this, the hazard, and just kind of see what we are showing. Okay, we got a meso showing up there, so let's look at the information on that and see what our tornado impact is. I really like looking at this, our computer algorithms try to depict how strong or how likely a tornado could be there. And again, let's just kind of look at the numbers. Tornado impact, surprisingly, is really low for that, 1.2. I'm honestly surprised by that based off the couplet we're seeing. Damaging wind impact to 9.6, so we could certainly have that damaging straight line wind issue with this. So again, a concerning storm moving into northern Sumter County. So heads up for Geiger and ML, you need to be in a safe place now. Let's put on, tell you what, let me clear this data off. Let's put on the velocity, and we're going to do a track for you on this. Let's see. Okay, there's the tornado warning polygon there. You see that. Put back on the velocity. Let's just look at this together. And again, we got this strong area of rotation here. Now, there's another area of rotation that's weaker, that's just below the Sipsey River. There's not a tornado warning formally for that. But again, it's a storm of concern that has some at least sign of rotation with that. All right, so let's do a track on that. And Brianna, remind me, what is the speed on that tornadic storm that's traveling northeast with that?
Yes, Richard, that storm is traveling northeast at 60 miles per hour, the one in Greene, Pickens, and Sumter.
60?
Yes.
That was a lot faster
Yes,
compared with other
absolutely.
storms. We have noticed a major change there. And the reason for that is because the wind shear is increasing across our state. The steering currents to blow the storms along are increasing, so this is moving very fast now. So Geiger at 816, you need to be in a safe place now. If you're in a mobile home, get out of that. Site-built structure somewhere that can protect you from flying debris. Always wear a bike helmet. We tell people that all the time. Put a helmet on, and that could protect you from flying debris. Clinton, we're looking at 835. Morrow's Grove, 840. Snooty, Pioneer. And yes, you see Moundville. That's at 9 o'clock. I really think the tornadic circulation is going to be a hair to the north of Moundville this time. But again, Moundville was hit by a devastating tornado earlier this afternoon. And we are certainly, I'm sure they're watching this carefully. You know, you don't want two tornadoes back to back. You don't want any tornadoes at all. But again, this tornadic circulation is crossing into Alabama as we speak. So let me clear that data off. And again, there's your circulation right there. And again, there's something there. We need to watch that just below the Sipsey River. And let's look at the reflectivity out of Columbus first. And again, there's your storm coming into Sumter County, approaching Geiger. And there's something there with that storm we need to watch carefully. It may not be a tornado down, but again, it could produce a tornado if this thing begins to wrap up just a bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, Richard, I believe I'm seeing what you're seeing as well. Definitely, we've been talking about these storms. They're going to be rain-wrapped, right? We usually get rain-wrapped storms here in this area because we have such a humid and moist environment. And so they kind of really look messy. You don't get that really defined hook echo feature. But we're kind of starting to see on radar, if we go ahead and take graphics again, we're starting to get those more defined S features. You can see that one that we're tracking that's crossing the state line and that S feature that is in between Gainesville and Union there, right east of Geiger, Richard.
Yeah, Chelsea, and I tell you what, I want to go to our camera in Bryant Denny. Before we do that, let me just show you this wide perspective here. Got a tornado watch that continues across most of central Alabama. Once this activity that's on the state line now moves east to you, I do think the severe weather threat will begin to end pretty quickly, so don't think this is going to be an all-night deal across that area. I think between now and midnight, West Alabama will deal with this, and then between now and about 2 a.m., East Alabama will deal with this. So again, after midnight, I think things will really begin to calm down just a bit. All right, so this is from Bryant Denny in Tuscaloosa. Let me step off the screen. I want to kind of move this camera around just a bit, and we have had a tremendous amount of lightning with this activity that has come on through Pickens County and now is into Tuscaloosa County, and we're looking off towards the west and northwest. And again, for the city of Tuscaloosa, there's not currently a tornado warning, but that may change. Look at lightning out there, incredible lightning display. Temperature still 70 in Tuscaloosa, so we certainly have an environment that is still conducive for perhaps a tornado. Obviously, we're still under a tornado watch, but the atmosphere is still favorable for that to happen. Pouring rain here in Tuscaloosa, wind still out of the south at around 15 miles per hour. I do want to remind you this, if you lose power, you can join us on Facebook Live. You go to the WVUA 23 Facebook page. We're on there. Also streaming on our website, WVUA23.com. Click the Watch Now option. So just several ways you can watch our coverage in case you lose power. I can tell you right now, especially being nighttime, you lose power, you're left in the dark. It's nothing more frightening about not knowing where that tornado is. So if you want to stay updated, we got it there. So we're on Facebook Live. Search for that WVUA 23 Facebook page. Do want to show you this briefly. We're going to go back to this tornadic storm now in West Alabama. This is the back edge of our severe weather. And it's moving across West Alabama now. Back in Mississippi, it took about 3.5 hours for it to cross the state of Mississippi. I expect it to take about 4 hours to cross Alabama. Once this moves on through, the risk of severe weather will come to an end. Obviously, we've still got that threat out there. So tell you what, let's go back over to our radar. Here's a watch warning map. You see that tornado warning polygon down there in northern Sumter, northern Greene, very far southern part of Pickens County, basically the Sipsey River. All right, so here's a look at our radar, and it's a mess out there. This isn't really the perfect storm mode, as Chelsea mentioned. This isn't your classic supercells. Had a few of those earlier today that looked very impressive on radar. This is more of a messy storm mode here in West Alabama. Let me take on Columbus radar, and it may give you a better perspective of this thing. And again, the tornadic storm that's moving into Sumter County is there. We got another storm we're watching carefully that's basically on the Sipsey River just to the west of the Tuscaloosa County line. So let's go into those storms and let's just watch this together. And again, the tornado warning goes until 9 o'clock tonight. I do want to mention this, by the way, there is a broken line of severe storms, a kind of Boeing feature here. Severe thunderstorms, including damaging straight line winds, including Hamilton, Glen Allen, down to Fayette and Bankston, areas like that will deal with damaging straight line winds with that particular storm. Let's go down into the tornadic storm that's moving into Sumter County. Again, there it is there. We have this other storm that's basically riding the Sipsey River coming northeast towards Tuscaloosa and Northport. But again, at the moment, that one is not classified as tornadic. It could change, but that's where we stand right now. Let's put on the hazard display. Let's just look at this together. And again, still have those two areas of rotation. Our model data, our computer is picking up on. We'll pull on the storm relative velocity. And there you go. We got one circulation there. And again, a weak area of circulation, a very weak rotation of some Sipsey River, basically on the Pickens and Greene County line. That's going to be moving up towards Northport. Again, that's not tornadic now, but it could become tornadic. The storm of concern is obviously down here to the southwest. I will say this, the last scan or two, it is not as impressive. That is in Sumter County, but again, that doesn't mean there's not a threat. Obviously, there's still a threat, so we want you to be in that safe place now. But still, there's indication of rotation very close to Geiger. That's Highway 17. You go down to the south, that's the town of ML. There's Gainesville. That's Highway 116 that runs to Gainesville that joins 39, crosses the Tom Bigby. In Clinton, Alabama, West Greene right there. If you are in Geiger, shelter now. We have a possible tornado there that's tracking across Sumter. Is about to move into northern Greene County. But again, if you're in West Greene or Clinton, we need you in a shelter now. So again, if you're in a mobile home, get out of that. Find either site-built structure or storm shelter. If there's a community storm shelter nearby, go quick, especially if you're in Sumter County. In fact, you need to go fast. If you're in Sumter County, it may be too late in Geiger. So again, the tornadic circulation is in Geiger now. It's about to cross the Tom Bigby River and then move into Greene County. So let me zoom out just a bit. I want to do a track on this thing and again show you who's going to be in the path of this potential tornado. And again, looks like some strong winds up here in North Tuscaloosa County, up around Samantha and Tiers Patton. That looks more like strong straight line winds, not tornado winds. So let's do a path on this thing and see where it is heading. So again, this is moving northeast. It's on top of Geiger now. It's moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So let's stop that at 60. And again, here's your track. So if you are in West Greene, we're talking about 8:27. That's the time of arrival there. If you are in Snooty, we're looking at 8:41. Moundville, again, I think this is going to stay on the north side of Moundville, but as a least course or grade, you've already had damage from a tornado. Let's just be in a safe place to be safe. If you are in Moundville, we're talking about 8:54, Maxwell at 9 o'clock. Again, that includes Taylorville area. And then Tuscaloosa at 9:04, Holt 9:08, Coaling at 9:13. And again, that is only assuming this continues. If it fizzles out, then we're okay. So again, this is only assuming that it continues that long. And it may not. This thing may not hold together. Based off of trends we're seeing with this storm, that may not happen. Chelsea Aaron, again, that's something we're watching, is this storm is kind of hanging in there. It's not really as impressive as it was about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, Richard, it's really not. It's really kind of just balancing out. It's not really intensifying, and it's not really weakening at this point. We're again, I'm tracking along with you, looking at some base velocity here and some storm relative velocity. This is going to show our winds going towards the radar and away from the radar. And whenever you get those winds that are combining, you get circulation there, and that's what's going to show us our rotation. But again, as Richard mentioned, we're really not seeing this amplify or neither weaken. And we're still looking at those two broad areas. One area is just the area that passed over the state line. This is going to include Amel, Gainesville, and Geiger, and then also that area which it looks, other area that we saw earlier looks significantly weaker than it did before, and this is going to be near Union. And then also it's going to be east of Aliceville. Aliceville is not included in this polygon. I want to make an important note of that. But yeah, Richard, I'm not necessarily seeing big trends with this types of rotation other than it's really just staying consistent.
Yeah, and that's a trend that we like to see. This thing's not ramping up rapidly. It did ramp up for a while there back in Mississippi, but now it's kind of hanging on its intensity there. But again, if you are watching in Tuscaloosa and Foster's and Romulus and Ralph, I know you see this thing and it's heading northeast like that. But again, this thing may not make it. Just not so sure it's going to make it that far. But again, it could. So please understand, if you are in those cities I just mentioned, let's watch it carefully. If this continues, obviously we'll have to make preparations. We'll have to go to a safe place. But right now, you don't have to do that in Tuscaloosa County just yet. So again, this is moving northeast. And I tell you what, let's look on the reflectivity out of Birmingham. Let's just kind of see what this thing looks like. And again, it's really messy from Birmingham's perspective. I mean, this is more of a small line feature. It's not really a classic hook echo feature. In fact, that is from Jackson. Let me go over to Birmingham. Let's check that out. Again, it looks a little better from Birmingham's perspective, but still, we're not seeing a very strong evidence of a violent type of tornado. I think if there is a tornado down, it's going to be a brief and perhaps a weak tornado. But again, it doesn't matter. An EF1 tornado can be a threat to life and property, so we want you to take this thing serious. Go ahead, Brianna.
Hey, just letting you know, as of 8:18, the National Weather Service has continued that tornado warning for Greene, Pickens, and Sumter until 9 o'clock. And of course, still, it's not a confirmed tornado on the ground, but a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Gainesville, 17 miles south of Aliceville, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. And again, that's a tornado warning that is going to be continued for Greene, Pickens, and Sumter until 9 p.m., moving northeast at 55 miles per hour.
Hey, and Brianna, just kind of looking behind the scenes here, I've actually got a Facebook Live pulled up, and a lot of people are asking about other counties. Let me mention this. If I'm not talking about your specific area, then you're okay. Again, somebody's asking about Hale County, and I totally get that because that's a close call for Hale County. This is going to be just to the north of you. I think it's going to be, if it makes it that long, I think it's going to be north of Moundville. That was hit hard by a tornado earlier. But certainly, if you're in Havana, Akron, Greensboro to the south, this particular storm that's tornadic is going to stay to your north. You got some nasty storms coming your way crossing the Tombigbee now, but again, these are not classified at the moment as severe. Now, we're going to watch it and understand that doesn't mean you can go to bed or you can do whatever you want this evening and not pay attention. I just think the tornadic part of this storm is moving northeast more towards Tuscaloosa County rather than Hale County down here. So again, if for folks watching us in other parts of Alabama, I guess we should do a quick kind of radar tour so everybody can see your area. But again, if I'm not talking about you, that's good. Trust me, if I'm not talking about your area, that's good news. Now look, there's a lot of thunderstorms out there. There's a lot of heavy rainfall, noisy thunderstorms, tremendous amount of lightning. So I understand if you're under one of these stronger storms, it may seem severe, but in terms of what we are watching, this tornadic storm is focused on this tiny section of West Alabama. We got more rain down here. We got a lot of rain, heavy rainfall up this way towards Northport and Samantha back towards Jasper. But in terms of a tornado potential, that's going to be in northern Sumter and northern Greene County. That's where we're going to be concerned about that possibility there for tornadoes. So just show everybody out there who's dealing with what. We do have a supercell down here in Autauga County. That may make it to the southern portion of Chilton County, but it does look like the Weather Service there has issued a severe thunderstorm warning rather than a tornado warning, so that's good to see that. Let me put on the lightning display, and this just kind of tells the tale. Again, there's a lot of lightning being produced by all of these storms. It is interesting, this storm has kind of lost some of its lightning in Sumter County, northern Sumter County, so perhaps that's a sign of weakening. But a tremendous amount of lightning up here in Pickens County, Tuscaloosa County, some noisy thunderstorms out there. In fact, let's take our Tuscaloosa camera. Let me go to that. And this is, again, from Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa. And again, we've got a lot of rainfall. that is heavy rain, some strong wind potential to the north of Tuscaloosa. See the lightning out there. But again, in terms of a tornado, I just don't see much of a risk for the city of Tuscaloosa for now. But we are carefully watching this stuff in northern Sumter County. This could hold together. And if it does, then we'll have to go to our safe place whenever that does happen. But again, you're looking from Bryant-Denny Stadium. See the cloud bases off in the distance. That's a shelf cloud there. In fact, you can see that right there, that linear feature. That is that leading edge of that line of storms coming into the Tuscaloosa area. And there could be some damaging wind potential with that. There's currently no warning for Tuscaloosa County. But again, that could change. So let's watch that carefully. We'll go back over to radar and show you this. Again, we still have the tornado warning for northern Sumter, northern Greene County, and very far southern part of Pickens County. That's the only storm of concern right now in terms of tornadic type of storm. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings to the north. Let me show you that. And again, this is our warning display. See the tornado warning polygon there. That's a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Lamar County, North Fayette County, and all of Marion County in a severe thunderstorm warning. We got flooding issues, flash flooding here in Coleman County, Winston, northern Walker, flooding issues in Wilcox County, and again, some aerial flood advisories down to the south. So again, we continue to deal with that potential for severe weather. Let's cover the velocity, and let's just watch this thing together and see what we got going on down in Sumter County. And again, let's go down into this thing. It is not as impressive as it once was. We've still got that couplet there that's on the north side of Gainesville. Again, that's about to cross the Tombigbee River, moving to Greene County. That potential is there. So if you're in northern Greene County, we want you to be in your safe place now. We'll keep it on Columbus radar perspective. So we got the wind we're measuring from the Columbus radar site. And keep in mind, this is several thousand feet off the ground, so we may not be seeing exactly what's happening down to the ground.
You know, we've been talking about this rotational couplet really just being weak and, you know, really not changing in much of intensity at all. And actually, the National Weather Service in Birmingham just canceled the tornado warning for Greene, Pickens, and Sumter County. So
okay, well, that's good. So there's no longer a tornado warning for that. So that is awesome. So let me, again, this cell is weakening quite a bit. And there's that other spot of rotation we were just talking about there. It's moving into West Tuscaloosa County. Again, even that is looking pretty weak. So it's coming up on 8:30. Let's just stay on just for a little bit. We typically do cut-ins if we don't have active tornado warnings, top and bottom of the hour. So we're going to stay on just past 8:30. And if we don't get any warnings, we'll go back over to program. But let's go back over to the watch warning map. And that should have disappeared by now. If not, it will shortly. Yes, so it's no longer there. Tell you what, let me go back over to this map here. So again, live look from Bryant-Denny and Tuscaloosa. We have a strong storm now coming into the western side of the county. But in terms of a tornado potential, it looks like it has ended for that particular storm. And again, quite frankly, this is just a mess. Heavy rainfall. We have that low end potential for that one storm to rotate. But again, it's just not doing it. It's beginning to weaken just a bit. So I want to show you this watch warning map. We no longer have a tornado warning. And hey, look at that. Tornado watch has been canceled back in East Mississippi. So again, once this moves in, this will bring an end to that risk of severe weather. For East Mississippi, again, it's over with. So National Weather Service office in Jackson are going ahead and canceling that tornado watch for East Mississippi as the threat does continue to move on. Here's a look at the radar, and again, it's just a mess out there. Heavy rainfall, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. We have seen that quite a bit. Again, this is from Bryant-Denny. Just want to show you this. Again, there's no tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County. There's no tornado warning in our entire coverage area. But we do have a tremendous amount of lightning. Just want to stay on here until a few minutes after 8:30, just to make sure we are in the clear in terms of this rotating thunderstorm. And so far, so good. And I tell you what, Brianna, one thing we have noticed lately is a lack of reports.
Yes. And, you know, that's a very good thing.
Hey, Brianna, grab your mic there. There we go.
There we go. Is it working now? Yes, one of the good things that we've seen is the lack of honestly, injury reports, we haven't had that many. We haven't had any, thank goodness, fatality reports as of now. And these injury reports are very low. And really, this is amazing. And like, it's a great time, honestly, to have the day that we've had today. We're very lucky to be in the situation that we are. And of course, you know, we have seen structural damage, power lines down, even a gas break in other parts of our state. But when it comes to personal life, so far that has not been much of a threat today, even though we still have had, you know, a few injuries. But for the magnitude of the event that we've had today, we've been extremely lucky in Central Alabama.
Yeah, you know, you bring up a good point, Brianna. The fact that we've had so much damage across Alabama and we haven't had any loss of life, that is truly incredible to see. And you know, still we got this event going on, and but so far we have not heard of any confirmed loss of life today. We have had a few injuries, but in terms of loss of life, we have not heard anything from that. So we'll take that as a glimmer of hope. Through a tornado outbreak, we'll take whatever kind of hope we can get. Heavy rain in Tuscaloosa, though. This is a live look from Bryant-Denny. And again, it's a nasty evening. We got heavy rain coming into the Tuscaloosa area. Tremendous, look at the lightning. Goodness, tremendous amount of lightning out there in the Tuscaloosa area. I can hear the thunder through our studio. We're located, by the way, in Bryant-Denny Stadium. WVUA is in the north end zone of Bryant-Denny Stadium, and technically we're on floor above the ground. So, you know, typically in a tornado situation, you'd be a little uneasy, but we are just in a concrete fortress. You know, we're safe here where we are. Reinforced concrete surrounds us. So if we ever, like earlier today, we had a tornado warning and a possible tornado right over campus, and we stay on air. We don't have to evacuate. This is a safe place. So whenever we have a tornado situation here, we know we're safe. So I want to show you this. We're just going to kind of pan the skies a little bit. This is from Bryant-Denny. This is our camera that's on top of the north end zone of the stadium. And that's our old building. We used to broadcast from Reese Pfeiffer Hall, and that is our tower there with the blinking red light. And just a tremendous amount of lightning there here in Tuscaloosa. There is currently no active severe weather, so just want to make that abundantly clear. While it may be a messy storm at your house, it's going to seem severe by criteria. We don't have the 58-mile-an-hour winds or higher, and we do not have hailstones larger than 1 inch. And you got to have that for a tornado, severe thunderstorm warning. And that's just what we got right now. We don't have any tornado warnings, don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings here in the Tuscaloosa area. So do want to mention that as well. Do want to mention, too, that we are also on Facebook Live. So if you can't watch us on television, if you lose power, that is a way of information right there. So, again, I do want to mention that we're live on Facebook and on WVUA 23 as well. So, again, from Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa, there are currently no warnings out there. We're looking live from the stadium. Just want to kind of show you that, how things look out there. Let's see. Looking at some of the reports kind of behind the scenes here. Yeah, just a lot of folks asking about their area. So let's go back over to radar. I'll tell you what, since we've got so many folks watching, dealing with these storms right now, let's just show you what we got. Here's a look at radar, and there are currently no severe weather issues ongoing across our part of Alabama. We do technically still have a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern portion of Marion County and western Winston County for a damaging wind segment of this storm. But again, this thing has really shown sign of weakening, this batch of storms coming in. Trust me, it's nasty outside. Got a tremendous amount of lightning, a lot of thunder, heavy rainfall. This stuff is very noisy, and we are worried about a flooding potential out of this as well. But in terms of a tornado risk, it certainly seems like that is decreasing just a bit, especially for the western side of the state. We'll monitor storms carefully, but again, just a large area of heavy rain, intense lightning, some gusty winds with that as well, but we do not have any active tornado warnings in our coverage area. So that is awesome to see. I'll tell you what, let me go back over to the watch warning map, and still technically we've got a tornado watch until 3 a.m. I believe for West Alabama. And we'll see that expire a lot earlier than 3 a.m. because severe weather risk will end before that. But again, you see back in Mississippi, there's no longer a watch. The risk has ended back there. No longer a threat of severe weather. Tell you what, let me go over to our radar loop. And again, this just kind of shows how things have evolved. We had so many tornado warnings at one point this afternoon. It was incredible to see how many consecutive warnings we had there, but now things are beginning to quieten down just a bit. We do have, again, active weather coming across West Alabama, but this is it. This is going to take about, let's see, how long is this loop? 3 hours. See where the beginning is, about here. So in about 3 hours, this should be well east of I-65. So this is going to come to an end a lot earlier than expected, and we'll take that. A lot of us can go to bed earlier. And always happy to report this is moving through faster than expected. But again, that's the latest situation. The tornado warnings have expired for central Alabama counties. We are watching some storms down to the south. This storm that's coming out of Watauga County for any sign of rotation. So heads up for Chilton and Coosa County. We could see a tornado warning required for that, but it hasn't happened yet. We've got heavy rain over West Alabama. But again, this is not classified as severe. So what we'll do, we will take a break and go over to the program. If we have a tornado warning, guess what? We'll be right here. We'll also be on Facebook Live, so you can join us for coverage there. We'll see you later on. Again, another update coming up. Oh, time out. Go ahead.
Tornado warning issued for Watauga, Chilton, and Elmore until 9:15. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado are located over Vita Junction, correct me if I'm wrong, 15 miles northwest of Prattville, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So this includes Watauga, Chilton, and Elmore right now.
As the National Weather Service watching us, I think this is like the fourth time.
I was talking to you earlier, seeing that intense updraft in Billingsley. So
I mean, it seems like every time I mention, as soon as I say something, they issue a tornado warning. Oh, goodness. All right, so let's talk about it. We do have a tornado warning now for southern Chilton County. This is going to be southeast Chilton County. We have no tornado warnings in West Alabama. I want to make that abundantly clear. There is a tornado warning for Chilton County. And again, that continues, that storm coming out of Watauga County. Let me take you into that. And by the way, we are not going back over to the program now. We're going to stay here with this tornado warning. Again, there it is there. That's south of Billingsley. This is, what, the fourth storm down here that we've had?
I mean, in the exact same place, and it tracks up to the exact same place up in Chilton County, in Coosa County.
So again, these same areas that were hit by the tornadoes earlier, you're going to be under the gun for a potential tornado there. So again, if you are near or just south of Billingsley, this possible tornado has crossed Highway 82 now. And again, it's a rotating thunderstorm. We've got to beware. That's a bounded weak echo region, which is basically precipitation suspended aloft in a rotating mesocyclone. So essentially, this is a strongly rotating thunderstorm. And again, Marlboro. So this is the Coosa River right here. That's Rockford there. So again, that's your polygon. Let me take this off so you can see the polygon. And Brianna, what was the speed on that tornado warning, the forward motion of that?
Northeast at 30 miles per hour.
Okay, so this one's moving quite a bit slower compared to the storms in West Alabama. So this one's moving 30 miles per hour. Let's put on the warning. There's your polygon there. Includes the southeastern tip of Chilton County. So if you are basically in Clanton and points north, you're okay. This is all going to be to your south. So let's do a track on this thing and show you who is going to deal with this potential tornado. So there it is right there. Let's go northeast. This is at 30 miles per hour, just like that. And again, these are the cities and towns that are going to be in the path of this. So Marlbury, we're talking about the time frame there at 9:04, Lightwood 9:13, the Speed Community at 9:33, Travelers Rest, again, that's right there. That's actually over in Coosa County. If it holds together, that's going to be at 9:27. So again, this is a tornadic storm that's just on the north side of Prattville. This is Watauga County. This is in the Montgomery TV market, but the National Weather Service office in Birmingham going ahead and issuing Chilton County, the southeastern part of the county, under that particular tornado warning. So again, that is that storm right there. Chelsea Aaron also in the studio with us. And Chelsea, what are you seeing over there?
I'm looking at the same area where we're seeing a pretty intense updraft with our base velocities and our storm relative velocities there. We're seeing it kind of tighten up a bit, but this is really similar to some of the other past storms that we've been looking at. It's having trouble getting its act together, essentially. And so, you know, whenever I look at correlation coefficient, which that has the opportunity to show me a tornado debris signature, I'm really just not seeing a lot there other than there is an intense updraft. And we have the possibility of that rotating thunderstorm, right? So at this point, I do not think a tornado can be confirmed. Now, there is rotation within this storm, which of course should be taken seriously. If you're in this warning polygon, make sure you are taking those necessary safety precautions, make sure you are in your safe place. But at this time, I do not think we could make a radar indicated tornado based on our radar analysis that we're seeing. Again, there's rather good rotation here, but I don't think it's really impressive in terms of the ones that we have seen earlier, Richard.
Yeah, let's pop that up on TV and show you what Chelsea is talking about there. So again, you're looking at the path of the potential tornado. Let's look at the velocity with that. And again, there's evidence of rotation down there, but this is totally into Otaga County. This is not into Chilton County yet, but just to give you a heads up, if you are in Chilton County, that's what's heading your way. And tell you what, let's just zoom in tighter to this thing and just kind of watch it together. And this is currently the only tornado warning in our coverage area for southeast Chilton County. This may later include Coosa County. Maybe spinning up down there, that thing's kind of tightened up in like 2 minutes. I don't know if you got that update on your radar. This thing is just updated, and it looks like it's a little bit tighter down there. That's a White City there. Posey's Crossroads there. Again, this is all Otaga County. Prattville sits right there. That's Millbrook. If you're familiar with that part of central Alabama, the possible tornado is going to be moving northeast, and eventually that'll move into Chilton County. Again, there's Verbena. You're going to be in the path of this. And I tell you what, let's do something real quick. I want to show you this kind of loop. Let's go back in time just a little bit and just see where this thing's going. And you kind of see the rotation on and off there. And it may be turning more to the right. If that does indeed happen, this will stay basically to the south of most of Chilton County. So again, the National Weather Service issuing a tornado warning just to be safe for the Marlboro area and Verbena, as that potential for a tornado could be there as well. Quickly, I want to show a wide perspective here. Let's look at the storms to the west. And again, just kind of monitoring things carefully. We do have some stronger winds coming through the Haleyville Natural Bridge area. Down to the south, not seeing any evidence of rotation in Tuscaloosa County or Greene County. So that is good news to see. Let's go over to reflectivity. This will be, I'll zoom out wide view here so you can see everybody. And I will say this, if you are, this thing's coming to an end fast. If you are in West Alabama, in the counties on the state line, there is no longer a severe weather threat for you. So if you're in Sumter County, if you are in Pickens County, Lamar, Marion, the tornado threat's over for tonight. So again, you're done for tonight. The tornado risk continues ahead of this thing out here, and we'll see this quickly track off towards the east and bring it into that risk of severe weather. Again, the leading edge of the broken line is from Linden to about Sawyerville to Tuscaloosa to Jasper. Once it gets east of you, your severe weather risk will come to an end. So I'll say this, I'd be confident to say if you're in Tuscaloosa, I don't think there's no longer a tornado threat for you. If you're in Tuscaloosa, points west, I think it's over for this event. Still technically got a tornado watch in effect, and again, the National Weather Service will trim counties back over time, but just based off what we are seeing, it looks like the core threat is ending for Sumter. I would even say Greene County. Sumter, Greene, Pickens, Fayette, Lamar, and Marion. Those counties, if you live in those counties, I think your risk of severe weather for tonight's come to an end. In fact, the rain's beginning to stop on the state line there. So we still have a tornado warning in effect. This is for southeastern Chilton County. That's going to be into central Alabama. So tell you what, let's take you into that storm and just show you what we got. Again, this is coming out of Otaga County. So if you're in southeast Chilton, we are concerned about that potential tornado. And again, this isn't a confirmed tornado, but it is a possible tornado. but really this thing's looking a little more ragged. I've had to say the core circulation is coming up on I-65, but this is moving more east rather than northeast. So we may see this thing totally miss Chilton. But if you are in Maplesville or Clanton, there's no threat from this tornadic storm. This is going to stay south of you. I know we've had several rounds of severe weather up here today. This particular tornadic storm is moving that away towards the northeast. But again, if it holds together, places like Rockford may deal with this tornadic storm as it does move off towards the northeast. So again, Chelsea, Aaron here in the studio with us. We're just kind of watching this. We don't really have any reports right now. Are you seeing anything in particular?
I'm not seeing anything in particular, Richard, other than still noticing that rotation there, that rotational couplet. But again, it looks like the structure of the storm is falling apart a little bit. It really had a more beware bounded weak echo region feature with the hook on the bottom, and it's kind of losing that in terms of its structure. So I want to say this thing is maybe going to fizzle out, if not in the next 15 minutes, by the next maybe 30 minutes. I don't necessarily think it's going to make it, and we've seen this trend as these storms continue to move into the cooler air near the eastern portions of Alabama. Again, still maintaining rather good rotation right there as we're looking at base velocity, but at this time, I think it's really losing a good bit of its structure in terms of intensity and severity there within that polygon, Richard.
Yes, so that's always a good thing to see. And again, we got Brianna Duncan here in the Weather Center with us as well. And Brianna, we've had just a lack of reports so far from this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the last thing I've heard was when they announced that tornado warning. But for right now, no damage reports, no injury reports. The only thing that I've gotten updated since then was for Marion County, which is just a severe thunderstorm warning. But when it comes to our friends in Chilton County, so far not hearing anything from the storm that we are under a tornado warm storm right now, which is a great thing, quite frankly. Having, like I said earlier, the situation that we had today, considering the fact that we've had not many injury reports and thankfully so far 0 fatality reports, we are very lucky in central Alabama today, especially in Chilton County. Richard?
Yeah, so again, we still have that tornado warning down there. Yeah, and you're right, we had a tremendous amount of damage today, and so far no loss of life reported from that. So that at least that's a little bit of a glimmer of hope there in this tornado event. So again, we got this tornadic storm that's just below the Chilton County line. This is south of Clanton, and so if you are in southeast Chilton County, and even if you're in Coosa County towards Rockford on Highway 22 there, best word of advice, I would just go ahead and kind of hang out in a safe place until this thing weakens enough to where there's no longer a threat. But again, this thing certainly seems to be a little more ragged. Let's look at the velocity with this and just kind of watch this together. There's still a couplet, but again, it's not as impressive as it was just a few minutes ago. So that's promising news. This thing pulsed up for a moment. Seems to be kind of winding down a little bit. But if you're in Mulberry community in the Chilton-Autauga County line, let's watch this carefully. Again, be in your safe place just as the least course of regret. Even though we're telling you it's south of the county line so far, this thing could easily veer to the north and be a problem for you. So again, if you're in Clanton, no problem with this storm. If you're in places like Maplesville, Mineral Springs, no issues with that. And again, we still got that little couplet down there. You see that thing that's just west of I-65. If there's a tornado there, that's going to be it right there. Let's put on the debris signature and watch this together. Don't see anything there. All right. So I don't see any sign of debris in terms of objects suspended in the air, and that's good. We've seen a lot of those today and this evening, but again, we don't see that right now. So I'll put on the warning display, and I want to show you that. Here is, again, the area of concern, and it's basically the southeastern corner of the county here. This is mainly a Autauga County tornado, but again, this is our coverage area right here in Chilton County, so the potential is there. Let me zoom into that and show you who's in that. By the way, that's the Coosa River right there. This is the Coosa River. That is Coosa County. The Travelers Rest up there, that's Highway 22. There's Verbena. Cooper right there. Highway 31 runs down to South Forks off, goes down to Pine Flat, and then goes down 31 down towards the Montgomery, Prattville. So again, the split right there, that's where basically where the county line is. So these areas are going to be under the gun for a possible tornado over the next 10 to 15 minutes as this circulation comes out of Autauga County and moves down into southern portions of Chilton County. Again, most of our coverage area is not dealing with severe weather right now. I do want to show you that. This is the watch warning map. We do note, hey, look at that, Choctaw County and points west is no longer in a tornado watch. Again, look, if you're in West Alabama, if you are west of Tuscaloosa, it's over. There's no longer a risk of a tornado there. I know we still have a tornado watch. It's going to be trimmed back. Again, it's coming to an end. For central Alabama, we still maintain this possibility of a few tornadoes tonight. That risk will come to an end. Let me clear that data off the screen there. That will come to an end over the next few hours. This event is moving fairly quickly. And as that does happen, we'll see the risk move off towards the east pretty fast. Here's a look. This is from Bryant-Denny and Tuscaloosa. And again, got heavy rain falling on UA campus in Tuscaloosa. But there is currently no issues of severe weather. Kind of pan the camera around a little bit. And you can see what we're talking about, just some rainfall. And if you do note, Tuscaloosa, the wind directions change. It's now west-northwest, and the temperature's dropped to 67 now, so that stable air is coming into Tuscaloosa. So that means that's it for Tuscaloosa. There's no longer a tornado threat for the city and points west, so that is certainly some good news. I do want to remind you, if you do lose power and if we're on TV for tornado coverage, you can always join us on Facebook Live. You search for the WVUA 23 Facebook page, also on our website, and obviously on TV. We're on here as well. So here's the loop, and just kind of show you the past 3 hours here. And this stuff is quickly moving off towards the east, and once this moves on through, that will be an end to that risk of severe weather. So we still have one tornadic storm that's in East Alabama or Central Alabama. That's in Chilton County. That's where that potential tornado could be. So let me go back over to that and show you where we're talking about. Currently 68 in Tuscaloosa. Still warm down here. See Chilton County, you're still pretty warm. That's where we are concerned about that possibility of a tornado down there. And I tell you what, let me go back. You're looking at a radar loop for the past 30 minutes, and again, you kind of see how this thing has evolved. It is quickly ending for West Alabama in terms of risk of tornadoes. I don't think anybody is complaining about that. Again, if you are just now joining us, it is coming up on 9 o'clock. On this Wednesday evening, Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott, we got Brianna Duncan, Jennifer Herbert, and Chelsea Aaron all here watching this severe weather event. We are now down to one tornado warning in our coverage area. That's for southeast Chilton County. And Chelsea, remind me, what was the time frame on that warning? I think I missed that.
The time frame for that warning was until 9:15, and just looking at base velocity right now, looking at that rotational couplet, I mean, it is greatly diminishing. I doubt it will be there if even in the next 10 minutes. So this should be expiring soon or at least canceled, Richard.
Okay, so yeah, that's encouraging news to hear out of the storm coming out of Chilton County. Again, Coosa County, heads up for you. Let's watch this carefully. But again, all this back here to the west, this is all heavy rain. There's no current severe weather ongoing. And again, this is the end of the severe weather risk. So once this moves on, it's over for you. Let's go into Chilton County because, I mean, technically we still have a tornado warning. Let's focus on that storm. That's our only storm of concern in terms of a possible tornado-producing storm. And this is basically on the county line now. Chilton and Autauga County are right over the Marlboro area and approaching Verbena. So again, it's tracking northeast just like that. So if you are just now joining us on TV or on Facebook Live, most of central Alabama is dealing with rainfall. It's quite messy over West Alabama. The only tornado warning of concern, the only tornado warning at all, is this one down here. And this is a possible tornado. It's not confirmed. It's radar indicated. There could be a tornado there. So let's look at the velocity product with that.
Hey, Richard.
Go ahead.
Just got an update for the tornado warning in Chilton County. They are going to continue this tornado warning for Autauga and Chilton County until 9:15. And like we said, you know, it is weakening and we don't see anything on the ground, but it is a severe thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado. And this was located over Marbury, 11 miles southeast of Clanton. Once again, Clanton potentially being impacted by this and moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So this is moving 40 miles per hour northeast, and this is where Autauga and Chilton counties located close to Marbury and Clanton. Richard?
Yeah, so again, just looking at some of the old reports and issues that we had across portions of Alabama, and just getting some quite interesting pictures and videos in from some of the tornadoes today. And we have certainly had quite a number of those. And again, Brianna, they didn't extend the time on that warning, right? They're just continuing it till 9:15.
And right now, Richard, it looks like they're going back on that warning. They have canceled the warning for Autauga and Chilton County just now.
Okay, yeah, I was
Just a
just
minute
about to say
after.
that this thing's pretty much fizzled out. So they have canceled the tornado warning there for Chilton and northern Autauga County. So that is good. I'll tell you what, let's go back out to the home view to show everybody out there who's dealing with what. And let's put on the reflectivity, the raindrops in this thing. And again, there's no tornado warnings. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire for Chilton County. There's no longer a threat for that particular storm. In fact, all these storms that are over West Alabama now are not severe. They're noisy. Trust me, they seem severe. But in terms of that criteria, 58-mile-an-hour winds are stronger, and then the 1-inch hail are larger, and a tornado is just not happening over West Alabama. And this is it. Once this moves on past you, your risk of severe weather comes to an end. So, again, if you are in Haydenville, Jasper, Tuscaloosa, Greensboro, Demopolis, Linden, and everybody to the west, I don't expect any additional severe weather issues tonight. So again, that's bringing the end to the severe weather. This continues to move off towards the east very quickly at about 60 miles per hour. I would say most likely by midnight, most of this over East Alabama is going to be sub-severe and over. So I would say by midnight, most likely, this event will have come to an end. So since we no longer have a tornado warning, let me check the watch warning map just to be sure. We have no active tornado warnings in our coverage area. So what we'll do, we'll take a break, and we'll pop back on here at 9 o'clock for just a fast update. If we do get a tornado warning, we will be back here, and we will stay here. So again, coming up in about 8 minutes, we'll see you here for another live severe weather update. Office in Birmingham issuing a tornado warning for Coosa County in East Alabama. There's our tornado warning polygon. Again, this event is just about to wrap up for Alabama, but we have one additional storm that has rotated and become severe. There are no additional problems for West Alabama. Let me show you our radar. In fact, let me go back and show you our radar product of what we got across Alabama. Again, we got active severe weather still ongoing in East Alabama right now. In fact, let me step off real quick and take this data off the screen. And again, what you're looking at is our radar. This is the storm reports had so far today in terms of active severe weather. And we do have a tornado warning that has been issued for areas northeast of Rockford. The National Weather Service is seeing indication of a tornado there. So let's go into that storm. Again, for West Alabama, there's no longer a severe weather risk. This is going to be for East Alabama. So again, there's Coosa County. You got good water here. Alexander City's over in Tallapoosa County, and that is your tornado warning polygon. And I will say this is a small tornado warning polygon. It's not overly large in size. But again, there's evidence of some rotation there that's coming up on Highway 280. You see Sylacauga there. That's over in Talladega County. Your potential tornado is going to be right there. And I don't think this tornado is going to last long at all. I do not see a debris signature with this, so that's one encouraging thing. Let's look at the warning display on that. And again, this is just for a small section of Coosa County. Underneath this tornado warning polygon, you see just a small chunk of the county here. There is Rockford. This is actually to the northeast of the city of Rockford. So basically, this is crossing Highway 280 as we speak. It's about 10:46 now, and we have a tornado warning that has been posted for this part of the state, including northeast Coosa County, as this storm does move off towards the northeast pretty quickly here. Let's see. I'm going to check with the National Weather Service too and see the information on that particular warning. And let's see what we have got here. Again, the National Weather Service posting this tornado warning just a couple of minutes ago now, and the possibility is there. So again, this tornado warning's until 11:15, so it's about a 30-minute tornado warning. I'll say this is going to be out of Coosa County before that, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Storm capable of producing a tornado that is down there in northeast Coosa County. So again, this is not going to be a long duration tornado, I don't think, for our area. But again, there's where your possible tornado is now. Let's pull on the reflectivity out of Birmingham. And again, that's it right there. Your possible tornadoes crossing Highway 280. It's going to be out of Coosa County in about 6 minutes. So the tornado warning technically goes until 11:15 for Coosa. It's going to be out of the county in 6 minutes. All right, so we'll see what the National Weather Service decides to do with that, if they decide to extend that or not. Based off the velocity signature, there is a small couplet right there, coming up on good water, basically crossing Highway 280 as we speak, and the potential is there for a tornado. Let me change radar sites if we can. Looks like that is our only spot we can use. In fact, this is going to be the best option because it's close to the Birmingham Radar, but it's moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So I tell you what, let's zoom out just a tad. I want to do a path on this thing and show you who's going to be under the gun for this potential tornado that could be there. And again, that's where your tornado is, near Highway 280. It's moving northeast just like that at 55 miles per hour. And again, these are the community times of arrival, but understand by the time it approaches some of these communities here in the path of this, it's going to be well outside that tornado warning polygon and well outside that risk of a tornado. So again, this is for northeast Coosa County. Let me clear this cone off. I want to put on the warning display. And I'll tell you what, before we do that, there's the velocity signature. And I will say this, the couplet is not overly impressive with this storm. The National Weather Service being cautious with this, issuing a tornado warning on the least course of regret. I just don't see a whole lot of evidence of strong rotation with that. But if you are northeast of Rockford, basically along and to the north of Highway 280, we do have the possibility there could be a tornado with that. So again, I want to show you the watch warning map. There's your small tornado warning polygon right there. We do have a tornado watch that remains in effect for East Alabama. Again, by 12 o'clock tonight, this is going to be all out of the state of tornado warnings expired there. I think we broke a record on that one. It may be the shortest tornado warning we've actually ever had. So that was, what, a 6-minute tornado warning for Coosa County. So the warning's over. Warning's expired. So what we will do, let me make sure, check with the National Weather Service on this. Tell you what, if we can, Jennifer, if you want to pull that back up, and let's just make sure. Tornado warning was issued at 10:43. It expired at 10:49. I've been doing this for 14 years, and that is the shortest tornado warning I've ever seen. The previous record was like 10 minutes. So again, there's no longer a tornado warning. So what we'll do is before we go to program, just want to show again, all of West Alabama is no longer in a threat of severe weather. We have had a number of tornadoes today across Alabama. And we will continue to see that risk come to an end pretty quickly now from west to east. So for folks joining us on Facebook Live, just want to give you an update on that. We had to pop on real quick for a tornado warning in Coosa County. That one has expired. There is no longer risk of severe weather for the whole central and western half of the state. The only potential for a rotating storm is going to be far east Alabama within the next 45 minutes to an hour. After that, these storms will be into Georgia. So, all righty, we plan on going back over to coverage, going back over to program now. If we have a tornado warning pop up, we'll be here on TV and on Facebook Live. Otherwise, We'll see you tomorrow. Also want to remind you, join us on social media for updates on Facebook, Twitter, and our website. So you have a good night. Hopefully no more tornado warnings. If we do have some, we'll be right back here. See you later.